A century ago, a mysterious rift tore open in the skies above Earth, unleashing swarms of dimensional beasts that ravaged the planet and drove humanity to the edge of extinction. Only those blessed with awakened talents could stand against them. Among the survivors is Ye Tian, an orphan living with his younger sister, the only family he has left. Unfortunately, Ye Tian possesses one of the weakest talents imaginable, leaving him plagued by doubt about whether he can protect the person he cares for most. But everything changes the day he gets zapped by this creepy energy in his dreams, and upon waking up, he finds a strange notification before his eyes, an otherworldly system prompt granting him the ability to copy his sister's talent. From that moment on, Ye Tian holds the power to rewrite his destiny, for his new gift allows him to copy any talent he desires. Meanwhile, that pigtailed cutie proudly shows off the dish she made for him, braised pork, his favorite. Grateful for the meal and the warmth of home, Ye Tian can't help but smile. The power of talent copying is miraculous, but there's no way he's going to test it on his little sister. Still, he notices her base talent is way better than his own weak tier one. Ye Yu's frost talent is extremely rare, and once it awakens, he's sure she'll absolutely dominate her opponents. He silently hopes their parents can rest easy now. Later, Ye Tian throws on a hoodie and heads out for a walk, ready to test his new ability. Activating his talent sensor, he finds the range is only about 3 meters for now. In a crowd full of low-tier talents, that tiny radius feels frustrating. He's hoping to spot at least a mid-tier talent, but all he's picking up are unimpressive ones. Still, he's also considering checking out the academy soon. Even if he awakened with a low-tier talent, this copying ability might completely change the game for him. One thing's for sure, Ye Tian is set on joining an academy that doesn't judge students based on talent evaluations. That thought sparks an idea, and he decides to apply to Linhai Best 5th Academy. As he walks toward the campus, he sees plenty of students with mid-tier talents passing by, all belonging to this very academy. But Ye Tian doesn't feel discouraged. Deep down, he's confident that his copy talent will take him to heights they haven't even dreamed of achieving. He knows he's going to get stronger, way stronger, in the days to come. 10 days later, at Linhai Base 5th Academy, inside Martial Stadium No. 3, an instructor is giving a lecture on the path to becoming a martial warrior. He explains that the journey begins by first becoming a martial apprentice, laying the foundation for everything that comes next. But becoming a martial apprentice only begins by first learning the body training technique. From this point on, the instructor is ready to teach them that very technique. He tells the group that the key lies in forming an air vortex right in front of their chest, a sign that they've successfully grasped the basics of body training. Everyone gets into their poses, trying their best to follow his lead. Most of the students either faint, limp, or collapse in frustration, struggling to even activate their energy. But Ye Tian doesn't even flinch. One of the students suddenly shouts in panic that someone's passed out, but the instructor doesn't even blink. He sternly tells them to ignore the weak ones. There's no room for losers here. The only thing he demands from them is to create an air vortex, because without that, there's zero chance of becoming a martial warrior. Meanwhile, Ye Tian is quietly battling his own crisis. He's doing everything right, but nothing's happening. Not even a breeze. Frustration builds inside him as he curses his low-tier talent, blaming it for his failure to produce even a puff of air. Just as the instructor's patience wears thin, he snaps and calls this class the worst he's ever taught. Everyone's collapsed on the ground, everyone except Ye Tian, who's still standing, even if barely. The instructor scoffs and says he hopes these losers start following the example of Chen Dong and crank up their motivation instead of acting like a bunch of lazy idiots. Later, Ye Tian turns to Zhang Bao and asks who this Chen Dong guy is. Zhang grins and spills the details. Chen Dong is the real deal, not your average student. It took him only half a month to earn his spot as a martial apprentice, and he was so impressive that even the principal took him in for personal discipline. Ye Tian figures Chen Dong must have a way higher tier talent. Then Zhang proudly shows off Chen Dong's autograph, saying that when Chen Dong hits the top, that signature alone could pay his rent for a few months. Ye Tian is left speechless while Pigface stands there puffing out his chest with pride. Suddenly, a wave of excitement breaks out as every student around starts jumping with joy, thrilled to see Chen Dong walking this way. Now the whole crowd is dying for his autograph, and Zhang bolts ahead at full speed, ready to shove everyone out of the way just to score another one. Meanwhile, Ye Tian is checking out Chen Dong, who's kind of a big deal around here with a solid mid-tier ranking. Chen Dong tells everyone he is there to encourage them on behalf of their teacher, and has no intention of becoming a laughingstock in front of his friends. Ye Tian, playing it smart, insisted on shaking his hand, which made the crowd go wild. Zhang races to snag the first handshake, and the rest of the crowd rushes in behind him until it's finally Ye Tian's turn. The guy's got his own little game running. He reaches out, seals the handshake, and Dong casually wishes him good luck. That's when it clicks for Ye Tian. Later on, he stands in front of the status window that reads, "Mid-tier talent copied," and it's ready to fuse now. Even the talent reaper isn't sure how this fusion is going to turn out. The guy still isn't sure why he was zapped by thunder from the inside out before, but he pushes that thought aside to focus on what's in front of him. He goes ahead and selects the fusion option. The moment he does, a sharp pain shoots through his chest, like someone's shoving his heart straight into a meat grinder. Now, this skill thief's brain feels like it's melting, finally realizing that stealing isn't as easy as it sounds. The guy's down on the floor, barely holding on. After a while, the status window lights up, confirming that his cultivation talent has successfully upgraded to mid-tier. Painful as it was, the Reaper figures it's worth it, trading all that agony for a fresh start and a brand new version of himself. Also, the copy talent cooldown is just 30 days. He figures he can keep copying talents again once the time's up, which works out perfectly for him. Now he shifts gears to try out the body training technique. After getting into position, he gives it another go, and right in front of his eyes, a tiny tornado starts to form. Everything flows so smoothly now that he's rocking a mid-tier talent. With this, he starts to see the bigger picture, and becoming an elite martial warrior doesn't seem so far-fetched anymore. In fact, reaching the level of a great martial warrior actually feels possible. A month later, under the light of the moon, a vicious wolf is leaping from rooftop to rooftop. At the same time, a father and daughter are out making dinner plans. Meanwhile, Ye Tian is now a martial apprentice with a long road ahead before he can call himself a true martial warrior. With Chen Dong getting personal training from the principal, Ye Tian figures that guy must be leveling up way faster than he is. In the blink of an eye, the lantern the father is carrying crashes to the ground as the savage wolf pounces on him and kills him instantly. The little girl's cry cuts straight through the silence, and Ye Tian freezes, his face turning pale at the brutal sight. All of a sudden, panic erupts as everyone realizes there's a monster in their midst. Shouts fill the air, people screaming for everyone to run, their voices shaking with fear after witnessing it kill someone. It's Ye Tian's first time seeing a monster up close. Just as the creature closes in on the little girl, Ye Tian musters the courage to pull her out of the way, the wolf hot on their heels. Terror grips him as he realizes the beast is too fast, giving them barely any time to escape. Right then, a heroic figure bursts onto the scene, slamming into the wolf from behind and cracking the road beneath them. The Silver Moon Wolf spins around, snarling at the figure who dared to interrupt its hunt. Standing there is none other than the famous Captain Gale Wolf, apologizing for showing up late. He orders Ye Tian to keep the girl safe while he handles the beast. As Ye Tian catches his breath and holds the girl close, Gale Wolf stands tall, ready to put on a show. Just as the hero clashes with the fearsome wolf, Ye Tian quickly covers the little girl's eyes, shielding her from the brutal scene. Gale Wolf, locked in combat, instantly senses the raw power packed into the beast like it's no ordinary monster. Even after tossing it aside like trash, he can tell its speed is nothing to take lightly. But with a smirk, he reminds the overgrown puppy that he's not fighting alone. Right then, 3 of his teammates drop out of the sky like thunder, landing beside him, ready to finish what he started. As Gale Wolf makes his move, his teammates charge in to back him up, striking the beast deep with their blades. For a moment, they wonder if the pup's finally down for good. But then, the monster lets out a bone-chilling scream, a red aura oozing from its body like steam off boiling blood. One look and the guy knows what's coming. It's entering bloodburst mode. He warns the others to stay sharp because things are about to get a whole lot worse. One of his lackeys rushes over to check on the captain, who's holding up just fine for now. But then, they all spot Wolfie trying to make a break for it, slipping into the shadows. Gale Wolf narrows his eyes, already on the move. There's no way he's letting this pup walk out of here alive. Out of the blue, a surge of purple mana floods the air as a girl drops in right on time, her bow already drawn. Gale Wolf flashes a grin. He'd been waiting for this pretty archer to show up. Then, she loses her arrow, and it whistles through the air, landing clean in the Silver Moon Wolf's neck. Just like that, the beast collapses to the ground, dead on the spot. Gale Wolf laughs out loud, saying the beast is still way too weak to pick a fight with their squad. Another teammate throws a nod of praise to the girl, calling her sniping skills top tier. Meanwhile, Ye Tian quietly checks the monster's status. The status window reveals the Silver Moon Wolf's traits, low-tier blood talent, and novice-tier speed talent. Nothing too impressive on paper, but in the hands of a creature like this, still dangerous enough to throw unprepared fighters into chaos. Even the little girl is left wide-eyed, her jaw dropping at the brutal sight of the wolf's supposed death. But just as things start to settle, Ye Tian catches a subtle movement. One of the wolf's paws is twitching. Something's not right. While the lackeys are cooling off, celebrating in their little victory bubble, and grumbling about how speed-type monsters are always a pain to deal with, they're already making drink plans like it's all over. That's when Gale Wolf's instincts kick in. He senses it. Something's off. Without wasting a second, he calls out to everyone that the monster's still alive. In a burst of rage, the Silver Moon Wolf rises to its feet, howling with fury. Its eyes burn with pure hatred, refusing to go down easily. Monsters like this don't understand defeat. They're terrifying in their tenacity, fighting until the last breath. Gale Wolf's team stands ready, waiting for orders, but the captain steps forward. He tells them to stand down. This weak puppy is his to finish. Right then, the big guy turns to Ye Tian and warns him to clear out, saying the area is still dangerous. But Ye Tian's too spaced out to react. Gale Wolf shouts at him to get the heck out, but the Talent Reaper sees this as the perfect chance to give his power a real test drive. Without hesitation, he marches straight toward the beast, ignoring every warning. He slams his fist into the Silver Moon Wolf, and in the next second, the status window pops up, saying Talent Copied. Ye Tian leaps back, only to land right on the wolf's body. The window keeps flashing over and over, repeating the same message. With both hands, this skill thief presses into the monster, sending shockwaves of energy through it, lighting the beast up from the inside. As he keeps copying its talents, Ye Tian starts to enjoy the slaughter, throwing punch after punch into the corpse. Finally, Gale Wolf steps in and snaps him out of it, reminding him that the beast's already long dead. Ye Tian, still gripping the wolf, knows for sure the creature is dead. But what matters most to him is that the talent has been successfully copied. Just then, Gale Wolf steps up and begins assigning cleanup duties to his team. He orders 3 of his subordinates to handle the removal of both the fallen man and the Silver Moon Wolf's corpse, while the archer is tasked with looking after the little girl. As they prepare to leave, Gale Wolf turns to Ye Tian and tells him he hopes to see him again, as a member of his squad, once Ye Tian reaches the rank of martial warrior. The thought fills Ye Tian with excitement, already looking forward to the day he's strong enough to earn that spot. Later, when he gets home, the first thing he does is wash the blood off his face, careful not to let his sister see any signs of what happened. If Ye Yu saw him like that, she'd probably worry herself sick. After cleaning up, he steps out of the bathroom and walks through the quiet house, only to find Ye Yu fast asleep on her bed, snoring softly like a baby. In her sleep, she mumbles, "Big bro," and it brings a quiet smile to his face. Then, stepping outside into the calm night, Ye Tian finally lets the weight of the day settle in. It hits him that this is the first day he has ever faced a real monster. Not to mention, the beast wasn't just a little stronger, it was 100 times more powerful and terrifying than the monsters from the stories he grew up hearing. As he gently tucks Ye Yu in, making sure she's warm and safe, a quiet resolve builds inside him. He knows he has to reach the status of martial warrior soon, because one day, he might be the only one standing between his sister and a nightmare like that. Now, his mind starts spinning with a wild thought, wondering if it's possible to merge monster talents into a human body. On the bed, he stares at the status window hovering in front of him, eyes locked on the details of the monster's talents. He knows deep down this fusion could be life-threatening, maybe even more painful than the last one. But the need to grow stronger burns brighter than any fear. If it means protecting the ones he holds dear, especially his sister, then he's ready to face whatever it takes, no matter how brutal the path gets. For the speed talent, Ye Tian braces himself. He shoves a cloth into his mouth, ready to bite down and endure whatever pain comes with it. As soon as he initiates the fusion process, the agony hits like a storm. It floods through his body, sharp and relentless, each wave feeling like his muscles and bones are being torn apart piece by piece. He grits his teeth, holding on, as if his very being is on the verge of shattering. In the middle of this brutal fusion process, a sharp crack echoes through the room, and his leg fractures instantly. The pain shoots up like fire. He stares at his leg, panic creeping in. He questions whether the talent copying failed. Doubt hits him hard, and for a second, he wonders if pushing his limits was a mistake after all. His head spins and his body feels like it's slipping away. This skill thief knows he's done for. The thought of calling out to Ye Yu crosses his mind, but before he can even speak, the darkness swallows him whole. The next morning he wakes with a jolt, heart pounding, still shaken to the core. The first thing he does is check his leg and sees no fractures or bruises. Everything looks perfectly fine. He has no idea what happened during the night, but whatever it was, it gave him a serious upgrade. His body feels lighter. He quickly pulls up the status window. It confirms everything. Ye Tian, holding a mid-tier cultivation talent, now also has a novice-tier speed talent. The talent copying was a success. Later, in a grove at the 5th Academy, Ye Tian is all smiles, bounding through the forest like Tarzan, jumping off trees and landing with ease. He's bursting with energy, feeling like a brand new version of himself. As he tests out his new talent, a single leaf drifts down through the air, and with perfect timing, Ye Tian catches it without even trying. No doubt the swiftness of a Silver Moon Wolf is just awesome. After that, Ye Tian gets into a position to practice the body training technique. He figures his speed now might be on par with that of a martial warrior, but his overall strength is still seriously lacking. It would be great if he could find a way to boost his cultivation speed. Out of nowhere, Zhang calls out to him, spotting Ye Tian training in the grove. He walks over, pats this talent reaper on the shoulder, and immediately notices the difference. Ye Tian feels solid now, like a pretty sturdy guy. Zhang bets he's already broken through the martial apprentice stage. Then he gets bold and asks if Ye Tian's looking for a way to get even stronger, suggesting he try drinking monster blood. This weirdo casually admits that he started improving way faster than before after doing it himself. At first, Ye Tian doesn't believe a word of it, but now he's genuinely shocked to hear that monster blood actually holds that much power. Tian feels a bit bitter about missing the chance to get the Silver Moon Wolf's blood when he had it right in front of him. But then, the weirdo Zhang grins and says he might know a way to get his hands on some monster blood, if Tian's interested. Of course, Tian wouldn't mind hearing more. That's when Zhang spills the details. Apparently, the higher-ups at their Linhai base have opened a new wild zone just outside the city. It's been set up as an exam area for the 5 major academies, and the prize for passing the exam is none other than monster blood. Tian asks about the danger level of this wild zone, and Zhang casually says it's pretty low. Most of the monsters have already been cleared out, except for a few leftover descendants, the weaker ones. Tian figures it's worth a try. Zhang immediately tries to rope Tian into joining his squad for the exam. Tian's face goes blank, practically frozen, like he's been hit with a facial paralysis spell, clearly having a hard time accepting the offer. Zhang whines that he only shared this top-secret info because they're good friends. Tian apologizes but says he'll join up next time. Zhang calls him cold-hearted for turning him down like that. But in truth, Tian just finds teaming up too risky. His ability is still a secret, and revealing it could put everything at stake. He figures it's safer to handle things alone. This talent reaper is fired up and more determined than ever to break through, get his hands on that monster blood, and finally reach the rank of martial warrior. 1 month later, at the 5th Academy's main office, the professor demands to know if someone leaked the intel, since Tian signed up even without receiving the exam invitation. Hesitantly, Tian explains the situation. He's already a martial apprentice, so he's qualified enough to register. Frustrated, the professor tosses a life responsibility agreement at him. Even though he wants these kids to live a little longer, if Tian wants to take the exam, he has to sign it. Then, with a mix of anger and challenge, the professor tells him to get out if he's afraid to die. Sometime later, Tian steps out of the office with a slight smirk on his face. He's already signed the agreement. After he leaves, the professor scoffs, wondering if students really believe exams like this are meant for them. With a smirk of his own, he mutters that Tian will come to regret this. The next morning, Yahello wakes up and calls out for her brother, but the smell of delicious food pulls her toward the breakfast table, where everything's already prepared. She finds a note from Tian saying he'll be back in 3 days because his school has an event. Reading it, Yahello wonders what kind of event takes that long and silently hopes for her brother's safety. When Tian arrives at the location, the students from the 5th Academy are buzzing with excitement. There are so many students from all 5 major academies. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobei, flanked by his bodyguard from the 1st Academy, throws a disdainful glance at the 5th Academy students, calling them scum from the Garbage Academy. His bodyguard playfully suggests he should hunt the monsters and the humans too, just to wipe out the weaklings. Zhang Bao points at Mo Xiaobei and tells Tian that he's one of the strongest from the younger generation of the Mo family. Knowing how arrogant political families can be, Tian quickly figures out that Xiaobei is just another ego-driven guy. Suddenly, a guy with his sword still sheathed walks straight into the 1st Academy's camp, eyes locked on Mo Xiaobei with fierce determination. The students start yelling, demanding to know how he even got into their camp. But the guy, clearly angry, ignores them and challenges Xiaobei to come face him. He says he's here to chop him into pieces. Hearing that, Xiaobei just smirks, making it clear he's ready to beat this guy all over again. Tian, seeing them argue like that, gets curious and wants to know who the guy is. Being the gossip king he is, Zhang Bao tells him that the guy is Li Yunxing, a genius from the 2nd Academy who once got defeated by Mo Xiaobei. The professor of the 1st Academy snaps at the students to stop messing around, reminding them that these people are strong and not to be taken lightly. But Tian doesn't care and starts loudly cheering for Li Yunxing. Li Yunxing looks confused and a little awkward, wondering who this random guy is and why he's cheering for him when they don't even know each other. Just then, the authorities find out that 2 rivals are about to fight, and an announcement goes out warning that anyone who starts a fight outside the wild zone will be disqualified from the exams. With no choice left, Li Yunxing walks away from the 1st Academy's camp, but not before vowing that he won't let his rival go once they're inside the wild zone. Xiaobei just laughs and says nothing, clearly amused. On the other hand, Li Yunxing walks up to Tian, praising him for having the guts to cheer him on and asking for his name. When Tian introduces himself, he also takes the chance to observe Li Yunxing's talents, noticing that he has a low-tier cultivation talent and a mid-tier sword talent, which Tian finds pretty decent. Tian, extending his hand, offers a friendly gesture of support, encouraging Li Yunxing to give it his all and aim to surpass Mo Xiaobei in the upcoming Wild Zone exam. Li Yunxing, surprised, shakes his hand and wishes him luck too. What Li Yunxing doesn't know is that it was actually a clever move by Tian, who used the handshake to secretly copy Li Yunxing's sword talent. The moment the announcement is made that the exam has started, the students from the 1st Academy are called to enter the Wild Zone. Without hesitation, they all rush in. Meanwhile, Li Yunxing heads off to find his team, annoyed that the students have to enter based on their academy's order. As soon as he leaves, Tian hurries to a hidden spot where he can safely fuse the copied talent. When he begins the fusion, a powerful surge of energy runs through his body, causing intense pain. Even though he's gone through this 2 or 3 times before, he's still not completely used to it, though he's getting better at handling the pain. Once the sword talent is fully fused, a strong electric wave bursts out around him. To test the new power, Tien slashes at the nearby trees that have been growing for years, and with a single strike, he cuts them down, leaving him stunned and amazed. His status window updates right after, now showing a mid-tier cultivation talent, a novice-tier speed talent, and a mid-tier sword talent. After a while, an announcement is made that the first 4 academies have entered the Wild Zone, and finally, it's time for the 5th Academy. The students of the 5th Academy, including Zhang Bao and Tian, step forward with confidence, ready to face whatever comes next. Upon entering the Wild Zone, all the students scatter in different directions. Tian moves alone along a path, staying alert and cautious. Suddenly, he senses something trailing behind him. Without wasting a second, he spins around and sees a giant snake rushing toward him. Tian leaps high into the air and in the blink of an eye, strikes the monster down with his sword. The snake crashes to the ground lifeless. As proof of his kill, Tian takes one of its eyeballs and earns his first point. After the fight, Tian realizes these beasts are relatively weak, but according to the exam rules, the more beasts a student kills, the higher their rank will be. Determined to reach the top, Tian makes up his mind to secure first place no matter what. The reward for the top scorer includes 3 mid-tier beast bloods and 100,000 yuan, which is no small prize. Tian knows he has a long road ahead, and to earn these rewards, he must keep hunting. Using his speed talent, he starts jumping from one building to another, pushing forward to find more beasts. That's when he spots his friend Zhang trapped and surrounded by a horde of monsters. Zhang is frozen with fear, trembling and calling for help, completely unable to defend himself. As one of the flanged wolves lunges at him, Tian reacts instantly. He grabs a bow, fires an arrow, and kills the beast with precision. Zhang Bao's eyes go wide in shock when he sees Tian. Still terrified, Zhang warns him not to engage with these monsters, saying Tian is also too weak to take on the deadly flanged wolves. Hearing this, a smirk appears on Tian's face, and with the combined force of his speed and sword talents, he moves like a blur around the beasts, slicing them in half within seconds. Once all the monsters are down, Tian stands calmly in the middle of their lifeless bodies, unfazed. Meanwhile, Zhang stands frozen, too stunned to say a word, struggling to believe what he just witnessed. Everything feels unreal to him. After finishing off the monsters, Tian uses his sword to pull out the fang of the flanged wolf, then glances at Zhang to see if he's okay with him keeping it. But Zhang has no say in it. Tian's the one who killed them, so it's only fair he keeps the reward. Noticing how exhausted Zhang looks, Tian asks if he's really planning to keep going in this condition. But Zhang has already made up his mind. He's done with the exam, saying it's way too dangerous, and he's just lucky to have survived without getting hurt. All his teammates are badly injured, so his priority now is to get them out safely. Before Tian takes off again, Zhang warns him about a rumor going around, the presence of a pseudo-beast in the Wild Zone. Tian doesn't know anything about it, so Zhang explains that he heard a group from the First Academy is hunting a giant spotted snake over 10 meters long. It's not just any snake, it's a pseudo-beast, much stronger and rarer than the usual monsters. Taking it down is worth 500 points, which might be the highest score available. As soon as he hears that, Tian pressures Zhang into telling him the beast's location. Reluctantly, Zhang says it's in the southeast. Without wasting a moment, Tian darts off in that direction, knowing that if he manages to get those 500 points, first place will be his for sure. As Tian reaches the southeast, he spots students in First Academy uniforms lying injured or dead on the ground. He, scanning the area, notices a massive eruption taking place nearby. He follows the source and climbs onto a rooftop where he gets a clear view of a gigantic pseudo-beast wreaking havoc. Most of the First Academy students, including Mo Xiaobei, are engaged in battle with the monster, but it's obvious that the creature is completely out of control. Xiaobei is shouting orders, urging his team to bring the beast down and secure the 500 points. His bodyguard, closely observing the fight, notices that the beast is starting to tire and quickly informs Xiaobei that now would be the perfect time to strike. Just as they prepare to move in, the pseudo-beast, overwhelmed with fury, lets out a thunderous roar that sends shockwaves tearing through the ground. Mo Xiaobei, hearing the roar, swiftly kicks off the ground, deciding to take care of the rest. With a wicked smirk on his face, he lunges forward to deliver the blow to the monster with his sword. The next second, he stabs the blade into the pseudo-beast's head, blood immediately splattering out of it. Instantly, he gets a powerful blow from the monster's tail, causing him to be knocked off the monster's head. Xiaobei has fallen on the ground near a building, causing a huge dent in the wall. A few seconds later, he raises his head, rejoicing evident on his face, since the 500 points are his now. The pseudo-beast has finally collapsed on the ground. Seeing this from the roof of a nearby building, Ye Tian regrets being late. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobei walks towards his bodyguard, who is bowing down in respect and congratulating his master on scoring 500 points. Xiaobei, being arrogant as usual, claims to have first place in exams now. However, instantly, the monster's skin color changes, and it opens its bloodshot eyes. Without wasting a second, it rises from the ground, roaring loudly. The students freak out, but the monster's anger is doubled now. It is causing the students harm. Xiaobei can't believe all his efforts ended up in vain. But before anyone can react further, the monster rises into the sky and escapes, leaving chaos and destruction behind. That's when Xiaobei realizes this wasn't just a pseudo-beast, it was a full-fledged monster. With that in mind, all the surviving students from the other academies, along with Xiaobei and his team, decide to go after it. Monsters are worth a massive 1,000 points, and none of them are willing to let that kind of opportunity slip away. Knowing their earlier attacks already weakened it, Xiaobei understands they need to catch it quickly before someone else finishes the job and claims the reward. If they don't, all their sacrifices and effort will mean nothing. Meanwhile, Ye Tian stands on the rooftop of a building, surrounded by a surge of powerful energy, a confident smile on his face. Thanks to the skills he copied, he knows he's faster than Xiaobei and the others, and he never expected a monster worth 1,000 points to show up so suddenly. Without wasting time, he decides to go all in, pushing his speed and power to the limit. His aura flares stronger than ever, and with unwavering determination in his eyes, he launches himself into the sky. In just a few seconds, he covers a huge distance, racing to catch up and track down the monster. Sometime later, the massive monster crawls toward a crumbling, rubbled building, leaving a trail of thick, purplish mucus behind as it tries to hide. At that exact moment, Ye Tian arrives at the scene, landing smoothly on the ground. He quickly notices that the first academy students haven't reached the area yet and spots the fresh mucus left by the monster. Without hesitation, he crouches down and touches it, trying to determine how recently the monster passed through. Following the trail, he moves toward the rubbled building and stops just outside, standing still as he senses the presence inside. A greedy smile spreads across his face at the thought of claiming 1,000 points all for himself. As Ye Tian carefully enters the building, he's immediately hit by the strong, pungent stench of the monster. Even though he knows it's close by, he walks forward without fear, his energy beginning to fill the space around him. As he scans the surroundings, his eyes suddenly widen in shock and a drop of cold sweat runs down his forehead. Right in front of him is the massive monster, its mouth wide open as it drinks some kind of liquid dripping from the ceiling. The source is a strange, shiny stone, and the liquid falling from it is clearly not ordinary water. Ye Tian wastes no time and pulls his sword from its sheath, smirking at the thought of earning those 1,000 points first and dealing with the strange liquid later. With burning determination in his eyes, he charges straight at the monster, but the beast senses him and instantly reacts. It leaps high into the air with unexpected speed, catching Ye Tian off guard. As Ye Tian tries to dodge, the monster slams its hand into the ground, sending out a powerful shockwave that throws him back hard. Still, he doesn't give up. He quickly grabs his bow and in the blink of an eye, draws 3 arrows and fires them at the monster. 2 of them hit the creature straight in the eyes, and blood immediately spurts out as the beast howls in pain and agony. He, grasping his sword tightly, rushes towards the monster again and strikes at the monster. The intensity of that stab is so powerful that Ye Tian's hands are shivering from its intensity. Running down the monster's body, he cuts the flesh of the monster with his sword alternately. The monster, writhing in pain, splashes his blood everywhere. Before the huge monster collapses on the ground, Ye Tian has already jumped off its body. As soon as the battle is over, Ye Tian smiles wickedly with a sigh of relief, admitting that there was no way he could have killed it if Mo Xiaobei and his group didn't wear the monster down first. His focus then shifts towards the liquid, wondering what it is. Though towards him, it doesn't matter since a monster was after this. It must mean that it is some kind of treasure. Without putting any more logic, he collects the dropping liquid in his flask, deciding to examine it later. Additionally, Ye Tian removed one of the eyeballs of the monster with his sword as proof that it had been killed, and since the blood of the heart of a monster is extremely valuable, he collected it too in another flask. As the drops filled the stone-filled half of the flask, Ye Tian thought it was more than enough. One last time he looks at the stone on the ceiling. A thought comes into his mind to not let this thing be a center of attention for Mo Xiaobei. So without any second thoughts, he quickly cuts off the rock hanging from the roof, putting it in the bag. With that, Ye Tian decides to leave, satisfied that with all these things, he will definitely be placed first. Meanwhile, sometime later, the students of the first academy arrive at the scene and find the monster lying dead. As they examine the body, panic quickly spreads among them after they discover that one of its eyeballs has been removed and its heart has been completely drained of blood. Mo Xiaobei's bodyguard is stunned by the sight and turns to his master, asking what they should do next, since all that's left is a lifeless corpse, which holds no real value anymore. Xiaobei's fists tremble with rage, and his teeth grind as his face flushes crimson with fury. Demanding to know who dared to steal the 1,000-point trophy that was rightfully his, he swears to hunt down and destroy whoever took it. Ye Tian stays hidden in the same building, quietly watching the students from the first academy. Raindrops fall steadily, soaking him as he observes from above. That's when he notices the group leaving the building. One of the men suggests to Mo Xiaobei that whoever stole the points must have gone inside, prompting Xiaobei to order a full search of everyone they come across. He makes it clear that they must find the thief no matter what, and he won't let the person responsible get away so easily. Ye Tian hears everything and realizes he needs to stay out of sight for a while or risk being discovered. With that in mind, he leaps through the air, weaving between tall, half-ruined buildings, lost in thought. Sooner or later, all the students, including Mo Xiaobei, will know the truth. Once he submits the monster parts for point calculation at the end of the exam in 3 days, it will be clear that he was the one who defeated the monster worth 1,000 points. Until then, he decides to stay low and focus on getting even stronger. Just then, Ye Tian spots a place that looks safer for shelter and lands there. He opens his bag and studies the monster's blood, wondering how much stronger he might become by drinking it. Without a second thought, he gulps it down. The taste is absolutely disgusting, but for Ye Tian, gaining strength to protect his sister is worth any price. As he thinks about her, far away at her school, Ye Yu wonders how her brother is doing. Back with Ye Tian, a powerful surge of energy surrounds him, and his cultivation speed begins to rise almost 4 times faster than normal. That's when he realizes why Chendong and the others were growing stronger so quickly. With just 2.5 days left, he knows he must cultivate as hard as he can. 3 days later, the examiner from the academy starts recording everyone's points. Li Yunxing steps up confidently, a proud look on his face, and asks the examiner to announce his score. He has 195 points, which he considers a solid result. Many students are impressed, nodding in approval, until Mo Xiaobei and his bodyguard arrive. With a smug grin, Xiaobei mocks the others for celebrating such low scores. Then, with a wicked smile, he hands his bag to the examiner. The entire arena erupts in chaos when the examiner announces his total 427 points. Lin Yunxing, filled with jealousy, accuses Mo Xiaobei of stealing points, but the other students are clearly impressed and begin congratulating him for having the highest score so far. However, Xiaobei's expression darkens as he admits that the true highest score should be 1,000. Since no one else has shown up with that number, the examiner concludes that anyone who hasn't returned by now is most likely dead, and based on that, Mo Xiaobei should be awarded first place in the exam. Just as the decision seems final, a sound of footsteps echoes through the area, catching everyone's attention. The students and the examiner all turn toward the source, and from a distance they spot a shadowy figure approaching. Curiosity fills the air as they watch closely, eager to find out who this mysterious student really is. The student turns out to be none other than Ye Tian. He walks up confidently to the examiner and hands over his bag, which contains the monster's eyeballs. The examiner, clearly stunned, loudly announces Ye Tian's score, 1,163, declaring him the top scorer in this year's practical exam. His rewards include 3 bottles of monster blood and 100,000 wen in cash. Ye Tian's friends cheer for him with excitement, while Li Yunxing stands there in disbelief, wondering how this kid managed to pull off such a victory. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaobei grits his teeth, realizing he has been publicly overshadowed. What stings even more is finding out the person who beat him is from the 5th Academy. With quiet fury in his eyes, he signals his bodyguard to dig up everything there is to know about Ye Tian. Despite the tension, Zhang Bao beams with pride, flexing in front of the 1st Academy students and bragging that his friend just did something legendary. On the other hand, the professor of the 5th Academy doesn't share the same joy. He looks concerned, knowing Ye Tian has now offended a family as powerful as the Mo clan, and fears that this victory might cost him his life. Later on, the top 3 participants, Ye Tian, Xiaobei, and Lin Yunxing, finish getting their photos taken, officially marking the end of the practical examination, followed by the prize distribution. As they stand together on the podium, Xiaobei throws a backhanded compliment at Ye Tian, praising him for having the guts to steal from him. But before the tension escalates, Lin Yunxing steps in and defends Ye Tian, pointing out that just like Xiaobei, Ye Tian earned his points through his own skill. Still clinging to his pride, Xiaobei claims he's the strongest, prompting Ye Tian to challenge him right then and there to a fight whenever he's ready, so they can settle who truly deserves that title. Ye Tian knows that once you're targeted by someone powerful or politically connected, there's no running away. The only option is to become strong enough that they won't dare challenge you again. Fast forward 3 days, Ye Tian finally returns home. Ye Yu immediately rushes to hug him and checks if he's hurt. She's relieved to see he's okay. Ye Tian then surprises her with a large sum of money, telling her it's for her education and living expenses. Their playful moment is interrupted when he pulls out a mysterious book, the Illustrated Book of Treasures. Ye Yu eagerly sits beside him as they flip through its pages together, and that's when Ye Tian spots an image of the very same stone he saw on the ceiling during his hunt. It's called the Terracore Elixir, a rare substance known to boost a person's natural talent for cultivation, though it only works for those with low or mid-level abilities. Interestingly, the book also mentions that even rarer terramordial stones, which can enhance high-level talents as well, are sometimes found nearby. This makes Yetian realize that the monster must have used the terracore elixir to grow stronger, and now he's accidentally taken this incredibly rare treasure without even knowing its true value. His thoughts are interrupted when Ye hands him the terracore elixir, now stored in a small flask. But Yetian no longer needs it, so he simply smirks and tells Ye to drink it instead, saying it's her turn to become stronger. Ye is completely shocked. Both siblings are sitting in the lounge, but none of this makes sense to her. She refuses to drink the elixir, arguing that she hasn't even awakened her talent yet, and it might end up being wasted. When they check her status window, it shows cultivation talent as low tier, and her first talent as novice tier, still unawakened. Since her talent is low tier, there should definitely be some improvement after drinking the terracore elixir, though Yetian has no idea how big that improvement might be. Still, Ye suggests they sell it instead, saying that something this valuable would fetch a huge price. Ignoring what he calls her dumb suggestion, Yetian flips through the book again and learns that the location where the elixir was found might have also held a rare terramordial stone. Realizing he destroyed the place, he starts to regret it. Now, if word gets out, potential buyers might not believe he doesn't have the stone and could even come after him for it. Ye is stunned, calling it a complete waste. Not wanting to waste the elixir too, Yetian quickly picks it up and, before she can protest, opens her mouth and forces her to drink it. Ye grunts and coughs, but then a warm, comfortable feeling spreads through her. However, when they check her status again, her cultivation talent still shows as low tier, leaving Yetian wondering if the book might have been wrong. Ye, feeling sleepy, decides to lie down and rest. Meanwhile, Yetian chooses to wait a little longer, thinking maybe the elixir just hasn't taken effect yet. About an hour later, Ye is fast asleep on the sofa, while Yetian sits nearby at the table in the same lounge. Suddenly, strong waves of talent aura begin to radiate from Ye. Yetian quickly checks her status window and is stunned to see her cultivation talent has jumped to mid-tier, an increase of 2 full tiers. With a mid-tier cultivation talent combined with her rare frost talent, Yetian is certain that Ye has the potential to become a top-ranking martial warrior in the future. That realization sharpens his own determination. Thinking of Xiaobei, he silently dares him to bring it on, because Yetian refuses to ever lose to him. Later, back in his room, Yetian is drinking the monster's blood again, which tastes worse than anything he's ever had. Worse than shit, even. But to offset the horrible flavor, he munches on peanuts while wondering just how much this will improve his cultivation speed. To his surprise, the speed is now increasing at 8 times the normal rate. He's amazed at how effective mid-rank monster blood really is. If he had enough of it, he's confident he could break through to the martial warrior realm within a month. Unfortunately, he only has 2 bottles left, which leaves him wondering what his next move should be. 10 days later, deep in the woods of the 5th Academy, Yetian is calmly meditating, his powers quietly circulating, when Zhang Bao comes rushing toward him in a panic. Out of breath and full of fear, Zhang tells him that Mo Xiaobei has gone into seclusion and is trying to break through to the martial warrior realm. Zhang is shocked to see that Yetian doesn't even flinch. Instead of being worried, Yetian actually feels disappointed that Xiaobei hasn't challenged him yet. He already looked into Xiaobei's talent and knows that his cultivation is mid-tier as well, so it'll likely take him about a month to make the breakthrough. Zhang tries to make him see how serious this is, reminding him that Xiaobei comes from a wealthy and powerful family, and that just 3 bottles of monster blood won't be enough to beat someone like that. Getting dramatic, Zhang promises to collect Yetian's corpse as a loyal friend, and even vows to take good care of Ye. Tian completely ignores the nonsense and focuses on what he has left, some low-rank monster blood and the blood from the monster's heart. With those, he'll probably reach the advanced martial apprentice rank, which is just one small step below the martial warrior realm. It might not be enough for a full breakthrough, but with his speed and sword talent, he's confident he can still go head-to-head with a real martial warrior. In another part of the world, at the Mo estate, the steel gates of the Grand Castle burst open, and from a distance, the shadow of a powerful figure emerges. It's none other than Mo Xiaobei. His bodyguard immediately bows in respect and congratulates him on successfully advancing to the martial warrior realm. Mo Xiaobei has undergone a complete transformation. A strong, commanding energy now surrounds him, and it's clear that things are about to get much tougher for Ye Tian than he ever anticipated. In the hall, Xiaobei is being attended to by the servants, looking calm and composed. Meanwhile, Mo En, an elite martial warrior of the Linhai base's wealthy and prestigious Mo family, and the father of Mo Xiaobei, enters the room. Mo En is overjoyed that his son has completed his secluded training and praises him for successfully breaking through and becoming a full-fledged martial warrior. Xiaobei, now clearly stronger and more confident, assures his father that he will never bring dishonor to the Mo family name. When Mo En tells him that the family's ancestor will personally reward him, Xiaobei immediately kneels, expressing heartfelt thanks to both his father and their ancestors for the guidance and support they've given him over the years. His father doesn't let him kneel long and gently urges him to eat and enjoy all his favorite food and drinks, specially prepared on his orders. As soon as Mo En leaves, Xiaobei's expression darkens. He turns to his bodyguard and demands to know if the task he assigned before going into seclusion has been completed. Without hesitation, the bodyguard informs him that Ye Tian has no parents, no family ties, and no political or influential backing, which means they can deal with him however Xiaobei wants. Hearing that his enemy has no protection or support, Xiaobei decides it's time to end the game, but he plans to do it in a far more entertaining way. Believing Ye Tian to be weak, Xiaobei orders his bodyguard to arrange his assassination. The bodyguard warns that committing murder in their territory could cause complications, but Xiaobei insists on doing it discreetly using a shadow assassin. Although the bodyguard hesitates, noting that hiring a shadow assassin would cost at least 1,000,000 yuan and might not be worth it, Xiaobei explains his reasoning. In Linhai Base, only a few powerful families hold control, while everyone else lives like slaves. When poor commoners show signs of talent, the elite act quickly to eliminate them and maintain their grip on power. Meanwhile, deep in the forest of the 5th Academy, Ye Tian has been training for hours, his body surrounded by a strong aura. When he senses the rain approaching, he decides to head home. As he walks through the pouring rain, he suddenly feels a presence nearby and checks the status window. It's someone named Li Kun, possessing a shadow talent. Before Tian can fully process what's happening, Li Kun leaps from a nearby rooftop and attacks him with a sword. Tian narrowly dodges the strike and demands to know who he is. Li Kun grins with a sinister edge and makes it clear that he's there to kill him. Li Kun's eyes are bloodshot, and a red dagger is clenched between his teeth. His terrifying appearance sends Ye Tian's thoughts racing as he tries to make sense of the situation. At first, he suspects this could be an assassin sent by Mo Xiaobei, but that doesn't quite add up. Xiaobei is already strong enough to face him openly, so why would someone with that kind of power resort to a sneak attack? The confusion lingers in his mind, but he doesn't have time to dwell on it. Li Kun suddenly leaps high into the air, dagger pointed forward, ready to strike. Ye Tian quickly raises his sword to block the attack and then jumps back, only to realize that Li Kun has vanished. That's when he understands the nature of the shadow talent. It grants the ability to turn invisible. As Ye Tian turns around, Li Kun reappears right behind him, blade aimed at the back of his head, but thanks to his speed skill, Tian narrowly dodges the strike. The failed sneak attack frustrates Li Kun, who clearly didn't expect someone at Ye Tian's level to be this fast. Tian decides it's time to stop playing defense and flips the situation. With a wicked grin, he lunges forward and swings his weapon at Li Kun, but once again, the assassin disappears. This kind of talent would be difficult for an ordinary martial artist to handle, but against Ye Tian, tricks like these are completely useless. In the middle of a narrow alley, Ye Tian stands still, focused entirely on sensing his opponent. The moment he feels a shift in energy, he swiftly swings his sword, sending Li Kun's body flying through the air. Blood gushes from Li Kun's mouth as he crashes to the ground, stunned and disbelieving. He can't comprehend how Ye Tian, who isn't even an elite martial warrior, could see through his shadow talent. Driven by curiosity and desperation, he demands an explanation. But Ye Tian remains calm, slowly walking toward him, and instead of answering, turns the question back on him, saying that if Li Kun really wants to know, he must first reveal his own identity. Smirking, Li Kun tries to reach for his weapon and taunts that he'll only reveal the answer when Tian is taking his last breath. In a flash, he attacks again. Ye Tian leaps into the air to dodge the strike, and the moment his feet touch the ground, he launches forward with incredible speed, piercing his sword straight through Li Kun's body. Standing behind him, Ye Tian demands once more to know who hired him. With a dying laugh, Li Kun praises Tian as the strongest martial artist he's ever fought, and with his final breath, he confesses that it was Mo Xiaobei. Tian crouches beside the fallen body, reaching toward the streams of dark energy leaking out, and copies Li Kun's shadow talent. As the power transfers, a surge of energy rushes through Ye Tian's body, and his status window confirms the successful copy. Now, it shows a mid-tier cultivation talent and blade talent, with both his speed and shadow talents ranked at the novice tier. Rain continues to pour from the sky, with flashes of lightning cutting through the dark clouds as blood covers Li Kun's lifeless face. Instead of leaving him there, Ye Tian gathers nearby stones and buries the body beneath them. As he does, a thought crosses his mind, that a person shouldn't live like a leaf, helplessly tossed around by the wind and rain. Walking away, he notices a single leaf drifting down, catches it in his hand, and silently promises himself that he will live not as the fallen leaf, but as the wind and the rain itself, strong, powerful, and unstoppable. Leaving the forest behind, Tian returns home just as heavy clouds continue to gather over the city. After a hot shower and drying off, he settles into the lounge, sinking into the sofa with a long sigh of relief. He's brought back everything that belonged to Li Kun, including his weapons. Picking up the twin blades, Tien immediately realizes they are primordial weapons, the kind that far outclass his own sword, which had broken during the fight. Li Tun's belongings also include a gold card worth 1 million yuan and a silver card worth 100,000, making a total of 3.5 million yuan. Without a second thought, Tien slips the cards into his wallet, grinning at the idea of using the money Xiao Bei spent to kill him for his own benefit. Among the items, he also finds a book titled Shadow Blade, a bronze-rank blade skill, and with a gleam in his eye, he adds it to his growing arsenal. Upon opening the book, Tien is thrilled to find exactly what he needs, knowing that blade skills can help him fully unleash the potential of his blade talent. Without wasting time, he heads to his bedroom, grinning as he slams the door shut and sits on the bed to begin learning. He opens the first chapter of the skill book, ready to dive into training, but reality suddenly strikes him. A wave of panic hits as he realizes Ye Yu isn't home yet. Fear creeps in, and Tien bolts back to the living room, his mind racing. If Mo Xiaobei had enough information to send an assassin after him, then it's possible Ye Yu is in danger too. Without a second thought, Tien leaps from the balcony, dashing from rooftop to rooftop, his heart pounding with worry as he prays for his sister's safety. When he arrives at a regular middle school in the downtown area, he lands in the schoolyard and starts searching frantically. Even though he knows this is an ordinary school where martial warriors aren't allowed to cause trouble or harm students, Tien isn't convinced that someone like Xiao Bei would care about rules. Suddenly, he feels something poke him in the back. A voice warns him not to move. Reacting instinctively, Tien spins around and prepares to counter, but stops cold when he sees it's his sister, Ye Yu, holding an umbrella and grinning. She casually explains that she was on cleanup duty after class and had stayed behind to tidy up the rooms, completely unaware of her brother's panic. Walking through the streets on their way back home, Ye Yu notices her brother completely soaked, barefoot, and without an umbrella. Concerned, she asks him what happened, but instead of telling her the truth, Tien brushes it off with a vague excuse. As they continue walking along the sidewalk, a sleek black-tinted car idles by the roadside. Inside, Mo Xiaobei sits silently, gritting his teeth in frustration, his eyes locked on Tien. He can't understand why his target is still alive and unharmed, and the sight of Ye Tian walking casually beside his sister only fuels his rage. On their way back home, the siblings stop by a sausage shop, and as soon as their order is ready, they enjoy the weather while strolling along the busy street. Tien casually asks Ye Yu what she'd like for dinner, mentioning that he'll be cooking tonight. After thinking for a moment, she requests his signature dish, boiled meat slices. Meanwhile, the same black-tinted car from earlier is still following them, but this time Tien notices it and realizes they're being stalked. Without letting Ye Yu suspect anything, they safely return to their apartment, though Tien keeps an eye on the car still parked outside. Inside, Ye Yu calls him to help set the table for dinner. 3 days pass, the sky's clear, but the stalking continues. Ye Yu is back in class, fully focused on her studies, while Tien watches over her from a nearby rooftop, determined to protect her. That same black-tinted car is parked outside her school, and the thought of his enemy targeting his sister fills him with anger. When the car finally drives away, Tien immediately decides to follow it, hoping it will lead him to some answers. Summoning magic around himself, Tien leaps swiftly from one building to another and arrives at the location where the black car has stopped near a construction site. Landing quietly on top of a construction crane for a better view, he watches as someone steps out of the car and walks into the building. When Tien gets a proper look, he immediately recognizes the man as his enemy. Inside the building, blood stains the floor as a bouncer mercilessly beats a man who lies there begging for mercy, saying he has no money to repay Xiao Bei, but promises to return it once he collects enough. He pleads desperately, asking Xiao Bei to let him go. Sitting casually against the wall, Xiao Bei coldly threatens to double the debt if it's not paid today, reminding the man that borrowing his money comes at a heavy cost. The man kneels, explaining that the interest is unbearable, and he has elderly parents and children to care for, so he truly can't pay today. Before Xiao Bei can respond, his main bodyguard walks in, and Xiao Bei immediately demands news about the shadow assassin. The bodyguard reports that the assassin has disappeared, though he will try to reach him through another contact. Hearing this, Tien now has full confirmation that Xiao Bei was behind the assassination attempt. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei's frustration boils over, and he kicks the poor man until he dies. Showing no remorse, he orders one of his men to dispose of the body. He then asks his bodyguard if he has figured out how to deal with Tien's sister. Bowing his head slightly, the bodyguard informs him that he plans to hand the task to a friend who has just been released from prison. As Xiao Bei walks toward the bodyguard, his frustration boils over. He admits that trusting others was his mistake, and now he'll handle everything himself. Without another word, he throws a punch that knocks the bodyguard to the ground instantly, coldly calling it punishment for failing his duty. Seizing the moment, Tien summons his primordial weapon and launches himself forward to strike Xiao Bei from behind. Just in time, Xiao Bei turns around, and for a split second, fear flashes across his face. A streak of the blade slices through the air. Although Xiaobei dodges slightly to the side, blood bursts from the cut as Tian's blade finds its mark. Tian stands firm, a wicked grin stretching across his face. The body hits the ground, and the remaining guards gather around in shock, realizing their master has been killed. Frowning, Xiaobei's closest bodyguard assumes the killer used the shadow assassin's skill to hide the body and suspects it might be Li Kun. But after a brief moment of eerie silence, Ye Tian steps out from the shadows, his blades spread wide. As soon as they see him, most of the bodyguards flee in fear, leaving only the main one behind. He stands his ground and confronts Tian, demanding to know how he got the shadow talent. Tian doesn't answer and keeps walking toward him. The man yells louder, insisting he's looked into Tian's background and knows he's just low-tier trash. He demands again to know how someone like him could take down the young master with a single strike, and where Li Kun is. Ignoring every word, Tian leaps into the air and slashes down with precision, slicing the man's throat with ease. Calmly, he wipes the blood from his blades using a handkerchief marked with the shadow assassin symbol and tosses it onto the bodies. Before walking away, he glances back and says coldly that he's not some clueless sheep they can slaughter, so they've only got themselves to blame for picking the wrong guy. 1 hour later, Mo En and his team arrive at the scene, his eyes burning with rage and fury, focused only on finding the person responsible for his son's death. During the investigation, one of his men discovers the handkerchief Ye Tian had left behind, marked with the symbol of a shadow assassin. This confirms their suspicion that a shadow assassin was behind the deaths of Xiaobei and his men. Just then, Elder Mo, the Grand Elder of the Linhai Base's prestigious Mo family and one of its few great martial warriors, enters the site. Upon seeing him, Mo En falls to his knees, sobbing and wailing over the loss of his son, the prodigy of the Mo family. In contrast, Elder Mo remains calm and composed, asking Mo En to stand and speak properly. But Mo En, overwhelmed by grief, continues crying, unable to compose himself. He mourns that his son had the potential to become a truly great martial warrior, perhaps the one who would have elevated their family to a new level of greatness. Struggling through his sorrow, he informs the Grand Elder that Xiaobei had just broken through to the martial warrior realm and recently attended his celebratory banquet, only to meet such a brutal end. The Grand Elder agrees that Xiaobei had immense potential and could have become the second great martial warrior in the family after him, acknowledging that this tragedy has completely shifted the course of their family's future. That being said, Mo En hands the Grand Elder the handkerchief found at the crime scene, begging him not to let his son's murder go in vain and to avenge Xiaobei. As the Grand Elder examines the handkerchief, he immediately recognizes that it belongs to a shadow assassin and assumes that one of the families who hold grudges against them must be behind it, as only they would have the means and motive to discreetly hire such a dangerous killer to eliminate someone so influential. However, as he lifts the handkerchief for a closer look, his eyes narrow in surprise, he spots faint traces of iron fang, a detail that instantly startles him. Back at school, Zhang Bao is ranting to Tian about the strength of the Iron Fang base, which is evidently stronger than their Linhai base. He briefly explains that the Mo family's Grand Elder suspects there are families in the Linhai base secretly colluding with the Iron Fang base, possibly aiming to eliminate the younger generation's elites, and then take over the entire Linhai base. Lowering his voice, Zhang Bao adds that he even heard Mo Xiaobei was killed right after breaking through to the martial warrior realm. Hearing this, Tian keeps a calm expression, hiding the grin that threatens to appear, relieved that no one is suspecting him of the crime. At the same time, Zhang calls Tian lucky for not getting killed, since Xiaobei had planned to take care of him once he became a martial warrior. Silently listening, Tian falls into thought, remembering that he was the one who planted Li Kun's handkerchief at the crime scene, the one marked with the word shadow, to steer suspicion away from himself. But he never expected the Grand Elder to find the Iron Fang base's symbol on that same piece of cloth. Now Tian isn't sure if he accidentally exposed a hidden plot from Iron Fang or if the old man is twisting things for his own political gain. The next morning at 4, Tian wakes up and gets ready for training. Just as he's about to leave, his sister Ye stops him, worried and asking where he's going so early. Tian tells her he's heading to the Wild Zone to train. He needs to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Ye frowns, upset that he just returned a few days ago and is already leaving again. Before he can step out, she runs up and hugs him from behind, and Tian gently promises that he'll be back soon. Upon arriving at the Wild Zone, Tian scans the area carefully. Rumors say that high-level monsters roam here, but with his current strength, he knows better than to venture too deep. For now, he sticks to the outer edge, where the lower-level monsters lurk, playing it safe while still pushing himself to grow stronger. With a determined grin, Tian tells himself that this time, he'll become a martial warrior no matter what. Just as he begins his hunt, the ground suddenly starts to shake, and panic flashes across his face as he wonders if it's an earthquake. But when he turns around, he spots the source, an armored ox with a weak-tier bloodline talent and a low-tier defense talent. Tian studies its status window and hums to himself, calmly analyzing the situation and wondering whether the monster has seen him. The answer comes quickly as the ox charges straight at him. Instead of dodging or retreating, Tien tosses his bag to the ground and lunges forward to meet it head-on. Leaping into the air, he summons his primordial dagger and strikes, but the monster activates its defense talent, creating a shield around itself that blocks the attack from all sides. The ox roars, sending out a powerful shockwave that blasts Tien backward and slams him into a nearby rock. Despite the hit, Tien stands up with a wicked smile, praising the monster's talent and declaring that it will soon be his. Holding both primordial daggers, he moves forward again with confidence while the monster waits in place, roaring with intensity as it prepares for the next strike. The monster struck the ground with its hoof, its eyes burning with red fire as it opened its mouth and charged forward. Raising his dagger, Tien smirked and vowed to himself that he would make the low-tier defense talent his. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and leapt onto the ox's massive body. Once above its head, Tien recalled that most monsters tend to have the same weak spot. Gripping his weapons tightly, he drove the daggers into the protective field around the ox. He poured all his strength into breaking through, but the barrier held firm. Then, his dagger struck the same point again, and a crack appeared in the shield, but the dagger shattered in the process. Tien hadn't expected a monster with a low-tier defense talent to be this tough. Just as he refocused on the ox, it swung its fist and sent him flying. Gritting his teeth, Tien tried to regain control, but he was hurled into a cluster of rocks, raising a cloud of dust around him. Still, he refused to give up. Clutching his other dagger, he stood up with even more determination to claim the talent. The more pain he felt, the more he desired the ability. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him, revealing that the talent copying cooldown was 16 days. Ignoring the detail for now, Tien picked up one of the broken daggers and reflected. Judging by its abilities, the armored ox should fall somewhere between the Silver Moon Wolf and the Viper. Since the ox had a large body, if he could pinpoint its weak spot and launch precise surprise attacks, he knew he still had a real shot at victory. Using the shadow talent, Tien darts forward, circling the monster several times. The tip of his dagger strikes the protective barrier repeatedly, but it still can't pierce through. While the shadow talent is working in his favor, keeping the monster unaware of his attacks, his blade talent is proving useless against the solid defense shield. Frustration boils inside him as he struggles to find any weak spot. He starts to wonder if this defense talent has any gaps at all, but after a closer look he notices something. The barrier appears noticeably thinner around the monster's butt. Scratching his cheek and a little unsure, Tien mutters to himself that maybe this is the weak point. Without wasting time, he activates his shadow talent and rushes in, aiming the dagger right at the spot. As soon as the blade pierces through, the monster lets out a thunderous roar, and within seconds, its massive body collapses to the ground. A pool of mucus spreads beneath it as it lies there cold and lifeless. Squinting with a smug look, Tien can't help but feel proud that his guess was right after all. Just as Tien had expected, once the monster was dead, the blade pierced through its body with ease, making him realize that no matter how much strength or capability someone has, death renders it all meaningless. He begins storing the monster's blood in several glass flasks, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he finishes. Noticing the ox's thick hide, he knows it will fetch a good price, so he also plans to take its eyes and testicles. However, the most valuable part is the pair of horns, and with a swift swing of his dagger, he cuts them clean off. Loading all the loot onto his back, Tien sets off in search of a quiet place to cultivate. Eventually, he finds a cave and settles there in peace. Taking a deep breath, he places the fresh monster blood beside his sister's peanuts, which he uses to mask the awful taste. Staring at the flasks, he plans to rely on them to push through to the martial warrior realm. Picking up one of the bottles, he gulps down the blood and quickly chews peanuts afterward. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy surrounds him, and his cultivation begins. 20 days later, inside the cave, Tien lets out a long breath, but then his eyes suddenly ignite with blue flames, and a piercing scream bursts from his mouth as lightning surges through the entire cave. The ground outside shakes from the aftershocks of his transformation. Two girls stand near the cave. One of them, wearing a red cloak, finds it amusing that someone would choose to break through to the martial warrior realm in such a barren and isolated place. Meanwhile, the other girl, dressed in a black cloak with the martial pavilion symbol on it, remains quiet but offers a faint smile, clearly intrigued by what she's sensing. Back inside the cave, Tien feels a powerful surge of energy and instantly recognizes it as the martial warrior realm. His mind quickly shifts to the armored ox he defeated, remembering that the talent copying cooldown was 16 days and realizing it has now been 20. He rushes back to the spot where he left the ox, hoping to copy its defense talent. However, upon arrival, he finds only the skeleton remains, making it impossible to copy the talent. Frustrated, he regrets cutting the monster into so many pieces. On the other side, the red-cloaked girl wonders if Tien might have been the one who killed the monster. The girl in black shakes her head and disagrees, pointing out that the creature had been dead for days, while Tien only just broke through to the martial warrior realm. She adds that it would have been impossible for a martial apprentice to defeat such a monster, but still quietly praises his courage for even daring to scavenge in such a dangerous mountain. Before heading back home, Tien takes off his clothes to go for a swim, having spent 20 days in the wild zone. Seeing this, both girls quickly freak out and, completely embarrassed, decide to leave. Later, at the Linhai base's martial marketplace, Tien explores the area and is impressed by how massive the market is. As he continues walking, he spots a shop in front of him called the Martial Pavilion, the same one the girls from earlier were associated with. The girl in the red cloak nudges her friend in the black cloak, pointing out that he's the guy they saw earlier. Feeling a strange sense of familiarity, Tien turns toward the girls, and when he locks eyes with the girl in black, something clicks. Shocked, he asks if she's Yeyu, his sister. When Tien calls out to the girl, mistaking her for his sister, he quickly gets embarrassed. But when he glances at her status window, his eyes widen in shock. This girl is an absolute genius. Her name is Yui Ling, and she possesses a high-tier cultivation talent, a mid-tier sword talent, and a low-tier speed talent. The girl in the red cloak, Xiao Yu, gets furious at Tien for calling her friend his sister and for praising her despite being, in her words, a scrounger. This leaves Tien confused, wondering if he still smells bad even after taking a bath. Wei Ling calmly warns Xiao Yu not to speak recklessly. Lowering her voice, she whispers something to Xiao Yu and tells her to act accordingly before walking away. Instantly, Xiao Yu's entire demeanor changes. She bows respectfully and apologizes for her earlier rudeness, explaining that her lady, Yui Ling, has corrected her. She further adds that Yui Ling had to leave first due to important matters. Grabbing Tien's arm, she assumes he is here to sell supplies and insists that, because of their earlier behavior, they will double the price for anything he wants to sell. Two volunteers take his bag full of loot and lead him to a private room. Inside, the place is filled with rare and high-quality items, proving that this is the martial marketplace's biggest shop. One of the girls offers him tea and, before stepping out, informs him that the value of the armored ox's horns and leather comes to 20,000 yuan. As promised, they will double it, making it 40,000. This comes as a surprise to Tien, who never expected to walk away with so much money. A little later, Xiao hands him 4 white cards, each worth 10,000 yuan. Grinning with excitement, Tien can't help but think how happy Yeyu will be when she sees this. Just as he's about to leave, Xiao adds that the manager, Yui Ling, instructed her to let him know that, as a further gesture of apology, he'll receive a 50% discount on anything he wants to buy. Hearing that, Tien decides not to hold back and starts browsing the shop's reference menu. As he scrolls through the list, he finds the prices ridiculously high and mutters inwardly that the big families controlling the Cultivation Association are the reason everything is so overpriced. Still, he settles on buying a profound training manual, a monster directory, 3 bottles of mid-tier monster blood, and 3 restorative elixirs. Altogether, it costs 78,500 yuan, but with the discount and a little rounding down, he only needs to pay 70,000. Tien hands over the gold card, glad that he took Li Kun's money, but deep down, he knows this VIP treatment isn't just because someone at the shop called him a scrounger. He's got no clue what they saw in him, but they're clearly treating him differently for a reason. When the staff says nothing more, he heads for the door, only to be stopped by Xiao. A small grin forms on his face. He knew it wasn't going to end that easily. Xiao then tells him that her manager would like to meet him, if he's willing. Pressing forward, Tien arrives at a hall on the 2nd floor, and the moment the door opens, he sees Yue Ling sitting there, calmly sipping tea. He's stunned by how much she resembles his sister, but he pushes the thought aside as they greet each other. Yue Ling welcomes him politely and mentions that she's from the Mohai base. As soon as they shake hands, Tien manages to copy her high-tier cultivation talent, and with a slight grin, he introduces himself. Yue Ling gestures for Tien to sit, and as she pours him tea, she explains that anyone who steps onto the 2nd floor of the Martial Pavilion is considered a valued guest. Confused, Tien admits that he is of common birth, with no ties to political or influential families, so he doesn't understand why he would be called valuable. Yue Ling agrees but calmly points out that his value lies exactly in that, his independence and lack of affiliation. Tien says nothing in response but quietly notes how composed and thoughtful this girl is, so unlike his sister Yeyu. Without wasting time, Yue Ling slides a symbol across the table and reveals the real reason she invited him. She wants him to join her martial pavilion. The way she says it reminds him of Yeyu, someone he could never bring himself to say no to. Even so, he asks something that's been on his mind. Mohai is a massive base filled with talented people, so why would they want someone like him, a novice martial warrior? Yue Ling rises and explains that bases like Mohai are powerful, not because they never lack talent, but because they are always searching for more. Tien finds himself unexpectedly impressed. She may look like a delicate girl, but her words carry weight and vision, far beyond anything his silly sister could ever manage. Seeing him lost in thought, Xiao cuts in and suggests he shouldn't overthink it, adding that even elite disciples from powerful families dream of joining her lady, but don't meet her standards. Tien knows it's a golden opportunity, yet he also understands that joining any organization means giving up freedom and risking exposure. If anyone finds out about his secret ability, it could lead to a gruesome death. Wanting to stay safe and independent, he hesitates. Yiling notices his reluctance and directly asks for the reason. Struggling to say no to a face that looks so much like his sister's, he tries to explain by bringing up the rumors about the Iron Fang invasion. He says the incident created chaos among many political families, but ironically, it gave him peace. That's why he doesn't want to live like them or serve people like them. Yiling is slightly offended by the comparison but keeps her composure and offers him time to observe them first, saying she has more than enough patience. As Tien walks out of the martial pavilion, his thoughts spiral. He questions what it truly means to be a martial warrior and what talent really is. He's furious that those meant to protect the people are instead abusing their power, making life even harder for ordinary folks who already live in constant fear of beasts. On top of that, he feels weak, and in that moment, he swears to grow stronger and rise even higher. Just then, a status window pops up, notifying him that he has successfully copied a high-tier cultivation talent. Seeing the notification, Tien doesn't hesitate. He immediately fuses it. After so many days, Ye Tian is finally back home. The moment Ye Yu sees him, she runs straight into his arms, hugging him tightly. She playfully teases him about how much tougher he looks after being gone for 20 days. Tien doesn't hold back and proudly tells her that her brother is now a martial warrior. Hearing that, Ye Yu jumps with joy, and seeing her so happy makes Tien smile. He thinks to himself that once her talent awakens, she'll become a martial warrior too, and he decides to keep improving her talent whenever he finds compatible items. After the excitement settles, Ye Yu insists on giving him a trim since, after growing his hair out for more than 20 days, he's starting to look like a beggar. Now that he's a martial warrior, he needs to take better care of his appearance. Sitting down for a haircut, Tien relaxes completely, trusting Ye Yu as she's been giving him the same style for years. As she snips away, a wave of nostalgia hits him. She's been cutting his hair ever since their parents passed away. He remembers when they were younger, how her hands would tremble as she tried to cut his hair after he got roughed up. She had begged him to go to the hospital, but they didn't have the money, so he convinced her to just help cut his hair short so they could clean and dress the wound. Back then, she had dropped the scissors in fear and cried, wishing her brother had the power of the immortal jellyfish, the creature from the story he used to read to her that could heal endlessly. Immortal jellyfish are said to possess a healing ability that allows them to recover almost instantly from injuries. Back then, Tien never believed in any of that, but now, standing in the present and recalling those stories, he quickly rushes to grab the illustrated book of treasures he purchased earlier. Flipping through its pages, he searches for the immortal jellyfish and finds it almost immediately. According to the book, this creature is a water-type beast with a healing talent and can be found in a place called the Lake of Death. The discovery sparks a thought in Tien. If he can copy this healing talent, he would no longer need to worry about getting injured, and Ye Yu would finally be able to stop worrying about him. Curious, Ye Yu peeks into the book and is stunned to see the same creature from the stories of their childhood, shocked that those tales weren't just made up. Still, she pulls Tien back in front of the mirror to finish his haircut. Later that evening, Tien is in his room reading, testing a new body training technique designed specifically for martial warriors. The method progresses in stages. At the novice level, it strengthens the skin, mid-level targets the muscles, and late stage reinforces the bones. Trying it out, Tien quickly realizes that this new technique absorbs energy much faster than his old methods. Eager to amplify his progress, he decides to drink a bottle of mid-tier beast blood. The moment he does, the absorption rate triples. Seeing this improvement, he decides to continue cultivating at home and plans to head to the Lake of Death as soon as the cooldown period ends. Since his talent copying cooldown time is 30 days, Tien smirks maliciously, already planning his next move, to find the immortal jellyfish and copy its healing talent. At the martial pavilion, Xiao welcomes Tien and assumes he's there to meet Yue Ling, but instead, he says he's looking to buy something. Noticing his neat outfit, Xiao thinks to herself that he's looking much more handsome now. When they reach the reception, Tien asks for a map of the Lake of Death. After searching for several minutes, Xiao finally finds the map and hands it over. The moment Tien sees it, a wicked grin spreads across his face, excited at the thought of copying some powerful talents. After paying for the map, he quietly sets off for his destination, leaving Xiao behind with curious thoughts, wondering if he's off to collect junk again. Watching him leave, a wave of worry hits her. She recalls the warning from the young miss about how dangerous the Lake of Death is, a place crawling with terrifying water beasts where even elite martial warriors struggle to survive. Now she can't help but feel anxious, hoping nothing bad happens to him. At the Lake of Death, Tien is stunned by the sight of its barren and chaotic landscape. The desolate, stormy atmosphere makes him even more certain that powerful talents await here, and it's clear from the eerie calm that danger could strike at any moment. Instantly, he spots a water monster emerging, so he activates his invisibility and decides to observe for now. Sprinting toward a mountain peak for a better vantage point, he notices a girl and an elderly man diving into the water using an umbrella, right where the monster is appearing. Upon closer look, he realizes it's Yue Ling with her elderly companion. They are both leaping through the air, narrowly avoiding the lightning bolts triggered by the monster's presence. Yue Ling is clutching a chest in her hand, and from their expressions, it's clear they thought they wouldn't make it out alive. As the top-tier monster opens its mouth to devour them, they manage to escape the water just in time. Completely exhausted, Ling collapses onto a nearby rock, unaware that a swarm of small monsters is creeping up behind her. Seeing her fall behind, Tien knows he has no other choice. Using his speed talent, he darts forward in a blur, ready to strike and protect her. Ling keeps running, determined not to let the monsters catch her. One of them is just inches away when her elderly teammate yells out, urging his young lady to stay safe. Just then, Ling turns to face the monster, shuts her eyes, and activates her secret technique. A glowing flower forms on her forehead, a saber appears in her hand, her hair turns pink, and waves of pink energy swirl around her. In a blink, she vanishes, leaving the monster confused for a moment, until she reappears mid-air, locked onto her enemy with unwavering focus. Without hesitation, she slices the monster clean in half. Watching from a distance, Tien steps back, shaking his head and calling himself a fool. This wasn't a battle a novice martial warrior like him could ever win. Whatever technique Ling just used, it blew him away. Standing quietly on a nearby cliff, he watches her tear through every monster in her path, cutting them down effortlessly with her saber. At that moment, any doubts he had about her strength vanish. She is clearly an elite martial warrior at the peak of her realm. With her secret technique activated, she is nearly on par with a legendary warrior. Dozens of monsters lie dead around her, and even 10 people like Tien wouldn't stand a chance against her. Suddenly, the lake monster rises again, and the elderly man is caught, his leg trapped in its massive jaws. As the creature prepares to devour him, he calls out to Ling, urging her to escape. He warns that her secret technique is about to wear off, and if she doesn't make it out alive, then the deaths of their 10 fallen comrades will have been in vain, especially since the treasure they recovered is so important. Hearing all of this, Tien is stunned by the revelation that 10 people died underwater, and wonders what kind of treasure is worth taking such a massive risk. With no better option, Ling leaps from the dangerous cliff to the one where Tien is standing, safely away from the monster. She notices the flower on her forehead fading, signaling that her technique is wearing off. Exhausted, she collapses to the ground with the treasure beside her. When Tien reaches out to examine it, Ling, despite her weakened state, warns him in a faint voice not to touch it. Seeing how protective she is even in that condition, Tien reassures her that he has no intention of stealing it and decides to take her somewhere safer, far from the chaos. Gently lifting her in his arms, he asks for her permission to head to a nearby cave. When she remains silent, he takes that as agreement and quietly carries her away. Inside the cave, Ling sleeps deeply from exhaustion and injuries, wrapped in Tien's cloak to keep warm. As he watches her, Tien can't help but notice how much she resembles his sister, except for the small beauty mark near her eye. Out of instinct, he tries to wipe it away, but when his fingers touch it and it doesn't budge, a nervous feeling creeps over him. It's been several hours, and Ling still hasn't woken up. Tien wonders how much longer she'll be out. Squatting beside her, he examines her face, but when she lets out a faint groan, he quickly stands up, surprised. Ling finally stirs, still in pain, and slowly opens her eyes. Shocked, she asks if Tien saved her. Brushing it off, Tien lies and says it was just a coincidence, that he happened to be passing by. After cleaning off his cloak and thanking him, she hands it back. As he puts it on, Ling compliments his guts for daring to come to the Lake of Death alone and makes a silent vow to recruit him into the martial pavilion no matter what. Suddenly, without warning, she summons a glowing orb that startles Tien. Ling grins at his reaction and explains it's called a light stone, a tool that stores and emits light. Tien is stunned by how she made it appear so effortlessly. Ling finds his curiosity amusing and promises to explain everything once she finishes drinking her healing potion. As she quietly waits for it to take effect, Tien drifts into thought, wondering if this could be some kind of space-type talent. But he recalls none of her listed talents included anything related to space. Once her healing is complete, she suddenly kicks Tien lightly on the leg and tells him to get up, reminding him he wanted to know where the items came from. Alternatively, she picks up the bronze chest in one hand and a small pouch in the other, and to Tien's surprise, the pouch absorbs the entire chest in an instant. That's when it clicks for him. It's not a space talent, but a space-type treasure. She, casually adjusting her hair, offers to teach him how to use it if he agrees to join the martial pavilion. But before she can even finish, Tien rolls over and pretends to sleep the moment she mentions joining, which leaves her fuming in frustration. She, clenching her teeth, glares at him from across the cave, muttering to herself that one day she'll make him join no matter what. Meanwhile, lying there with his eyes closed, Tien thinks to himself that those space items won't be anything special once he copies their ability, so there's no need to fuss over them now. The next morning, Tian wakes up and immediately looks around for Ling, but she's already gone. Instead, he finds a mid-tier profound training manual, 10 bottles of high-tier monster blood, and 10 gold cards, each worth 1,000,000 yuan. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes Ling must have left them for him before leaving. Tian knows these items alone are enough to push him into the ranks of elite martial warriors. With that in mind, he puts his plan to search for the jellyfish on hold, deciding instead to strengthen himself first. Without hesitation, he grabs one of the blood bottles and starts drinking. 4 months later, an animal carcass sizzles over a fire, with empty cans and cloaks scattered nearby. In the center of the cave, waves of bright energy swirl around Tian as he meditates. Suddenly his eyes snap open, glowing with power, and a bolt of lightning shoots into the sky. Smoke billows through the cave as Tian rises from the shadows, staring at his hands now sparkling with energy. Clenching his fists, he grins with satisfaction, knowing without a doubt that he has reached the elite martial warrior realm. Pulling on his cloak, a confident smirk spreads across his face as he declares it is time to hunt. It has been raining for a long time now. After stepping out of the cave, Tian notices 11 newly constructed graves and instantly understands that Ling must have made them. Standing in front of one, he reflects that with the number of monsters in the lake, not even bones would have remained. Yet despite that, Ling had the kindness to mark their deaths with graves. His eyes then catch sight of an umbrella, the same one Ling and her elderly teammate, now dead, used to dive with. Curiously, he opens it and is amazed to find it creates a waterproof bubble. As he studies it more, he realizes the bubbles fully surround him, allowing him to dive into water without trouble. Excited by the discovery, he combines it with his shadow talent to remain undetected by monsters and plunges into the lake of death. As he dives deeper, something massive catches his attention. At first, he can't tell what it is, but soon recognizes it as a tiger claw fish with a mid-tier innate talent. The creature is so large that Tian nearly panics, afraid it has spotted him, but he holds his nerve and keeps descending. Eventually, he reaches the deepest part of the lake and begins to wonder if the immortal jellyfish is really down there. Suddenly, he senses something suspicious following him, and when he turns, a set of tentacles crashes into the ground, sending him tumbling through the water. Alarmed, he scans the area and then sees the opponent's status window. His eyes go wide in disbelief. It's the immortal jellyfish he has been searching for all this time, possessing a novice-tier innate talent and an apex-tier healing talent. Just as the jellyfish's tentacle is about to strike the bubble, Tian summons his dagger and swings it with force, managing to slice the tentacle clean off. The monster howls in pain, but it quickly regenerates, thanks to its apex healing talent. As the restored tentacle lashes toward him again, Tian pulls an unexpected move. He reaches out, touches it, and instantly copies the apex healing talent. Before he can react further, the tentacle hurls him deeper into the lake with such force that it shatters the bulletproof umbrella, making it difficult for him to breathe. Gasping for air, he spots swarms of jellyfish closing in on him. Knowing he now has the healing talent but still outnumbered, Tian decides it's smarter to retreat than face a deadly swarm in such dangerous conditions. Tian races through the forest, pushing his speed and strength talents to the limit. Danger still lingers behind him, but he finally breaks free from whatever was chasing him. Breathing heavily, he slows down and glances back to make sure he's truly safe. With the threat behind him, it's time to focus on why he came here. Clearing his mind, he prepares to copy a new talent. A familiar screen appears, confirming that the apex tier healing talent has been successfully copied. Without hesitation, Tian agrees to fuse it, and his body jolts as the new power merges with his own. Pain flickers through him, but it's nothing he hasn't faced before. After copying so many talents, his body has adapted to the strain, and the process now feels almost routine. With another powerful skill added to his collection, he's steadily growing stronger, and his journey is far from over. The fusion completes successfully, and his status window updates. His cultivation talent remains high tier. His sword and shadow talents are unchanged, and now his healing talent is upgraded to apex tier. This time, the fusion is smooth, and unlike before, there are no painful side effects. His body has clearly grown used to it. To test his new healing ability, Tian takes out a drop of venom from the immortal jellyfish. The poison is so deadly that even a tiny amount could kill a normal person, but he lets a drop touch his skin anyway. The venom begins working immediately, but Tian quickly activates his healing talent, and the wound vanishes as if it never existed. He's impressed by how powerful the healing is, yet it also makes him realize something important. Most of the talents he currently has are support-based, like healing and defense. While they help him survive, they aren't enough to win against powerful enemies. If he wants to grow stronger and take on tougher opponents, he needs to copy an attack-type talent next. Later, back at home, Tian sits quietly as Yu trims his hair. He's flipping through a beast encyclopedia, scanning the pages for something worthwhile. He reads about the aggressive bear and the flame bird, but neither impresses him. They're just average. Suddenly, Yu gets annoyed and scolds him for disappearing without telling her anything, calling him horrible for making her worry. Ye Tian offers a small smile and apologizes, knowing she's right. As she continues cutting his hair, Ye Tian suddenly freezes. Something in the book grabs his full attention, the mighty ant. He reads the entry carefully. Even though this beast is low tier, it's always found in groups, and when they attack together, even top martial warriors struggle to survive. Ye Tian's eyes light up. This is exactly what he's been looking for. It's not about raw power alone, it's about teamwork, coordination, and overwhelming force. Now he knows what to hunt next. Ye Tian enters the martial pavilion and is greeted by a polite voice welcoming him inside. Behind the counter, a familiar girl recognizes him and smiles, surprised to see Ye Tian again after some time. She casually asks what he's looking for today, and without wasting a moment, Ye Tian replies that he needs a complete mighty ant body. At first, Xiao seems a little confused, thinking maybe he wants it to soak in wine like others do to boost physical recovery. She even jokes that maybe he's feeling weak, but Ye Tian quickly clears up the misunderstanding. Xiao apologizes and tells him they don't have any mighty ants in stock, but instead of turning him away, she shares some recent news that might interest him. She explains that Linhai Base is currently working with a mid-sized base to build a commercial trade route, and the area between the two locations is wild and filled with dangerous beasts. Among them is a nest of mighty ants. Hearing this, Ye Tian immediately connects the dots and asks if the base she's referring to is the Iron Fang Base, the only mid-sized base close to Linhai. Xiao confirms his guess and says the Iron Fang Base is located about 100 kilometers away. The mighty ants are somewhere along that route, and it might be the opportunity Ye Tian has been waiting for. While chatting with Xiao, Ye Tian listens closely as she shares more about the situation with the Iron Fang Base. She brings up something interesting. Apparently, some time ago, a person from the Mo family died under mysterious circumstances. Because of that, the Mo family suspected the Iron Fang Base was secretly planning an invasion. Ye Tian raises an eyebrow, but Xiao continues and explains that the Mo family went to investigate the matter directly. Surprisingly, the Iron Fang Base managed to resolve the misunderstanding peacefully, at least on the surface. In fact, it was only because of the Mo family's involvement that the Iron Fang Base and the Lin family were able to reach an agreement to build a commercial trade route. That bit of information gets Ye Tian thinking, if the Mo family had a hand in this, then there's a good chance they were involved in something shady, because the timing and connections feel off. Ye Tian doesn't say much, but it's clear that suspicion is building in his mind. Just then, Xiao finds what she's been looking for and hands Ye Tian a small item. It's a token. She explains that the token is required to participate in special events, and it was originally meant for their young miss, but apparently, plans must have changed. Before Ye Tian can ask more, Xiao adds with a proud smirk that their martial pavilion is part of a large base, and they have no plans to lower themselves by working under a mid-sized base like the Iron Fang, clearly unimpressed by the Iron Fang's ambitions. The two bases are working together to build a trade route, but the path is filled with dangerous beasts, so they've decided to send out a team of martial warriors to clear the area. For Ye Tian, this is the perfect opportunity because he's been looking for a mighty ant, and joining this mission might help him find one. In the Linhai base, the Lin family holds absolute power, and even the once powerful Mo family is now treated like nothing more than loyal subjects. Knowing this, Ye Tian makes up his mind. It's time to move. When he reaches the Lin family's recruitment area, he sees just how serious they are. As expected, they've gathered a huge crowd, and hundreds of warriors are ready to take part in the mission. But Ye Tian stays cautious, blending into the background because drawing attention now could be risky. Suddenly, the crowd grows quiet, and a powerful presence enters. It's Lin Mingji, the current head of the Lin family and a peak elite martial warrior. Lin Mingji greets the warriors and officially begins the beast-clearing operation. Ye Tian watches from the back, staying alert, but then something catches his eye. The Mo family is here too. Lin Mingji steps forward and addresses the crowd with a powerful voice. He explains that everyone knows how small the Linhai base is, and because of that, resources are limited, and not everyone can get what they need to grow stronger through cultivation. That's why this collaboration with a mid-sized base is such a big deal. If the operation succeeds, the benefits will be huge not just for the Lin family, but for everyone involved. Still, Lin Mingji doesn't sugarcoat the situation, and reminds everyone that clearing out the monsters along the trade route won't be easy. There's real danger, and some might not make it back. Even so, he promises that the rewards for this mission will be greater than anything offered in past hunts. The warriors in the crowd start to feel the excitement. For many of them, this could be their chance to make a name for themselves or gain something valuable enough to change their future. The crowd breaks into loud cheers, voices echoing through the base as everyone shouts praises for the Lin family. Amid the excitement, Ye Tian watches from a distance and notices Captain Galewolf, wondering if he still remembers him. But before he can think too much about it, Lin Mingji speaks again with strong conviction, clearing up any doubts among the gathered warriors. Lin Mingji assures everyone that whatever they earn during this operation, whether it's rare beast parts, materials, or treasures, will fully belong to them. The Lin family won't take a share. Then comes another surprise as Lin Mingji reveals additional rewards. every martial warrior will receive 20 bottles of mid-tier monster blood and 2 million coins. On the other hand, elite warriors will be rewarded with 3 bottles of high-tier monster blood and a generous 10 million coins. The crowd erupts again, now fully motivated. The announcement isn't just an offer, it's a golden opportunity. A long line of eager warriors forms beside the assessment station, where an official directs everyone to place their hands on a glowing stone. The stone measures each individual's strength and reveals their current level of cultivation. One result shows a mid-tier martial apprentice, and the warrior moves aside while the next in line approaches. Yetian waits and watches, remembering Yue Ling's advice that relying on powerful clans, especially the Mo family, only brings trouble. Staying unnoticed is safer for now. The stone measures force based on the pressure delivered, so if Yetian applies only part of his real power, the reading will drop to a lower rank and avoid unwanted attention. When his turn comes, Yetian steps forward and calmly rests his hand on the stone, ready to mask his true strength, making sure to limit his power. Yetian wants the result to show a late-stage martial warrior, just enough to participate without drawing too much attention. The stone glows briefly and displays the result, late-stage martial warrior. The crowd around Yetian stirs, and people glance over, surprised to see someone so young already at that level. Some assume he must be from a powerful family, given the talent needed to reach that stage so early. Yetian stays composed but thinks he might have revealed a bit too much. Even though he held back, the attention is already growing. Nearby warriors talk among themselves, comparing their own progress. One complains about still being stuck in the mid-stage, while another jokes about how real geniuses always show up young, leaving the rest of them struggling to move forward. Not far from the assessment area, Captain Galewolf watches the scene. His squad is still short one member, and after seeing Yetian's display, he considers adding him to the team. The crowd buzzes with excitement as Yetian approaches, and despite his strength, he heads straight for Captain Galewolf's group. Many others hoped he would join one of the stronger or more elite squads, but Yetian makes his choice without hesitation. Galewolf immediately recognizes him and recalls the young martial apprentice who once saved a little girl from the jaws of a silver moon wolf. The memory sticks with him, but what surprises him even more is that the same boy has now reached the level of a late-stage martial warrior in less than a year. Yetian downplays his progress, calling it pure luck, and keeps his tone humble as he asks to join Galewolf's team for the upcoming operation. The captain doesn't hesitate for a second and welcomes Yetian into the group with open arms, clearly proud and excited to have him back. Yetian stands among his new teammates in Galewolf's squad, fully prepared for the mission. He politely asks them to look out for him during the operation, and the group welcomes him warmly, especially glad to have another late-stage martial warrior on their side. His presence lifts their morale, making them feel more confident that the hunt might go more smoothly than expected. Up ahead, Galewolf gathers the team and points toward the mission zone, explaining that only weak-tier monsters are expected in the area. Still, he firmly reminds everyone to stay alert and avoid rushing in recklessly, as safety always comes first. Just as they begin to move out, Yetian suddenly senses something rushing toward them at high speed. The team stiffens, ready for battle, but Galewolf quickly reassures them, suggesting it's probably the first wave of monsters and nothing they can't handle. He quickly assigns positions, he'll lead at the front, Yetian will cover the rear, and the rest will hold the middle and flanks. With everything set, Yetian sharpens his focus, and calmly tells the group that whatever's coming, they can leave it to him. Yetian and his group stand close to the building, facing the 2 red animals that growl and prepare to attack. Indeed, tension builds as both sides get ready for the fight. One of Yetian's teammates shouts for the battle to begin, and Yetian agrees, his eyes fixed on the enemies ahead. In an instant, the red animals rush forward. Also, their movements are wild and fast, but Yetian quickly pulls out his sword and meets their attack head-on. Yetian blocks the first strike and kills one red animal. Without wasting time, Yetian rushes toward the other red beast, and then, with strong force, Yetian lifts his leg high and kicks one of the other animals, sending it flying backward. Yetian holds his sword tight, jumps forward, and drives the blade deep into the creature's body. The sword goes all the way in, and the red animal lets out a loud cry before falling to the ground, lifeless. After the battle, Yetian and Captain Galewolf stand among the fallen beasts. The fight ends quickly, but clearly shows everyone's skill. Galewolf proudly mentions that he managed to take down 3 enemies, while Yetian just smiles, keeping to himself that he purposely held back so his full strength wouldn't attract attention. Another team member laughs and jokes that Yetian is already impressive for his age, teasing Galewolf by saying, maybe it's time for the captain to stop showing off. Galewolf plays along, pretending to be offended before laughing with the group. Then, someone brings up a more serious observation that the wolves didn't wait to ambush them inside the valley, which would have trapped the team and given the wolves a much better chance at winning. The group goes quiet, sensing something's not right, because if the wolves didn't follow their usual strategy, maybe they were rushed or forced into the fight. After that, one of the members takes a careful look around and suddenly realizes something important, that the wolves may have intended to attack in the valley, but something else might have stopped them. Moreover, he suggests that this might not actually be wolf territory, and that stronger beasts in the area could have driven them out. Hearing this, the team starts to grasp the real danger, and a younger member nervously points out that there are only 5 of them deep in this city, but one of the team members quickly steps in to reassure everyone and reminds them that they have a solid team made up of 3 mid-stage and 2 late-stage martial warriors, which is more than enough to stay confident and hold their ground. To ease the tension, Gale Wolf reveals a small device about the Lin family's walkie-talkie and explains that each captain has been given one in case of emergencies. If something goes wrong, Gale Wolf can quickly call for backup. With that assurance, the team regains their confidence. As they carefully move forward through the city, Captain Gale Wolf suddenly raises his hand, signaling everyone to stop because he senses movement. Something is right above them, to which Ye Tian quickly checks its identity using his talent window and sees it's a fire-breathing lizard, a low-tier beast with a novice-level innate talent, and low-tier fire talent starts bursting flames towards the group. The other crew members step in confidently, since Ye Tian and Gale Wolf handled the earlier monsters. Gale Wolf reminds everyone that while the lizard is low-tier, its flames can still be dangerous, so they need to be cautious. The small squad charges into action and Ye Tian watches from the side, a little concerned at first, but Gale Wolf reassures him that the team will be fine. A short while later, the group returns victorious with the beast taken down. They celebrate the smooth win and give credit all around. One of them tries to downplay their role, but another points out that the distraction arrow made the kill possible, proving that teamwork won the battle. One of the team members says that it was an easy fight, and he doesn't feel tired at all because that low-tier creature didn't put up much of a challenge. Moreover, he feels confident, even ready to face a few more if they come. Just as the team begins to relax, a sneak fireball comes their way. Luckily, Ye Tian steps on time and saves that guy. Looks like more creatures are approaching. Since the first was a fire-breathing lizard, Ye Tian quickly realizes the incoming beasts are likely more of the same, and the fight is far from over. Captain Gale Wolf's voice breaks through the radio, urgently reporting trouble in Zone B and calling for backup, but only silence answers. As time passes, Gale Wolf realizes the harsh truth. He misjudged the Lin family's priorities, and they clearly don't care about his squad's safety. Feeling betrayed and responsible, he makes a bold decision. He plans to hold off the incoming threat alone so his team has a chance to escape and urges them to run, but his comrades refuse. They call themselves brothers and stand their ground, unwilling to leave him behind. Despite their loyalty, Gale Wolf insists and orders them to go for their own safety. He yells at them to escape, calling them foolish for standing still when danger is closing in, fully aware that staying could get them all killed. One man panics and bolts off on his own. Another crew member notices and clenches his fists, silently vowing that if he survives this, he'll make that coward pay. Gale Wolf then turns to Ye Tian, recognizing his potential and strength. He tells Ye Tian to take the 2 younger teammates and get out while they still have a chance, saying that losing someone as gifted as Ye Tian would be a waste. The rest of the team agrees and urges him not to throw away his future by staying behind in a fight that can't be won. Ye Tian quietly pretends he's going to follow their advice, but instead of running away, he suddenly charges forward, and a burst of powerful aura explodes from him, freezing everyone in shock. That strength, the unmistakable aura of an elite martial warrior, leaves the team stunned. No one expected that Ye Tian had been hiding his true power all along. Deep down, Ye Tian knows he never intended to show his full strength, but if he kept it hidden now, the entire Gale Wolf team could die. Gale Wolf could easily escape alone if he wanted to, but he's choosing to stay and protect everyone else. Witnessing that courage, Ye Tian realizes he can't turn his back. He steps forward, not to escape but to fight. As he looks ahead, Ye Tian questions whether hiding his strength and staying silent makes him any better than the selfish people in the Mo family. But there's no time to dwell on that. Even if exposing his true power causes trouble later, it's a risk he's willing to take. He believes in Captain Gale Wolf's sense of fairness and trusts the captain won't treat him poorly for stepping up when it truly matters. As Ye Tian fully unleashes his strength, a wave of raw power rushes through the air. Gale Wolf watches in disbelief. What Ye Tian shows is the kind of speed and power only an elite martial warrior can possess. It's not just impressive, it shakes everyone who sees it. Without hesitation, Ye Tian activates his Shadow Blade skill, and enemies fall one after another. It becomes crystal clear to everyone there that Ye Tian isn't just strong, he's one of the top fighters in the entire Linhai base. While the team is still recovering from the shock of Ye Tian's strength, a sudden scream comes from behind. It's the same guy who ran off earlier, now trapped and begging for help. One of the teammates notices and hesitates, unsure whether to intervene, but Captain Gale Wolf doesn't even glance back. He reminds them all that the man made his choice when he abandoned the team in a moment of crisis, thinking he could survive alone, and now he's dealing with the consequences. Meanwhile, Ye Tian clears the path ahead and calmly turns to face the others, asking if they want to move forward with him or stay behind. Without a moment of doubt, Gale Wolf answers for the entire squad, declaring that they're the Gale Wolf team and they stick together no matter what. With that, they regroup and follow Ye Tian into the next battle, ready to face whatever comes. The team takes a break after a tough battle, and one of the younger members groans in pain while another jokes about how ridiculous he looks compared to Ye Tian, who's calm and barely scratched. Everyone turns to Ye Tian with admiration. Captain Galewolf thanks him sincerely for leading them to safety, but Ye Tian brushes it off casually, saying it was nothing. Then he surprises them by announcing he won't be heading back with the group because there's something deeper in the danger zone that he wants to try. Galewolf is taken aback and asks if Ye Tian really plans to go further alone. Given the risks, it doesn't seem like the smartest move, but Ye Tian gives a confident smile and insists he'll be fine. One teammate tries to convince him to stay, but Galewolf steps in and tells the others there's no use following him because they'll just slow him down. With the strength Ye Tian has shown, he's more than capable of going solo. Ye Tian knows that before he faces stronger families or greater threats, he needs to fully understand his healing talent. Deep down, he feels the urge to test its true limits, not in theory, but in real battle. As he moves deeper into the wild zone, the air grows thick with a sharp, unpleasant. He frowns, realizing he's probably reached a beast's nest. Stepping forward, Ye Tian feels like something is off. That's where the ground starts to shiver, and suddenly a hand pops out of a monster that punches Ye Tian, but he immediately gets a hold of himself. It appears Ye Tian has spotted the King of Lizards, exactly what he was hoping for. A perfect challenge to push his healing powers to the edge and see how they hold up in a real fight. The lizard immediately breathes fire, and it burns Ye Tian or his shirt, at least as he seems rather excited for this opportunity. Meanwhile, not far behind, the Galewolf team catches sight of the battle. Captain Galewolf spots the familiar figure going head-to-head with a massive creature. It's Ye Tian. Facing the fire-breathing King of Lizards without hesitation, Ye Tian charges forward with calm determination. He knows this isn't just a fight, it's a chance to truly test the limits of his body and healing talent. Instead of ending it quickly, Ye Tian deliberately stretches the battle, choosing to withstand constant damage to see if the beast's flames can break him or if his healing will outlast the assault. Explosions of fire rage across the battlefield, lighting up the area in relentless bursts for nearly an hour. From a distance, the Galewolf team watches anxiously. One of the members quietly wonders if Ye Tian is even alive. Captain Galewolf, though clearly worried, admits there's nothing they can do. The intensity of the fight is far beyond their level. Finally, as the flames begin to fade, Ye Tian walks out from the scorched ground, calm and steady, standing over the fallen beast. He looks down at the creature and quietly mutters to himself that he's won this gamble, and more importantly, his healing talent has passed the test. The healing talent Ye Tian just tested has proven powerful, but it drains a lot of stamina. Feeling completely exhausted, he glances at the body of the mid-tier beast he defeated and decides to use its monster blood to quickly restore his strength. Back at a safe distance, the Galewolf team sees the flames have finally died down, and one of them asks if it's over. Just then, Ye Tian walks out of the smoke, alive and steady. A wave of relief hits the team as they spot him. Ye Tian looks a little surprised to see them still there and reminds Captain Galewolf that he told them to return earlier. Galewolf scratches the back of his head and explains they stayed because they were worried, even if they couldn't help much, and they didn't want to abandon him. A female team member rushes over and notices Ye Tian's clothes have been burned away by the flames. She offers him an extra pair and apologizes that they might be too big. Ye Tian thanks her sincerely and puts them on without complaint. Then they all turn their attention to the battlefield rewards because there's a huge pile of beast corpses lying around. One of the crew members asks what to do with the loot, and Galewolf immediately says they'll follow Ye Tian's lead since he did all the work. But Ye Tian insists that because they stayed and didn't run away, and now that the danger is over, they should take the rewards back to base together. The team laughs at that, and one of them jokes that even though the beasts didn't kill them, hauling all these heavy bodies back might be what finally does them in. The moment Ye Tian refuses to carry the defeated beasts back, Captain Galewolf looks puzzled and asks where he's heading instead. Ye Tian simply says he's going to the area where the mighty ants live, and that instantly grabs the captain's attention because Galewolf knows how dangerous that place is. He explains that while a single mighty ant might seem weak on its own, everything changes inside their nest. They live in massive groups and attack together with overwhelming force, and even powerful warriors struggle to survive once surrounded. Galewolf warns that going there alone is basically a suicide mission. Despite the warning, Ye Tian remains confident and determined to move forward. Soon he arrives near the ant nest and sees the area is already packed with people. Powerful groups from different bases have gathered. Ye Tian spots members of both the Mo family and the Lin family among the crowd, and then his eyes land on an old man standing with a strong presence. Ye Tian wonders which family the man belongs to, and it turns out he's Elder Qing, a respected warrior from the Iron Fang base. Seeing so many powerful figures gathered in one place, Ye Tian realizes that this mighty ant mission isn't just dangerous, it's become a major event, drawing serious attention. Now, it's his turn to step into the mix and make his move. Elder Qing's sharp senses quickly pick up that someone is watching from nearby, and his tone shifts as he commands his men to capture the spy. Ye Tian, hiding in the shadows, doesn't flinch. He already knows that sooner or later, he'll have to get involved with these powerful groups, and getting caught might even help him gather more information. The guards rush forward and surround him. Elder Qing steps forward, demanding to know who Ye Tian is and why he was watching from a distance. Without showing any fear, Ye Tian calmly explains that he's from Linhai Base, and came because he heard there was an important mission and wanted to help. Impressed but still cautious, Elder Qing tells his men to stand down. Confusion spreads among the gathered warriors as none of the powerful families recognize him. One after another, they all deny knowing Ye Tian or claiming him as their own, which only deepens the mystery. Elder Qing studies him more carefully, realizing that it's rare to find a young elite warrior with such talent and no powerful family name backing him. His abilities are clear, but his unknown background raises even more questions. As Elder Qing begins questioning Ye Tian's identity, the Lin family's leader quickly steps in and confidently claims that Ye Tian is one of their own, brushing off all doubts. It's a clever move, seeing the strength Ye Tian displayed, and he clearly doesn't want to risk letting such talent slip away. Ye Tian watches the scene unfold without surprise, having already expected that once they realized he was an elite martial warrior, someone would try to recruit him on the spot. The Lin family just happened to be the fastest to act. Without making a scene, Ye Tian plays along and blends into the group, keeping things simple. The Lin family head looks pleased with himself, thinking he got lucky by gaining a powerful new ally without having to lift a finger. To him, this is a win. Meanwhile, high above the scene, two girls are watching from a hidden spot. Xiao is clearly annoyed and finds it amusing that the Lin family is trying to claim Ye Tian as some prize. Beside her, Yueling agrees, feeling that Ye Tian doesn't belong in a second-rate clan like the Lin family. In her eyes, someone with Ye Tian's potential should be standing at the top, somewhere like the martial pavilion. Now that Ye Tian's identity as an elite martial warrior is out in the open, he knows things won't be as simple going forward since hiding his true power is no longer an option. Still, with the strength he currently holds, Ye Tian isn't worried because he's confident he can handle whatever comes his way. Just then, a voice calls out to halt, and one of the martial warriors reports to Elder Qing that the formation is complete and everything is ready for the operation. Elder Qing turns his gaze toward the distance, his eyes settling on a cluster of rough, raised soil peaks, and he immediately recognizes them as the entrance to the mighty ant's nest. Yuten watches in silence, knowing this is exactly what he came for, and now he's finally standing at the place he's been chasing all this time. Elder Qing tells the warrior to return to his position, and without hesitation, the man obeys. Without wasting another moment, Elder Qing raises his hand and orders everyone to move back. The warriors quickly retreat, unsure of what he's about to do. With sharp focus, Elder Qing activates the formation, and a powerful surge of energy explodes outward as he commands it to break. Suddenly, flames pour down from the sky in a fierce and deadly attack known as Flame Shower. The scene is intense as massive bursts of fire crash down like a storm, engulfing the entire nest in flames. From a distance, one of the warriors watches in awe, quickly realizing that Elder Qing isn't just powerful, he's a formation master, and that explains the strength behind the Iron Fang base. High on a cliff, the two girls observing the battle are stunned. One of them comments on how costly that kind of formation must be, and wonders if Elder Qing has gone too far, but deep down, they both know the truth. The Iron Fang base has its own ambitions, and if using one powerful formation helps them gain control over Linhai base, then it's a price they're clearly willing to pay. On the battlefield, all eyes turn as the flames finally begin to fade, revealing a flattened mound. The destructive force of the attack leaves the warriors speechless, but something isn't right. There are no mighty ant bodies in sight. No corpses, no remains, nothing but dust and ash. Warriors quickly scatter, searching for proof that the creatures were destroyed, but their efforts come up empty. The nest seems empty, and tension builds as doubt creeps in. Did the flame shower really wipe them all out? Or is the real threat still hidden underground? Ye Tian clenches his fists, clearly frustrated, because without a full body, he can't copy the mighty ant's talent, and the intense attack has turned everything to ash. Watching from a nearby cliff, Yueling narrows her eyes and thinks to herself that while Elder Qing's formation worked, it may have gone too far. Stirring up a mighty ant nest with such an overwhelming attack is like kicking a beehive and hoping nothing stings back. Suddenly, one of the warriors notices something strange, a dark hole where the anthill used to be. It's so deep and shadowy that no one can see the bottom. As they step closer, curious but cautious, the ground trembles slightly, followed by a strange sound rising from the pit. In the next moment, massive ants burst out in waves, flooding the area with movement. Panic spreads as more and more ants crawl out, their numbers far beyond what anyone expected. Elder Qing wastes no time and shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. Warriors snap into formation, and the fight begins. Chaos erupts as the Lin family's leader charges forward, rallying the Linhai base's martial warriors to follow him. They rush in with full force, Ye Tian's blades flashing as they meet the swarm head-on. The warriors strike fast and hard, cutting down ants and pushing forward with growing confidence. One warrior cheers after slaying an ant, boosting the morale of those around him. Amid the chaos, Ye Tian stays composed, eyes sharp and focused. While moving past a fallen mighty ant, he casually touches it, and in that instant, something triggers. A rush of power surges through him and his status window updates. Ye Tian has successfully copied a high-tier strength talent. Feeling the difference in his body, stronger and sharper, amid the chaos of battle, Ye Tian copies the high-tier strength talent. A message appears in his mind, asking if he wants to fuse it, but with enemies all around and danger closing in, Ye Tian knows this isn't the right moment. Fusing a talent requires full concentration, and the battlefield is anything but safe. Without hesitation, he activates his speed talent, and his body becomes a blur. His sword darkens with energy as he channels Shadow Blade, then unleashes his next move, Shadow Assassin. He vanishes into near invisibility, cutting through enemies with silent precision. One by one, the mighty ants drop before they can even react. Suddenly, the air shifts as a heavy pressure settles over the battlefield. It's thick and suffocating, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. All eyes turn to the center, where a massive high-tier mighty ant appears. Its terrifying aura spreads in every direction, freezing even the bravest warriors in place. Fear begins to ripple through the crowd, and commands to retreat echo across the battlefield. Some warriors don't hesitate. They turn and run, shouting for others to follow. The scene quickly descends into chaos as footsteps thunder and weapons are abandoned, while others in the distance struggle to catch up, yelling desperately not to be left behind. Above them, Yueling watches from a higher point and scoffs at how quickly everyone is fleeing, calling them a bunch of losers. She stays calm and composed, clearly unimpressed. While her companion Xiao worries about Ye Tian still being inside, Yueling remains confident and reminds her that Ye Tian will be fine because she believes in him. The battlefield sinks into panic as warriors start blaming each other, their frustration growing louder with every second. They expected someone strong to step up against the high-tier monster, but no one did. It becomes painfully clear that no great martial warrior can face a high-tier mighty ant powered by a strength talent, especially when that level of force matches a grandmaster. Elder Qing, once seen as dependable, ends up being the first to run, and his retreat confirms what many had already feared. The ones they trusted the most turned out to be the most unreliable. Screams echo from the depths of the ant nest as one warrior struggles to breathe, the air growing thick and heavy. His legs buckle under an invisible weight, pressure builds, and his strength begins to fade. But through the dense fog, Ye Tian moves faster instead of slowing down. While others crumble, Ye Tian pushes forward, his body cutting through the darkness. He can tell this mist isn't natural, but he doesn't hesitate. His instincts kick in and guide him. His steps become quicker, his focus sharpens, and he realizes the mist is a suppressor. Staying in it too long would mean death, and Ye Tian isn't ready to fall. Not here, not now. Ye Tian knows the golden ant is likely to keep its eyes on any group movements, especially teams that stand out, so he quietly decides to separate from the team because retreating is the safer choice for now. Looking back at Captain Galewolf's squad, Ye Tian can't help but admire their skill. They dismantled the battlefield with such precision that only the skeletons of the monsters remain. It's a clean job and solid proof of their experience as true hunters. As Ye Tian moves further away, the familiar status window appears, confirming that the high-tier strength talent has been copied successfully and asking if he wants to fuse it. Without hesitation, Ye Tian agrees, and as the fusion begins, power surges through him. This is not just ordinary strength, it feels solid and absolute. With this kind of talent, Ye Tian can finally stand his ground against the big families and powerful figures. He no longer needs to rely on anyone. Strength like this makes him a threat, a shield, and a force entirely on his own. With everything complete and his power rising to a new level, Ye Tian looks ahead with calm resolve because it's time to return home. Ye Tian sits quietly, his mind still focused on the strength he just gained. With the fusion complete, his high-tier strength talent gives him power equal to 10 times his original strength. Even though Ye Tian is still technically just an elite warrior, taking down a beginner-level great martial warrior would now be effortless. Back at home, Ye Yu stares at him in disbelief because he has barely spoken since he returned. Sitting motionless like a statue, Ye Tian looks more like some wise ancient master than her own brother. Ye Yu starts talking to him, trying to get a reaction. First, she accuses him of acting distant, then teases him for pretending to be deaf and mute. When none of that works, she decides to get even. With a mischievous smirk, Ye Yu adds an unreasonable amount of salt to the food she prepares for Ye Tian, declaring that he asked for it. Moments later, she calls out that dinner is ready, and Ye Tian finally snaps out of his thoughts and walks over. He sees the table covered with a surprising variety of dishes, and Ye Yu proudly tells him she made it all just for her brother because he's been working hard and deserves a feast. Ye Tian smiles and promises to eat everything she made. He's just about to enjoy his meal when there's a knock at the door. Before he can react, Ye Yu grumbles from behind, telling him to at least try the food before rushing off. But Ye Tian heads to the door and opens it, surprised to see Captain Galewolf standing outside. Galewolf greets him casually and steps inside, explaining that he's come to deliver Ye Tian's share of the mission rewards. He pulls out a thick bundle, showing just how much Ye Tian earned, but when Ye Tian tries to politely refuse, saying it wasn't necessary, Gale Wolf shakes his head and insists, because everyone's getting their share, and Ye Tian deserves just as much. Accepting it, Ye Tian steps aside and invites the captain to stay for a meal. Gale Wolf's eyes light up at the sight of the dishes, and without hesitation, he agrees. He sits down, and his expression turns to pure joy as he admits between bites that it's been ages since he had such tasty homemade food. Meanwhile, Ye Tian quietly tells him to eat as much as he wants because he's not very hungry at the moment. Ye Yu starts to ask if it's a bit too salty, but before she can say much, Captain Gale Wolf casually disagrees and says the food tastes mild to him, guessing she might have added less salt this time. After hearing this, Ye Yu just shrugs it off, content that he's enjoying it either way. After the meal, Gale Wolf turns to Ye Tian and asks what he wanted to talk about, and Ye Tian mentions he's been at home cultivating for the past few days, so he's out of the loop about what's been happening and wants to know how the beast removal operation is going. Gale Wolf explains that both the Iron Fang base and Linhai base have taken a massive hit, saying that over 50 elite martial warriors have been lost already, and worse, 3 great martial warriors have died too. Shocked, Ye Tian asks if it happened at the mighty ant nest, and Gale Wolf nods, saying that after the first group of martial warriors retreated, a second, much stronger wave was sent in, but even then, they still couldn't win. After hearing what happened at the mighty ant nest, Ye Tian is stunned, and Gale Wolf further explains that the situation was so serious that the Iron Fang base had to send a Grandmaster to finally destroy the ants. Ye Tian realizes how serious it was because bringing in a Grandmaster means the battle had gone far beyond the usual level of danger. Next, Ye Tian asks if the commercial trade route is finally cleared, and Gale Wolf confirms that it is, but adds that he isn't sure what the Iron Fang base is really planning. Ye Tian starts to wonder if such a massive loss of life was truly worth it, and the name Iron Fang base lingers in his thoughts. After a few final words and thanks, Gale Wolf prepares to leave. Ye Tian tells him goodbye, and Gale Wolf reassures him they'll see each other again soon. Just as Gale Wolf steps out, another visitor arrives at Ye Tian's door. A man introduces himself politely as Mo Yuan, the butler of the Mo family, and hands over an invitation, saying the family head wishes to treat Ye Tian to a meal. Ye Tian is surprised at the sudden invitation and hesitates. Without much thought, he tells Mo Yuan that he's not really in the mood to go out lately. Mo Yuan reacts harshly to Ye Tian's refusal, his voice rising with arrogance because no one has ever dared to turn down an invitation from the Mo family. Gale Wolf steps in to calm things down and suggests they talk peacefully, but Mo Yuan dismisses him and warns Ye Tian to obey if he knows what's good for him. Gale Wolf tries once more to stop Ye Tian from making things worse, but the situation escalates anyway. As Mo Yuan places his hand on Ye Tian's shoulder, the hero immediately pulls Mo closer and slashes his face to the ground, which ends up breaking his arm. The difference in power is clear, and Ye Tian stays calm, almost surprised by how strong his new talent truly is. He tells Gale Wolf not to worry and brushes the situation off, while Mo Yuan runs back to his base, overwhelmed with anger and humiliation, vows revenge. His pride is shattered as he storms off, muttering threats under his breath. At the Mo family estate, Mo Yuan kneels before the family head, pleading for justice. His face is filled with pain and humiliation as he calls out to the patriarch, begging to be avenged. Mo Changsheng, the elite warrior and current head of the Mo family, looks down at him coldly and reminds him that he was sent to deliver an invitation, not to cause trouble. Mo Yuan quickly defends himself, insisting he was polite, respectful, and only did what he was told. He claims that Ye Tian turned hostile the moment he heard the name Mo family, and not only injured him without reason but also ripped apart the invitation that had been personally handwritten by Mo Kangsheng. Hearing this, Changsheng's expression shifts. His pride clearly wounded, he becomes furious that Ye Tian would reject the invitation and dare to destroy a letter bearing his name. He shouts in anger, unable to believe anyone would ignore the Mo family's authority. Just then, a weak cough breaks through the tension. Chang Qing, the former patriarch and Kangsheng's father, sits nearby, pale and frail. Changsheng rushes to his side and urges him to take his medicine. Changqing admits that during the battle with the mighty ants, he used a forbidden technique just to survive. Though it saved his life, it left his body severely damaged. He coughs again, more violently, and finally confesses the truth, that his core is injured beyond recovery. Changsheng tries to comfort him and tells him to stay hopeful, but Changqing simply shakes his head and reminds his son that he knows his own body better than anyone else, and there's no denying the damage is permanent. Changqing speaks with a heavy heart, knowing that his death would leave the Mo family without a great warrior to protect it. The future of the family without someone strong enough to lead seems dark and uncertain. Mo Changsheng, still burning with frustration, wonders if Ye Tian is simply waiting for the Lin family to reach out first, and if that's the case, then the Mo family must act faster because they can't afford to lose such a rare talent to their rivals. Changqing's expression turns cold. Since a kind invitation has failed, they'll now take Ye Tian by force. Still, Kang Sheng raises a concern that Ye Tian isn't one of them. His surname is Ye and he's an outsider. Even if they capture him, how could they ever trust that he'll truly serve the Mo family? Changqing already has a plan for that too. He holds up a small bottle and reveals a chilling truth. The elixir inside can erase a person's will, making them fully obedient. It was meant to be used secretly at the feast they had planned for Ye Tian, but now they'll have to use it sooner. Changqing hands the bottle to Kang Sheng with a stern warning to store it safely. Changqing stares at it, understanding the full weight of what they're about to do, because this isn't just a power move, it's a violation of someone's soul. Changqing says the plan is clear now. First, they'll erase Ye Tian's will, and then they'll give him a fake identity that makes him part of the Mo family. Publicly, they'll declare him an illegitimate child of Changqing, which justifies changing his surname to Mo. That way, no one would question his position or loyalty. Changqing stares at his father, an illegitimate child, but before the thought grows into doubt, Changqing quickly reassures him and tells his son not to overthink it, because it doesn't matter if Ye Tian is his child or Kang Sheng's. The important part is that his name carries the Mo legacy. Changqing tries to hide his discomfort, worried more about his father's honor than his own, but Changqing brushes it off, insisting that time is short, and the more they delay, the greater the risk of Ye Tian's siding with someone else. Without further hesitation, Kang Sheng accepts the order and says he'll take 10 great elders with him and carry out the mission personally. With their combined strength, he's confident that capturing Ye Tian, who he still sees as just a young warrior, will be easy. The Mo family's plan goes into action. One of their operatives sneaks into Ye Tian's house, moving quietly and sending back a message that he's in. Their goal is simple but ruthless, to capture Ye Tian's younger sister to force him into submission. Outside, a team is stationed and ready to strike at a moment's notice. Everything seems to be going according to plan, and the target is located. The signal is given to move now, but the moment they close in, a voice echoes through the room, and Ye Tian appears. Ye Tian's been expecting them all along. The ambushers don't realize it yet, but they've walked right into a trap. In a tense moment, Mo En urgently speaks through a communication device, asking if anyone has caught Ye Yu. His voice sounds worried as he keeps calling for the second elder, hoping for a quick reply. Finally, a response comes, but it's from Ye Tian, who calmly says that he has captured Ye Yu and is bringing him back right away. For a second, it sounds like everything is under control, but then Mo En grows suspicious and asks who the person is, because something feels off. Other members quickly check Ye Yu's body and freeze in shock when they realize he's not breathing. The truth spreads fast. Something is terribly wrong. Mo En yells for everyone to stay alert, realizing now that the person who claimed to have caught Ye Yu must have called for backup. Inside the massive Linhai base, Mo En starts to question who could possibly challenge the powerful Mo family here, aside from himself. Suspicion builds as he scans the area, trying to locate whoever is hiding in the shadows. Before anyone can react, a second person is silently taken down. The panic deepens when they realize this isn't just some ambush, it's someone using Shadow Assassin. The group is hit with fear, and orders are shouted for everyone to spread out and stay alert. At that moment, Ye Tian activates his speed talent, and his movement becomes almost impossible to track, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. Mo En is stunned by the unbelievable speed in front of him. Someone tries to catch Ye Tian's position and sees what looks like an opening, but the moment he acts, Ye Tian is already gone again. His speed leaves everyone confused as their attacks are always one step too late. Darkness spreads across the area as Ye Tian uses Shadow Blade and starts to wipe every single enemy out there. Mo En tries to contact the team above for a status update, and the fearful reply confirms that Ye Tian has shown up. Hearing this, Mo En becomes furious and orders everyone to capture him. As the guards rush in, Ye Tian doesn't step back. Instead, he activates his strength talent. Two enemies attack at once, but Ye Tian blocks both without effort. Everyone around him freezes in shock, and Mo En can't believe Ye Tian took both attacks so easily. To him, Ye Tian was supposed to be just an elite-level martial warrior, but what he's seeing now proves otherwise. Ye Tian is clearly hiding his true power, and this isn't someone Mo En can handle easily. Ye Tian then stands calmly in front of Mo En and confirms his identity, fully aware that he's facing Mo Xiaobei's father. Mo En tries to stay composed, forcing a smile and offering peace, saying they can settle things without bloodshed if Ye Tian lets him live. But Ye Tian isn't interested in negotiations. Instead, he coldly reveals that he's the one who killed Mo Xiaobei. Mo En doesn't explode with anger. Instead, he bows his head and agrees, calling his own son unfilial and saying Xiaobei must have offended Ye Tian, so his death was deserved. Desperation creeps into Mo En's voice as he begins begging, promising money, power, anything Ye Tian wants, just to be spared. But Ye Tian isn't moved. He calmly steps forward, eyes locked on his target, and says he prefers to end problems before they grow, then finishes him right there. Ye Tian never waits to take revenge. If someone hurts his sister, he doesn't forgive and always makes sure they pay. This time, Ye Tian promises to wipe out the entire family. Far away, inside a grand castle-like house, An elder wonders why the 10 great elders haven't returned yet. His son tries to comfort him, saying there's no need to worry because with the 10 elders guarding the Linhai base, nothing bad should happen. But just then, the sky flashes and a glowing sword flies toward their home. Ye Tian has arrived, and he's not here to talk. Guards panic and shout, demanding to know who dares to attack their base. Ye Tian appears through the smoke and reminds them with cold clarity that they're the ones who sent people to take his life, and now they have the nerve to ask who he is. He finds it laughable because he's not here for questions. He's here to destroy them all. Fear spreads as Kang Sheng stares at Ye Tian and his voice trembles as he realizes who it is. Chang Sheng demands to know why Ye Tian is here and what happened to the 10 great elders. Ye Tian answers without hesitation that he will meet the elders soon, just not in this world, but in hell. Before Kang Sheng can react, Ye Tian launches an immediate attack which slices through his chest. Seeing his son dead in an instant, Kang Sheng's father screams, calling Ye Tian a monster as his son lies lifeless before him, and his pain quickly turns into fury. He charges up a powerful move, one of their secret arts that Ye Tian recognizes. He's used it before, to escape the deadly mighty ants, but Ye Tian doesn't flinch. He's seen this trick already. The elder's voice cracks with anger as he screams at Ye Tian, furious that his son is dead and blaming Ye Tian entirely. In his rage, his clothes start to rip and the old man immediately rushes towards Ye Tian. Successfully, he lands a combo of punches that damages and pushes Ye Tian back. The old man in his Hulk form shouts that not even Ye Tian's ashes would be enough to calm his hatred, and swears to see him dead no matter what. Suddenly, alarms ring across Linhai base and a loud warning spreads that an assassin has broken in. Guards rush through the halls, shouting to protect the patriarch, but Ye Tian remains calm, finding it amusing that they're only reacting now, after he's already killed the family head. He mocks the Mo family, calling them clueless and slow, then watches as the command is given to kill him immediately. A wave of guards charges in, but before they can attack, a dark figure cuts through the crowd, a shadow assassin appears, and panic spreads fast as the guards get knocked within seconds. The elder stares in disbelief, shocked that Ye Tian is fighting like a top-level warrior and struggling to understand how someone so young could hold this much power. Meanwhile, Ye Tian keeps his focus locked on the elder, studying the hidden technique he's using and wondering how long it can keep him alive. The elder's fury grows with each passing second, and a battle continues with swords. But far from the battlefield, another young leader watches the fight quietly. Seeing Ye Tian's strength, he wonders if the Mo family brought in outside help. His guard Elder Z offers to step in, but the young master shakes his head. He prefers to wait and watch how this plays out on its own. Chang Qing shouts in frustration, shocked by Ye Tian's incredible speed, because every strike he throws is blocked with ease. Ye Tian dodges again, and Chang Qing starts to realize this fight isn't going his way. The old man begins to panic as maintaining the secret art is draining his energy fast, while Ye Tian doesn't even look tired. As the pressure builds, Chang Qing considers calling for help from the Lin family while his technique still holds. Ye Tian stays calm, mocking him and urging him to keep going. In desperation, Chang Qing throws a smoke bomb and disappears into the haze, hoping to buy time or escape, but Ye Tian stays right on his tail. No matter how fast the old man moves, he can't shake him off, because Ye Tian's high-tier speed talent keeps him close and matching every step. Chang Qing curses under his breath, realizing he hasn't made any distance at all. With no choice left, he turns to face Ye Tian again. Ye Tian smirks and steps forward, ready to continue the fight, because whether the old man runs or turns back, Ye Tian is more than happy to keep going and finish what was started. Chang Qing feels his strength fading as his secret art reaches its limit as he trips and falls down. He knows this is the end for him and for the Mo family. Ye Tian prepares to strike the final blow, declaring it is time for him to meet his end. Desperate, Chang Qing drops to his knees and begs for his life, offering Ye Tian a priceless treasure and claiming it is the most valuable thing he owns. Even though Ye Tian gets the deja vu vibe, he is half amused and half suspicious, so he agrees to take a look. Chang Qing spawns some sort of magic ball and asks him to accept it, but as he smirks, Ye Tian immediately falls back. That's when the ball explodes and launches poisonous needles towards Ye Tian. Even though he manages to dodge it, Ye Tian still ends up making a minor cut on his face. The poison hidden within the item reveals just how far the Mo family is willing to go. As Chang Qing laughs, thinking he has finally won and the lethal poison will kill him, Ye Tian calmly activates his healing talent and recovers instantly. Chang Qing stares in disbelief, unable to understand how Ye Tian has so many powerful abilities. Ye Tian simply smirks and sends him off with a cold farewell by shooting the same needle right through the old man's chest, leaving the old man to meet his end in the afterlife. Ye Yu wonders why her brother hasn't returned yet, while Captain Gale Wolf grumbles about feeling like her babysitter. Just then, Ye Tian shows up, catching the captain mid-complaint. The moment Gale Wolf sees him, his face lights up with relief. Ye Tian thanks him for looking after his sister, and the captain curiously asks if everything has been handled. With a calm nod, Ye Tian confirms that it's done, and that from this moment on, the Mo family no longer exists in the Linhai base. Galewolf reacts with surprise at how ruthless that sounds, though he's clearly impressed. Ye Tian checks to make sure Ye Yu is safe and that no assassins have gotten to her, and he's relieved to hear she's resting peacefully after being given a tranquilizer. With that settled, they decide to leave the cold rooftop and head back inside. As they walk, Ye Tian shares that he wants Ye Yu to begin cultivating. The idea catches Galewolf off guard, but Ye Tian asks if there's any way for regular people to improve their strength quickly. Galewolf laughs a little and explains that there's no shortcut like that. Real improvement only comes through heavy financial investment, which is exactly what powerful families rely on. Ye Tian is surprised by how simple the truth is. Before parting ways, the captain suggests Ye Tian go check on Ye Yu, who's resting in the bedroom upstairs. Ye Tian nods and heads up to see her. The moment she sees him, Ye Yu runs into his arms, overwhelmed with relief. She had been terrified he might not return, but now that he's back, she clings to him, her emotions pouring out. Ye Tian gently assures her there's nothing to fear and promises he'll always stay by her side. Though still emotional, Ye Yu questions whether he means it, but he gives her his word without hesitation. Meanwhile, whispers begin to spread about what happened. News of the powerful Mo family being completely wiped out shocks everyone nearby. People start to wonder just how strong Ye Tian really is, realizing he's far more powerful than they ever imagined. Excitement stirs as the Lin family arrives. Lin Mingji, the young master, walks in confidently beside the powerful warrior Lin Zhe, and their presence draws immediate attention. A servant rushes off to inform a lady about the guests, while others whisper about the Mo family's downfall. Quiet talk circulates about how unexpected the Mo patriarch's death was. He had once been feared and respected, yet his end came so suddenly. The conversation then shifts to the Mo family's most dangerous weapon, the Iron Pearl. This hidden treasure was known for its sinister power, capable of changing the outcome of any battle. Its range was wide, its damage deadly, and it was only ever used as a last resort for survival. Yet despite unleashing it, the Mo family failed. Not only did their opponent Ye Tian survive, but he also turned the Iron Pearl's own gold needle against them, using it to strike down Mo Changqing. What was meant to be their secret trump card became the very weapon that led to their downfall. Rumors begin to spread after the fall of the Mo family. From the mouths of shaken survivors, one thing becomes clear. The destruction was caused by a single person. Judging by the level of devastation, his strength likely matches that of a peak great warrior, and there's little doubt about it. What unsettles everyone even more is that this powerful individual doesn't seem to belong to the Linhai base. Some begin to suspect the Iron Fang base. It's possible they orchestrated this attack on the Mo family as a show of force. The theory gains traction as a deeper concern surfaces. Earlier, the Iron Fang base proposed building a commercial trade route, but information from a spy reveals something more troubling. Near their base, a massive monster is reportedly close to evolving into a king-level threat, a creature so dangerous even the strongest warriors would fear it. If that happens, the Iron Fang base may not survive. That means this so-called trade route could just be a disguised migration path, an escape plan in case their base falls. If both bases, Linhai and Iron Fang, end up merging, it won't be a simple union. Leadership and influence will likely split between two factions, one representing the old power structure and the other bringing in new strength. At that point, even the Lin family won't be able to fully speak for itself. It will just become a symbol controlled by whichever side takes the lead. Seeing an opportunity in the Iron Fang base's sudden show of force, the Lin family decides to act swiftly and use the situation to their advantage. Orders are issued, and Elder Z is quick to respond. He plans to personally deliver letters to all major families, inviting them to claim and make use of the Mo family's abandoned resources. Meanwhile, Ye Tian reveals a large stash of powerful elixirs. The sheer number shocks everyone, and Captain Galewolf believes they are worth more than entire estates. Ye Yu, overwhelmed by the value, questions her brother's decision and urges him to return them before getting scammed, but Ye Tian confidently assures everyone that the elixirs are real and incredibly valuable. To prove it, he hands one to Ye Yu. After taking it, she lights up in surprise, immediately feeling its effects. The mood shifts, and any doubts quickly fade as the true power of the elixirs becomes undeniable. Ye Tian prepares to leave once more, this time setting his sights on the Thousand-Leaf Forest. He explains that something important is waiting for him there. With monsters becoming more dangerous, the Iron Fang base has started moving more people into Linhai base for safety, and the situation is growing more serious. Even the two Grandmasters are struggling to keep the monsters at bay. Ye Tian knows that if their defenses collapse, it could spell disaster. So for him, getting stronger isn't a choice, it's a necessity. Ye Yu, still emotional from his recent return, finds it hard to accept that Ye Tian is leaving again so soon, but he stands firm, knowing what must be done, and there's no time to waste. Ye Tian gently reassures her, telling her to stay focused on her training. He reminds her to take the elixirs on time and continue practicing the body training technique under the captain's guidance. Ye Yu no DS promises to do her best and tells Ye Tian to be careful, saying she'll be waiting for him at home. Ye Tian smiles, promises to return safely, and turns to Captain Galewolf, entrusting Ye Yu to him. The captain confidently agrees, saying that a brother's sister is like his own sister. Just then, he announces that people from the Iron Fang base are arriving, and in surprisingly large numbers. Soon after, the convoy from Iron Fang base makes a loud entrance into Linhai base, and among them is Sun Feng, known as one of the 4 great geniuses of their younger generation. He's a mid-tier elite warrior, confidently leading the way on a motorbike, and his presence draws attention immediately. People start whispering about his talent. Sun Feng's status window shows high-tier cultivation talent and mid-tier sword skills, and that combination alone puts him above most others his age. Back nearby, Ye Yu coughs from the dust stirred up by the convoy, and grows annoyed by how flashy the entrance is because it all feels like too much. Ye Tian shares her unease, admitting that something about this situation gives him a bad feeling. Still, he stays calm and tells them it's time for him to head out. Ye Yu, worried but understanding, tells him to be safe. After that, Ye Tian turns away, ready to face whatever comes outside Linhai base. He steps into the thousand-leaf forest, scanning the surroundings. The place looks dry and lifeless at first glance, nothing like what its name suggests, but Ye Tian stays alert, looking for signs of the creature he's after. Soon, he notices a massive footprint on the ground. Judging by its size and depth, it likely belongs to a black wolf panther, a beast known for its incredible speed, and finding it could help Ye Tian improve his own speed talent. Just then, a powerful wave of energy ripples through the air. It's intense and clearly coming from a nearby clash between monsters. Sensing a rare opportunity, Ye Tian quickly moves toward the source. As Ye Tian arrives, he sees 2 gold dragon panthers in front of him, a rare mutated breed far stronger than the black wolf panthers. They are so fast that their movements blur, clearly possessing apex tier speed talent, exactly what Ye Tian is after. Their opponent is just as surprising, a massive gorilla radiating pure strength. Its aura suggests it is a high-tier monster with fighting power equal to a peak great warrior. Despite their speed, the 2 panthers struggle against the gorilla's brute force. Ye Tian watches closely, weighing his options, knowing that copying a talent in the middle of a fight this intense won't be easy. One wrong move could draw attention or worse, put him in serious danger. Soon, Ye Tian sees a small golden panther running toward him. It is just a baby, shining like gold, and suddenly it speaks in his mind. The little one says it wants to be his servant and offers Ye Tian its light of spirit to form a bond. Ye Tian checks its stats. It is a rare gold dragon panther with amazing talents, including extremely fast speed, strong stamina, and a bit of healing. The little panther says its parents are in danger and its mother is about to give birth to another baby. The baby panther begs Ye Tian to save them. After hearing this, Ye Tian agrees and gives it a name, Little Jin. As soon as they form the bond, Ye Tian feels a powerful energy enter his body. He copies the baby panther's top-level speed talent and fuses it immediately. With Little Jin now his pet and his speed greatly enhanced, Ye Tian gets ready to jump into the fight and save the baby's parents. Ye Tian decides to step in, feeling confident after receiving Little Jin's powers. Since the young beast trusts him so much, it only makes sense for him to help. He quickly checks his status. With high-tier cultivation, apex-level speed and healing, solid sword and strength abilities, and even a bit of shadow talent, he's more than ready. Ye Tian observes the giant gorilla, looking for an opening. Instead of charging straight in, he calmly targets its weakness, its eyes. That's where Ye Tian strikes first. After the attack, the gorilla stumbles backward, letting out a loud roar of pain. Its body sways, arms flailing, and then it crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. The 2 panthers, including Little Jin's parents, look surprised. They growl and step closer to Ye Tian, clearly tense and protective. Little Jin quickly runs ahead, meowing loudly to explain that Ye Tian isn't an enemy. Ye Tian stays calm and knows the mother panther is injured and possibly close to losing her unborn cub. Gently, he takes out a healing pill and places it near her, speaking softly and assuring her it's safe and meant to help. Little Jin meows again, and after a brief pause, the panther cautiously takes the pill. A soft meow escapes her after swallowing it, more peaceful now, as if she understands. Ye Tian watches closely, hoping the medicine starts working soon. Little Jin then tells Ye Tian that her father also needs help, and Ye Tian immediately understands, offering the father a healing pill as well. Little Jin thanks Ye Tian with a happy smile. Suddenly the injured gorilla begins to move, trying to escape, but Ye Tian notices the panthers aren't letting it get away. With so much speed and strength on their side, there's no way the 3 apex-tier speed talents can't bring down this high-tier monster. Little Jin proudly jumps in and reminds Ye Tian that it's not just 3 fighters, she's learning to fight too and wants to help. Ye Tian smiles and agrees, saying she's right and it's 4 now. Moving ahead, Ye Tian dashes forward, surprised by how fast his new apex-tier speed talent really is. It's almost too fast to control, but he adjusts quickly and stays focused. He then switches to his strength talent, landing a full power blow on the gorilla. Meanwhile, the panthers start biting off the gorilla's tough skin. That's when Ye Tian charges up and punches the hell out of the gorilla. Surprisingly, the gorilla immediately stands firm and tries to attack Ye Tian, but he dodges. Even with that powerful hit, the beast doesn't die because its body is incredibly tough. There, we see little Jin in his insane mode. The kid immediately charges up and launches himself towards the gorilla, aiming at his head. Impressively, that attack beheads the giant gorilla. Little Jin then runs up beside Ye Tian and looks around with wide eyes, asking if they've won. Ye Tian nods and says they did because the gorilla is finally down. He then glances at the two panthers, a bit amazed, because he never thought he'd be fighting side by side with magical beasts. But before he can relax, he notices something worrying. The female dragon panther is hurt. Little Jin rushes to his mother in a panic. The intense battle must have hurt her internally, and she's clearly in pain. Jin calls out to her again and again, worried and unsure of what to do. Ye Tian quickly kneels beside them. Thankfully, he always carries healing medicine for emergencies like this, and without wasting any time, he takes out a special pill meant to heal internal injuries and gently offers it to the dragon panther mother. She hesitates for a moment but then swallows it. A few seconds later, her breathing eases, and her eyes soften. Little Jin turns to Ye Tian with relief, saying that her mom is already feeling much better, and Ye Tian smiles, glad she's safe for now. Just as the tension fades, Little Jin warns Ye Tian that danger is coming. A group of black wolf panthers appears. They are the ones who brought the gorilla here on purpose. It's clear they want to take over the forest and push out Jin's parents to become the new leaders. Watching them closely, Ye Tian sees their aggressive posture and knows they're here to challenge for control, but he's not going to let that happen. He steps forward and says no, he won't allow them to take the forest by force. Without waiting, Ye Tian jumps into battle. The fight is quick and intense, but in the end, Ye Tian wins and the black wolf panthers retreat, unable to match his strength. After the fight, Ye Tian lifts Little Jin and tells all the forest creatures that from now on, Jin will be their new leader, and the others quietly accept this without resistance. Even though Jin's mother is still weak, she walks over and insists on thanking Ye Tian, offering him a special gift to show her gratitude. Ye Tian is surprised because he didn't expect anything in return. As he and Little Jin walk through the forest, Ye Tian starts to wonder how much farther they need to go. Little Jin excitedly points ahead, saying the destination is just inside the nearby cave. When they reach the spot, Ye Tian notices something glowing. It's a spiritual herb resting on a stone. Jin explains that this is the gift her mother promised. However, the fruit isn't ready yet and needs 30 more days to fully ripen. Ye Tian nods, curious about its powers and looking forward to discovering what it can do once it's ready. Just then, sounds echo from deeper inside the cave. Ye Tian encourages Jin's mother to push, as it's the moment of birth. A small cry rings out, and the baby panther is born, healthy and strong. Seeing this, Ye Tian beams with pride and declares that a new ruler has just been born into their forest. A month passes, and the moment Ye Tian has been waiting for finally arrives. As he approaches the spiritual herb, a sweet, rich scent fills the air. He can tell right away that it's ripe. Excited, Little Jin urges him to eat it quickly, jumping around with anticipation. Ye Tian laughs, amused by Jin's energy, and takes a bite of the glowing fruit. Suddenly, something strange happens. Ye Tian starts to feel weird and he immediately passes out. Later as he wakes up, Ye Tian's head hurts, and a surge of power rushes in. He grabs his head, feeling a strange new awareness growing inside him. It's not just any power. Ye Tian realizes he's gained a mental ability, a skill usually only accessible to powerful martial warriors. Yet here he is, still at elite warrior level, and already able to control it with ease. Ye Tian closes his eyes for a moment, focusing as his talent detection range expands instantly, allowing him to sense talents from up to 50 meters away. Even more shocking, he discovers that he can now copy talents without even touching anyone. Just sensing them through the air is enough. Later, Ye Tian sees a message asking if he wants to fuse the mid-tier endurance talent. He thinks about it for a moment but decides against it because endurance isn't that helpful right now, and his main focus is improving his cultivation talent. With everything settled, Ye Tian gets ready to head home. This trip gave him a lot of power, growth, and even something unexpected. He smiles, feeling satisfied. As he prepares to leave, Ye Tian turns to the panther family and thanks them for the spiritual fruit because it helped him greatly. Just as he's about to say goodbye, Little Jin suddenly meows and jumps forward because she doesn't want to stay behind and wants to go with Ye Tian. He chuckles and agrees, telling her there's someone he wants her to meet, someone who will definitely like Little Jin a lot. She beams with joy, meowing happily and thanking her master. Their journey together is just beginning. Little Jin looks around with wide eyes, amazed by everything she sees because the outside world feels completely new to her and has so many things she's never seen before. Ye Tian reminds her to be careful, saying the outside world isn't just exciting, it's also full of danger. Soon they arrive at the 5th Academy, but something feels off. Ye Tian suddenly spots Zhang Bao collapsed and badly injured. Shocked, Ye Tian rushes over to him asking what happened. Zhang Bao weakly recognizes him, and Ye Tian feels relief because Zhang Bao is still alive. Without wasting time, Ye Tian pulls out high-tier monster blood and gives it to him to help restore his energy. Whatever happened here is serious, and Ye Tian knows he has to be ready for anything next. He's shocked to hear that the people who robbed Zhang Bao were actually warriors from the Iron Fang base. Zhang Bao explains that the base was completely destroyed by monsters, and around 100,000 survivors escaped to Linhai base. Ye Tian quickly asks who's in control now, and Zhang Bao tells him the Lin family is technically still in charge, but in reality, they've lost all real power and are just figureheads now. Ye Tian realizes this is exactly what he expected because the Iron Fang survivors have quietly taken over. Zhang Bao adds that the situation in the base is getting worse by the day. Robbers are everywhere, and chaos is spreading fast. Ye Yu and Captain Galewolf are training together. Ye Yu sighs in frustration after losing another round, but Galewolf encourages her, saying she's improving fast and has real talent. Ye Yu humbly replies that it's only because of his good teaching. Suddenly, she spots someone approaching, and it's her brother, Ye Tian. She runs to him, shouting with excitement, and Ye Tian laughs, telling her she's way too excited. Just then, Little Jin pops out, and Ye Yu's eyes light up when she sees the small golden panther. She immediately rushes over to greet it, calling it cute. Ye Tian introduces the pet as Little Jin, and she happily repeats the name, playing with the creature, surprising Ye Tian when she gives more attention to the pet than to him. Galewolf laughs and teases Ye Tian that he's been replaced by a kitten. After seeing the captain, Ye Tian thanks him for looking after his sister, and Galewolf proudly says that Ye Yu has already become a martial apprentice thanks to her hard work. As their talk shifts, Galewolf brings up something serious and asks if Ye Tian has heard about the Iron Fang base starting to invade Linhai base. Ye Tian already knows about the invasion but asks anyway if anything happened while he was gone. Galewolf reassures him that everything at home has remained safe. After Ye Tian left, a girl named Xiao Yu visited and left behind a martial pavilion token. She said that anyone from the Iron Fang base would think twice before causing trouble once they saw it. Hearing this, Ye Tian is quietly impressed by her gesture. Galewolf then brings up something more serious. A man named Sun Feng has been coming around repeatedly, challenging Ye Tian to a death match. That name instantly sparks Ye Tian's memory. He had checked Sun Feng's talents before, and remembers that he is one of the top 4 geniuses of the Iron Fang base. Since entering the city, Sun Feng has been defeating elite martial warriors one after another without a single loss. Galewolf warns Ye Tian not to take him lightly because Sun Feng isn't someone ordinary, but Ye Tian, rather than being alarmed, stays calm, and the situation only sharpens his focus. In fact, he finds the challenge intriguing. Sun Feng arrives on his motorcycle, parking it with a loud screech that turns heads, and without wasting time he confirms Ye Tian's identity, saying he's been waiting for this moment. Ye Tian simply nods. After that, Sun Feng announces the reason for his visit. He challenges Ye Tian to a duel, set for 10 o'clock the next morning at Minghui Plaza. The terms are clear, a battle with a bronze rank blade skill on the line. Sun Feng leans forward slightly and dares Ye Tian to show up. As Sun Feng speaks, Ye Tian activates his hidden ability. A wave of energy brushes past him, and he successfully copies Sun Feng's high-tier cultivation talent without anyone noticing. With a small smile, Ye Tian responds confidently and accepts the challenge without hesitation, making it clear that he's not afraid. After hearing this, Sun Feng gives a turn to leave, his bike engine roaring as he speeds away. Ye Tian watches him disappear into the distance, ready for what's coming. Someone behind Ye Tian calls out in frustration, warning him that his decision was way too impulsive, and he is convinced that with Sun Feng's power, Ye Tian doesn't stand a chance. But Ye Tian stays calm and quietly replies that the outcome isn't so certain. Moving ahead, his status window appears again, and his abilities are already impressive. High-tier cultivation talent, apex-tier speed, mid-tier sword skill, novice-level shadow skill, apex-tier healing, and high-tier strength. But Ye Tian isn't done yet, and since he already has one high-tier cultivation talent, he decides to stack another one, aiming for something even stronger. With full confidence, Ye Tian chooses to copy the talent again. The moment he confirms, his cultivation talent upgrades to apex tier. Now, with his stats reaching incredible levels, Ye Tian smiles slightly because the thought of tomorrow's duel doesn't worry him at all anymore. In fact, he's actually looking forward to it. At Minghui Plaza, a crowd starts to gather, and everyone's talking about the duel as Sun Feng picks yet another new dueling spot, just like he always does. So far, he hasn't lost a single match. People in the crowd gossip about his next opponent, and most don't even recognize the name. Some assume Ye Tian is just an unknown kid, while others vaguely remember hearing about him but still dismiss him as a nobody. They wonder why someone like Sun Feng would even bother challenging someone so ordinary. A few suspect that Ye Tian isn't the real target at all, that it's the Lin family's influence. Every time Sun Feng wins, he damages a family's merit monument, and today seems no different. He's not just fighting individuals, he's chipping away at the reputation of the powerful families in Linhai base. A huge crowd surrounds the plaza, with all eyes locked on the stage. Ye Yu stares in shock at the size of the gathering and whispers that it's noisier and more crowded than she expected. Captain Galewolf, standing beside her, explains that Sun Feng always turns his duels into public spectacles to boost his reputation by making sure everyone sees him win. Ye Yu grows anxious because with this many people, reaching her brother feels impossible. She hesitates and suggests they leave, admitting the duel feels dangerous and she's scared for Ye Tian. But Ye Tian stays calm, looks her in the eye with confidence, and promises that everything will be fine and he'll be right back. All eyes turn to the center as Ye Tian steps forward, and whispers ripple through the crowd as people realize this is the one Sun Feng challenged. Many seem surprised, clearly expecting someone more intimidating. Sun Feng looks unimpressed and admits he didn't think Ye Tian would actually show up. The terms are set. Sun Feng offers a bronze rank sword skill called Current Blade as the wager, saying Ye Tian can take it if he wins. In response, Ye Tian pulls out his own bronze rank skill, Shadow Blade, since it matches the same level. Sun Feng glares at the offer, finding Ye Tian's confidence almost insulting. To him it feels like arrogance. Just as the match is about to begin, Ye Yu shouts in panic, warning her brother to be careful. The duel is seconds from starting, and everyone is watching. The duel begins with Sun Feng charging forward, striking first with his sword, but Ye Tian's speed catches everyone off guard as he moves so fast it's hard to follow. Ye Tian keeps his distance, calmly dodging each slash with perfect timing. Sun Feng grows irritated and mocks him, comparing him to a rat just running around to avoid the fight. Before he can say more, Ye Tian counters with a powerful punch that lands clean, sending Sun Feng flying across the stage. The crowd gasps, stunned as the one they expected to lose turns the tables with a single blow. Ye Tian stands tall and focused, asking if he still seems like a rat now. Sun Feng slowly gets back on his feet, wiping blood from his lip. The smirk fades from his face, replaced by determination, and he admits Ye Tian is stronger than expected, but promises that this time he won't hold back and the real fight starts now. As the crowd watches in silence, Sun Feng roars with anger and unleashes Wind Slash, a fast and powerful sword move aimed straight at Ye Tian, also slicing a portion of the Lin family's merit monument in the background. Shocked voices rise from the crowd, outraged that he dared to damage a symbol of honor just to win. But Ye Tian doesn't flinch. With incredible precision, he dodges the incoming attack with ease, and his calm expression never changes. Seeing this, Sun Feng's frustration grows as he struggles to understand how Ye Tian is still completely untouched. Then Ye Tian casually admits something that makes the entire crowd stir. He wasn't even taking the duel seriously. He reveals that he dragged out the fight just to observe and learn Wind Slash, and that was all he wanted. Ye Tian makes it clear that Sun Feng was never seen as a real threat, just a stepping stone to gain something useful. For Ye Tian, the duel wasn't a test of strength, but a simple demonstration. Furious, Sun Feng charges forward with one final desperate strike, but in a flash, Ye Tian ends the battle with a single clean move. He basically breaks his sword with a mere punch and slashes Sun Feng's face to the ground, and it's over. Ye Tian turns away without another word, because to him, the fight wasn't even worth the effort. The crowd erupts into cheers the moment Sun Feng hits the ground. Everyone stares at Ye Tian in awe, praising his unbelievable strength. Some shout that he's destined for greatness, while others admire how easily he defeated one of the top talents from Iron Fang base. Right after, Ye Yu rushes over, barely able to believe how strong her brother has become. Her admiration is heartfelt, and she eagerly begs him to teach her once they get home. Ye Tian laughs it off at first, but her excitement brings a genuine warmth to his heart. Meanwhile, the Lin family stands in silent shock as their merit monument lies in ruins, a symbol of their honor shattered during the duel. Even though Ye Tian claimed victory, the Lin family knows they've lost something important. Their young master gives a quiet command, telling the guards there's no need to protect him anymore. Instead, he instructs them to watch over Ye Tian's sister, fully aware of what's likely to happen next. The Sun family won't accept this humiliation without retaliation. They'll come back, and this time, Ye Tian's sister might be the one they target. Back at Captain Galewolf's home, Ye Tian sits on the couch, deep in thought about the Wind Cutter ability, which can make any attack 6 times stronger. He lets out a long yawn and sets aside the book he's been reading all night. Getting up, he walks over to the window and opens his status window, only to realize that there are still 30 days left before he can copy another ability. Ye Tian mutters a curse under his breath but quickly calms himself, knowing there's no choice but to wait out the cooldown. Once it's over, he can move forward with his plan to copy Sun Feng's superior level swordsmanship talent. Doing so would instantly boost him by 2 levels, pushing him into the Grandmaster rank. Ye Tian nods to himself, reminding that any martial artist aiming to stay on top needs that level of power. Meanwhile, in a quiet back alley, Ye Yu is practicing her swordsmanship against a training dummy, her strikes sharp and focused. Captain Galewolf stands at a distance, watching in silence. He's lost in thought, worried that even though the competition is over, the Sun family, with all their influence, won't let things slide. If they do seek revenge, he fears for Ye Yu's safety. After a while, Ye Yu, tired and breathless, stops and takes a long drink from her water bottle. She notices the captain staring and asks why he's looking at her like that. Snapped out of his thoughts, Galewolf blushes slightly, realizing he was lost in his worries, and tells her to come over. As Yayu walks up to him, curious, he hands her a cross-shaped amulet and quietly asks her never to take it off. Yu looks at the cross-shaped amulet and finds it beautiful as she asks her captain what it is. He tells her it's an amulet and insists that she must never take it off. Yu nods seriously and promises to protect it no matter what. Meanwhile, a woman with a confident stride jogs down the sidewalk, turning the corner of the house. As she spots Yu and the captain, she calls out to him and says she has some news. The captain asks if it's something new about the Sun family. She reports that members of the Sun family were seen in the market today, busy buying up properties. The captain's expression shifts to surprise, and he mutters that if they're buying property, it means their momentum has slowed, and they likely won't act until they've fully settled in. At the same time, an old man in a wide-brimmed hat is seen throwing trash into a bin. His aura is grim, and the shadow from his hat covers his face. A month passes, and that same old man is seen again, tossing garbage into another bin just as Ye Tian exits a nearby building. Ye Tian walks down the street casually, munching on some snacks, when he passes by the man. Suddenly, Ye Tian's spiritual pressure flares slightly, causing the old man to sweat nervously. He struggles to understand how someone like Ye Tian can already control spiritual energy, something typically only accessible to top-tier martial artists. Ye Tian calmly pulls up his hoodie, covering his face as he thinks to himself that having a martial spy stationed outside his place proves that the Lin family is paying far too much attention to him. Eventually, he reaches the martial market and quietly reflects on the Sun family. They have long practiced inbreeding across generations to preserve the purity of their swordsmanship talent, and any babies born with conditions like dementia or other disabilities were quietly eliminated in secret. This shows just how twisted the Sun family truly is. Ye Tian arrives at a store owned by the Sun family, where Mr. Sun is present, cheerfully announcing that to celebrate their grand opening, they're offering a 50% discount to all customers today. A gentleman steps forward to congratulate Mr. Sun and offers his blessings, wishing for the business to flourish. The people entering the store thank Mr. Sun warmly and share in the celebration. But then Ye Tian comes around the corner with a cold expression, and as he walks forward, his hand begins to spark with energy. Purple electricity crackles around his fingers and spreads outward, surrounding him with a fierce aura. He offers his own kind of congratulations, not for the store's opening, but for what he calls Mr. Sun's last day to live. Without hesitation, Ye Tian copies Mr. Sun's ability, and in that moment, his swordsmanship talent upgrades to the superior level. After absorbing Mr. Sun's ability, Ye Tian heads to the graveyard where his parents are buried. He brings a bouquet of flowers and sits quietly at their graves, speaking to them with a gentle tone. He tells them that he and his sister Ye Yu will soon be leaving the seaward base, and before departing, he wanted to visit them one last time to say goodbye. With a small smile, he adds that they would be proud of him if they could see how far he's come. Suddenly, he senses something rapidly approaching. In a flash, a figure appears, standing silently on a nearby tombstone. It's an assassin, clearly sent to kill him, and his killing intent fills the air. Ye Tian instantly reacts, summoning his blade and turning to meet the threat. The assassin lunges with his own weapon, and their blades clash in a shower of sparks. The assassin remarks that Ye Tian must really be something if he managed to defeat Sun Feng. Ye Tian, irritated, realizes who he's facing. It's one of the Sun family's lapdogs. He tells the man that he's been expecting him for some time. With a sharp parry, Ye Tian knocks him back. The assassin keeps talking, boasting that Ye Tian should be grateful for being allowed to live for a whole month when he could have been killed right after the tournament. Tired of the talk, Ye Tian tells him to shut up and save the nonsense, then dashes forward at high speed. Their weapons clash again, and sparks fly through the graveyard as their battle begins in full force. The number of slashes flying through the air is no joke as both fighters keep exchanging blow after blow, each clash more intense than the last. But in the middle of all this chaos, Ye Tian notices something that makes his expression darken. The bouquet he brought for his parents has been damaged. That alone is enough for him to push his opponent far away with a powerful strike. The lapdog stumbles back but keeps talking, revealing that he was Sun Feng's first teacher and that their bond was like that of a father and son. Ye Tian, unfazed by the emotional story, ignores him and calmly walks over to pick up the bouquet. He gently approaches his parents' grave, silent and steady, while the lapdog mocks him again, saying that since they're already in a graveyard, it's the perfect place to bury him. He even offers to dig the grave himself if Ye Tian kneels and begs for mercy. Still, Ye Tian says nothing and quietly places the bouquet beside the grave. But the lapdog crosses the line when he threatens to kill Ye Tian's sister, claiming she'll soon be joining him in hell. That's when something inside Ye Tian finally snaps. He stomps the ground, shattering it beneath him as anger pours from his eyes like a raging storm. Without a word, he activates his top-tier speed talent and vanishes from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappears with a devastating kick straight into the lapdog's gut, sending him flying. Ye Tian doesn't stop there. He dashes forward, grabs the man midair by his hoodie, and hurls him toward a nearby mountain. The lapdog crashes violently, the impact kicking up dust and rocks as his body lies motionless, barely able to grip his weapon. He hears footsteps drawing closer, his blurred vision catching Ye Tian's figure approaching. In that moment, he finally understands that Ye Tian is already at the level of a grandmaster, though his pride still struggles to accept it. But none of it matters now, as his eyes close for the last time and his story ends right there. Ye Tian sits beside the lifeless body, his expression calm as he picks up the weapon known as Sword Veil, a rare swordsmanship manual hidden within the lapdog's blade. As he examines the weapon, he quickly notices that its stats far surpass those of the sword he had been using. Without hesitation, he switches them out, securing the stronger weapon for himself. Looking around, Ye Tian realizes that night has fallen, and the sky is already cloaked in darkness. Knowing he's stayed out too long, he quickly makes his way down the mountain, fully aware that if he's late again, he'll be facing a battle he can't win, his sister, waiting at home with questions and complaints that no sword can parry. Ye Tian returns to the city and encounters the old man again, who is sweeping the street. After passing by, Ye Tian stops, turns back, and asks if, since it's been over a month, he would like to come in for some tea. The old man removes his hat, smiles warmly, and agrees to join him. Later, at Captain Galewolf's home, Ye Tian and the old man enter the room. Ye Tian tells his sister Ye Yu that they have a guest and asks her to put on the kettle and prepare some tea. The captain stands and asks Ye Tian to properly introduce the guest, but before Ye Tian can speak, the old man introduces himself as Lin Zhe of the Lin family. The captain's jaw drops, and he asks for confirmation that this is truly the legendary Senior Lin. Lin Zhe smiles, saying it's flattering to hear. Ye Yu brings the tea but is met by the captain rushing over to take the cups from her hands so he can serve Lin Zhe himself. Ye Yu chuckles, amused by the captain's sudden politeness. The captain offers a cup of tea to Lin Zhe, who accepts, and then begins talking with Ye Tian, noting that for Ye Tian to invite him here, it must be about something very important. Ye Tian confirms this as he walks over to his sister and tells Lin Zhe to take Ye Yu to the penthouse and ask Ms. Ye Ling to look after her. Lin Zhe sips his tea, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected Ye Tian to have any connection to the penthouse. He notices the amulet Ye Yu is wearing, given to her by the captain, and recognizes it as a token of the penthouse. Lin Zhe sets his cup down and responds, promising to take Ye Yu to Ms. Yu. Ye Tian glances at the captain, considering how to repay him before leaving the seaward base. The captain jokes that it seems Lin Zhe didn't like the tea, so he'll make him a fresh cup. Meanwhile, Ye Tian introduces the captain to Lin Zhe, explaining that his name is Zhang Feng, a close and loyal friend of his who is brave and has great potential if he works for the Lin family. The captain is shocked to hear Zhang Feng will be working for the Lin family, finding it hard to believe. However, Lin Zhe agrees and tells Ye Tian that the Lin family is open to any outstanding person, and starting today, Zhang Feng will become his disciple. Ye Tian gently nudges Zhang Feng and tells him to meet his new master. Zhang Feng falls to his knees and bows deeply to Lin Zhe, thanking him for accepting him as a disciple. Lin Zhe tells him to get up, thinking to himself that doing these two small favors will help him build a good relationship with Ye Tian, which will be great for his family. Meanwhile, Ye Yu grows suspicious of Ye Tian and asks about his true goal, since he keeps asking others to look after her. Ye Tian replies that he has some things to handle, nothing serious. But Ye Yu, sharp as a knife, calls him out for lying and says it's more than just some stuff, and he can't hide it from her. Ye Tian nervously insists it really is just some things he needs to deal with, and promises he'll join her as soon as it's done. In the meantime, Xiao Jin will protect her, the same cat who is living the best time of his life. Ye Yu finally gives up and says she understands that he won't listen, so she won't waste her time. She tells Ye Tian to stay safe and not take on things beyond his level. Ye Tian smiles and accepts her advice. Meanwhile, two guards stand outside a building, talking quietly to each other. They talk about how pointless it is to have guards outside the Sun Group at night, since no one has the guts to attack them. But this turns out to be a bad night for those two guards when Ye Tian appears from a distance and heads straight toward them. One guard tells Ye Tian to leave because he's not welcome here, but Ye Tian keeps coming, lightning crackling around him. In an instant, he thrusts both guards along with the door into the building. One guard, barely conscious, asks Ye Tian what he's doing there, and Ye Tian coolly replies that he's there to get rid of some garbage. Meanwhile, a scared henchman runs back to his boss, telling him someone has broken into the group and beaten up their men. The boss grins and says he thought only cowards filled the seaward base, but it seems someone with a death wish has finally shown up. A group of henchmen rush toward Ye Tian, ready to take him down, but Ye Tian quickly demonstrates his power by kicking one of them so hard that he crashes into the others, knocking them over like bowling pins. With lightning-fast speed, Ye Tian dashes forward and eliminates the remaining henchmen with such ease that they seem like nothing. Meanwhile, the boss begins to walk slowly toward him. As everyone else lies defeated, the room falls silent, with only the sound of the boss's footsteps echoing across the floor. The boss breaks the silence and asks Ye Tian for his name, impressed that someone dared to take out so many of his men. Ye Tian replies while holding one of the henchmen by the collar, pointing straight at the boss, making it clear he's next. The boss lets out a cold sigh and says Ye Tian has some nerve walking into his place, then gives a command for the elders to kill him. Suddenly, a group of people leap down from above and ambush Ye Tian. Just as Ye Tian pulls out his newly acquired knife, one elder uses a control talent to bind his hands behind his back, instantly immobilizing him. The others step forward and surround him. Now facing 5 elders, Ye Tian meets Scarface, Eyepatch, Redhead, Jason, and the 5th unnamed one. Scarface speaks up first, saying they had waited for days expecting a real threat, only to be disappointed that a boy was the one who dared to attack them. The elder who used his technique to bind Ye Tian speaks up, saying he has no interest in wasting energy on a commoner, but Ye Tian should feel honored to die inside his escape-proof net array. The boss thanks the elders for their efforts in capturing Ye Tian and tells them they can take anything of value from him as a reward. Suddenly, Scarface's expression changes as he notices the blade Ye Tian is holding and instantly recognizes it as belonging to the lapdog. He slaps Ye Tian across the face, grabs him by the hair, and demands to know what happened to Elder Qingho. He adds that Qingho was supposed to be with Mr. Sun Feng and demands to know what Ye Tian did to both of them. Annoyed by Ye Tian's silence, Scarface grabs him by the shirt and shouts at him to spill the truth, but Ye Tian simply chuckles and tells him to take a guess. Meanwhile, the boss orders one of his henchmen to head back to the store and find out where their young master has gone. Scarface then asks the boss how they should deal with Ye Tian, and the boss coldly replies that they should cut off his feet and throw him into the dungeon. Scarface grabs Ye Tian by the neck and orders him to move faster, but in an instant, Ye Tian breaks free from the elder's ability and with lightning-fast speed slashes Scarface's neck, killing him on the spot. As the remaining elders and the boss witness Ye Tian's overwhelming strength, the boss quickly orders everyone to stay back, realizing Ye Tian is far stronger than they had imagined. The elders leap backward, putting distance between themselves and Ye Tian. Eyepatch stares at him and sees the deadly aura surrounding Ye Tian forming into the shape of a demonic being. Without wasting a second, Ye Tian locks eyes on the boss, who now stands alone with no protection. Ye Tian charges at him, and though the boss powers up and lets out a beastly roar, it proves useless. Ye Tian lands a brutal punch straight into the boss's gut, forcing blood to burst from his mouth. He follows it up with a fierce kick to the face that sends the boss crashing into a wall. The wall shakes from the impact as the boss struggles to his feet, coughing blood, and realizing he can't face Ye Tian alone, he yells for the elders to attack together. Jason is the first to respond, confident that his massive muscular frame can overpower Ye Tian. He locks hands with him, and the two begin pushing against each other, the pressure creating a crater beneath them as lightning crackles in every direction. Thinking Ye Tian is immobilized again, the elder with the chain ability moves in for a sneak attack from behind, but Ye Tian senses his presence, and without wasting even a split second, kicks both Jason and the elder in the face, sending them flying and shattering the elder's teeth. Standing tall at the center, Ye Tian calmly tells the elder that using the same trick twice won't work. However, the elder proves to be cunning, having planted a trap under Ye Tian's feet, which suddenly locks him in place. This gives Eyepatch the perfect opening as she begins gathering the souls of the fallen henchmen and summons 2 vicious dark dragons. Despite his power, Ye Tian immediately senses that the spell is a serious threat. He breaks free from the trap and bolts, but the dragons are far faster than he expected and appear right in front of him. Caught off guard by their speed, Ye Tian stares in disbelief as one of the dragons opens its massive mouth and swallows him whole. The attack escalates into a devastating blast known as the Death Aura Explosion. Miss Yue watches the huge explosion in the distance, wondering who could be causing such chaos. Just then, her maid interrupts and tells her that Lin Zi from the Lin family has arrived to see her. Yueling asks what he wants this time and tells the maid to send him away, but the maid explains that he's here with Ye Tian's sister for some reason. This piques Yueling's curiosity. Meanwhile, Ye Yu and Lin Zi wait somewhere as a lady offers them tea, and Lin Zi thanks her politely. Back at the fight, as the smoke clears from the explosion, Ye Tian's body falls from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a crater, looking lifeless. The elder praises Eyepatch's ability, claiming that not even a grandmaster could survive her death aura explosion. The boss appears, coughing, and thanks Eyepatch, which makes her grin arrogantly as she stands by the crater. The elder asks the boss what to do next since Ye Tian is barely alive and badly wounded, and the boss orders them to kill him immediately. Suddenly, a blade flies through the air, stabbing the elder near his heart and pinning him against the wall. Ye Tian regains consciousness, smiles, and uses healing magic to mend all his wounds while Eyepatch, Jason, and the boss watch in shock as the elder's lifeless body swings against the wall. Everyone is shocked, unable to grasp what just happened. Then Jason realizes Ye Tian is still alive and warns the others, but before he can act, a hand strikes him, slamming his head into the ground hard enough to shatter his mask and kill him instantly. Ye Tian wastes no time, calling his knife back and swiftly slicing Eye Patch's neck clean through. As the elders fall one by one, the boss collapses backward in fear. Desperate, he grabs his axe and launches one final attack at Ye Tian, but Ye Tian stands firm, and only a spray of blood appears before the boss's lifeless body hits the ground, blood dripping from Ye Tian's blade. At that moment, the young master of the Sun family, Mr. Sun Feng, appears around the corner, seeing his father's dead body and screaming out in shock, while Ye Tian turns, smirking as he locks eyes with him. Ye Tian looks at Mr. Sun Feng and says it's a good thing he showed up, because he can deal with him right now as well. He steps on his father's body while speaking, which makes Mr. Sun Feng lose his temper completely. Fueled by rage, Sun Feng lunges at Ye Tian, throwing a powerful punch, but Ye Tian effortlessly dodges it. Using his power talent, Ye Tian buffs himself and counters with a brutal punch to Sun Feng's gut, causing him to drop to his hands and tremble in pain. Sun Feng slams his hand on the ground in frustration, realizing Ye Tian is far stronger than him, almost like a monster. His fighting spirit breaks, and he apologizes to his father for being weak. Ye Tian grabs him by the hair, warning that if he's already given up, he'll send him straight to hell. Just as Ye Tian readies his knife to end Sun Feng's miserable life, a thunderbolt crashes down nearby. Ye Tian jumps back onto a pole, narrowly dodging the strike. A mysterious figure appears, floating in the stormy sky amidst roaring clouds and fierce lightning. Ye Tian senses the immense power radiating from this figure and rates it at Grandmaster level. The newcomer is revealed to be none other than Grandmaster Mr. Yao Ye. Yao Ye tells Ye Tian that it is cruel to have killed so many of them. Sun Feng, seeing this Grandmaster of his family appear before him, starts pleading with Yao Ye, begging him to kill Ye Tian and bring him to justice for killing his father. Ye Tian, now furious, looks down at Sun Feng and thinks he should have taken the chance to finish him off when he had it. After hearing Sun Feng's complaints, Yao Ye launches an attack on Ye Tian, throwing lightning at the pole where Ye Tian stands, but Ye Tian dodges and leaps onto a building. Yao Ye continues to unleash lightning attacks, but Ye Tian keeps evading them. Confident in his power, Yao Ye tells Ye Tian to give up because he is no match for a Grandmaster. Sun Feng realizes the destructive power of a Grandmaster is no joke and could destroy the whole city, so he plans to escape to somewhere safe. However, Ye Tian blocks his path with a menacing smile and rushes toward him. At that moment, Yao Ye hurls another lightning bolt. Ye Tian dodges it, but it strikes Sun Feng, almost turning him to ash. Luckily, Sun Feng survives and shouts at Yao Ye that he is not his enemy. Yao Ye jokes that after all these years his eyesight must have gotten weak. While they argue, Ye Tian suddenly appears above Yao Ye and delivers a heavy punch, but Yao Ye is protected by a powerful ability called Elemental Energy Shield, and the punch doesn't even land. Yao Ye electrifies the surroundings, sending multiple lightning bolts that shock Ye Tian and knock him to the ground. Despite the barrage, Ye Tian manages to get back up, laughing as he praises his opponent's power, saying it's time to get serious because if he wants to win, he'll need his full strength. The two stand face to face, their powers clashing fiercely. Ye Tian opens his status window to check Yao Ye's skill set and notices he has only one skill. He chuckles and calls him an ordinary Grandmaster, warning that if he gets hurt in this battle, he won't be held responsible. Sun Feng, hearing this, complains again to Yao Ye about Ye Tian's arrogance and how he's humiliating their base, urging Yao Ye to kill him. Ye Tian thinks to himself that he should have killed Sun Feng already to stop the nuisance. Yao Ye agrees with Sun Feng and suddenly attacks Ye Tian, who barely dodges with a backflip. Yao Ye compliments Ye Tian's agility, saying it's rare to see someone dodge his sudden strike. Ye Tian appears behind him, teasing that Yao Ye is flattering him, then delivers a kick to Yao's cheek from the side. At first it seems to have no effect and Yao Ye calls him weak. But when Ye Tian activates his power talent, that kick becomes so strong it sends Yao Ye flying into a building. Surprised, Yao Ye asks how Ye Tian got so powerful in such a short time. As he gets up, he admits Ye Tian isn't just any martial artist. Just as Yao Ye is about to leave the hole in the building, Ye Tian throws a car in his path. Yao Ye dodges it and uses his spiritual power to stagger Ye Tian, landing a hard blow to his face. He then grabs Ye Tian by the foot and slams him into the ground. Building up energy, Yao Ye powers up his fierce skill, Thunder Kindling, unleashing it on Ye Tian. The attack is so intense that the whole area and sky fill with lightning bolts and thunder. The blast of lightning leaves a huge crater on the ground. Standing inside the crater is Yao Ye, while Ye Tian lies unconscious on the ground. Yao Ye looks down and says it seems like it's over now. Sun Feng laughs with joy and runs over to congratulate Yao Ye, but the battle has clearly taken its toll on Yao Ye, who suddenly pukes blood, realizing he's injured as well. He tells Sun Feng that he's leaving things in his hands and will go see a nurse to get checked. He pushes Sun Feng aside, who can only mutter "yes, sir," trembling with fear of the Grandmaster. Yet, once Yao Ye is out of sight, Sun Feng gets cocky again. He spits on Ye Tian and stomps his body repeatedly, ranting that Ye Tian used to claim he was number one but lost to them. He threatens to chop up Ye Tian's corpse and feed it to the dogs. But just then, Ye Tian regains consciousness, grabs Sun Feng by the neck, and lifts him up, daring him to repeat those words, though Sun Feng is too scared to say a thing. Just then, Ye Tian calls his blade back to him. Sun Feng, realizing his end is near, screams for help one last time, but it's too late. Ye Tian cuts open his neck, putting an end to his miserable life. The scream catches the attention of Grandmaster Yao Ye, who looks back to see Ye Tian using his healing talent. One by one, Ye Tian's wounds start to close, and soon his body is as good as new. Yao Ye is left in disbelief, wondering how Ye Tian's wounds healed so quickly, like the penthouse jellyfish, and demands to know what he really is. Ye Tian shrugs it off, calling himself nothing more than an ordinary guy with a low-level talent. He then activates his wind slashes and unleashes a barrage of slashing orbs toward Yao Ye. Yao Ye recognizes the skill as belonging to the Sun family, but the sheer number of orbs overwhelms him. Every attack hits hard, damaging his body and tearing off his shirt. Clearly furious, Yao Ye calls Ye Tian a bastard and swears to kill him even if it costs his life. But before he can act, Ye Tian delivers a powerful punch to the back of his head, slamming him into the ground. Ye Tian says he's just paying Yao Ye back for what he did earlier. Now trembling from Ye Tian's strength, Yao Ye struggles to get up from the ground. However, Yao Ye's effort is useless as Ye Tian stomps straight into his face. Desperate and powerless, Yao Ye shouts for help. From atop a building, a figure appears, Geezer Li. He tells Yao Ye that he warned him not to act recklessly since they are guests and must respect their hosts. But sadly, Yao Ye didn't listen. Ye Tian looks up, surprised that he hadn't sensed Geezer Li's presence or arrival. Geezer Li then descends from the building and introduces himself as Li Mao, also known as Geezer Li, a grandmaster from Teeth Base. He compliments Ye Tian on his potential. Ye Tian looks him over and asks if he's here to fight too. Geezer Li laughs and says he doesn't want to fight since he only helps those who are right, not just those close to him, so he won't be helping Yao Ye. Even though he's also from Iron Teeth Base, they are very different people. He tells Ye Tian that he's free to do whatever he wants with Yao Ye. Hearing this, Yao Ye gets furious and powers up quickly, calling Geezer Li a bastard and threatening to take him to hell by exploding his own body to drag Ye Tian down with him. But Ye Tian won't let that happen. He jumps up, using his shadow sword to deliver random slashes that cut Yao Ye's body in multiple places, ending his rage and his life. Geezer Li applauds and praises Ye Tian, saying he didn't expect a martial elite to take down a grandmaster. Ye Tian then asks Geezer Li to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Geezer Li laughs and says it seems Ye Tian isn't very patient. He explains that Yao Ye and his followers were radicals in their base, pushing for a violent invasion of Seaward Base, which goes against what Geezer Li stands for. He wants everyone to coexist as equals. Geezer shows off his super speed as he zooms past Ye Tian, who barely catches a glimpse of him. Geezer keeps talking, saying that since Ye Tian has already taken out everyone in the Sun family, he hopes Ye Tian will stop the killing and forgive them. He suggests that both bases should team up from now on for a better future. Ye Tian chuckles softly and tells Geezer Li that if he wants to cooperate, he should talk to the Lin family because they run things here and make the decisions. Geezer asks if Ye Tian has ever thought about ruling the base himself, but Ye Tian says he does not like trouble, and besides, he is busy. Geezer tries to stop him, but Ye Tian ignores him, taking a huge leap and launching into the sky like a rocket, leaving a trail of electricity behind. Geezer smiles as he watches Ye Tian disappear into the sky and says he is going to accomplish a lot. Meanwhile, at Lin's villa, Lin Wanli, leader of the Lin family, is sitting and shaping a small tree in his palace. Just then, the door opens, and his son, Lin Mingzi, comes in to inform him about a massive explosion that happened overnight in downtown. He explains that it took place at the Sun family's company, and that both their company and family have now been wiped out. Lin Wanli refuses to believe it, saying it's impossible because the Sun family has a grandmaster. Lin Mingzi reminds his father about Ye Tian, the martial artist he had mentioned before. He tells him that Ye Tian is the one who killed everyone in the Sun family, including their grandmaster Yao Ye. This shocks Lin Wanli so much that he drops the scissors he was using to trim the tree. Lin Wanli says he never expected the struggle between the hardliners and moderates of the Iron Teeth base to end at the hands of a young man named Ye Tian. He gets up and starts walking as he continues, saying that by doing this, Ye Tian has managed to secure the Seaward and the base, as well as the safety of the Lin family. His son Lin Mingzi follows him, and says there is one more thing he wants to tell him. The master of the Iron Teeth base, Li Mao, also known as Geezer Li, has arranged a meeting with them this morning, and is currently waiting for him in the tea room. Lin Wanli replies that they really did not give him any time to think and agrees to meet with Li Mao. He then directs his son to carry out his orders to all factions, telling him that every faction in the Seaward base must ensure Ye Tian and his family's safety. If Ye Tian intends to build his own power, all factions must support him wholeheartedly. In simple terms, no one should do anything to upset Ye Tian under any circumstances. Meanwhile, at the penthouse, Yu Ye sits on a chair, thinking about what his brother Ye Tian must be doing. Just then, The waitress comes over to offer the captain another cup of tea. The captain replies that they have been drinking tea all night and asks about the whereabouts of the boss. The waitress says she is sorry but has no idea where the boss might be right now. The captain mentions that he has been here a few times before for trades, but he has never met the lady of the penthouse. Rumors say she is a stunning beauty. He asks his master if they should wait or leave. Linza, his master, tells him to be patient and stay calm as he sips his tea. He also says the captain has met the lady of the house before, and that even Yu Ye has met her as well. Just then, the boss arrives and the waitress apologizes for the wait, letting everyone know she is here. It is Yue Ling. As she approaches the group and looks at Yu Ye, she is shocked. The captain is even more shocked as he looks from Yu Ye to Yue Ling and realizes they look exactly the same. The waitress also looks confused, wondering if they really are twins. Linza says it has been a long time since he last saw Miss Yue and then introduces Yu Ye to her. He tells her that Yu Ye is Ye Tian's sister and that Ye Tian asked him to bring her to the penthouse for refuge. Yue Ling interrupts and says she already knows what happened last night at the seaward base. She looks at Yu Ye and thinks to herself that Ye Tian's sister looks exactly like her. She remembers how Ye Tian used to save her all the time and hopes he doesn't see her as his sister. An embarrassing moment flashes through her mind when Ye Tian hugged her, and she feels awkward realizing she looks just like his sister. She then walks over to Yu Ye and says she can be her big sister. Later at the market, Ye Tian returns and spots Yue Ling standing there waiting for him. He asks what she is doing there, and she replies that she is waiting for his grand arrival since he is now the big shot at the seaward base, and she wouldn't dare to ignore him. Ye Tian uses his ability to assess Yue Ling's powers, and discovers she has been promoted from high level to top level. He guesses it must have something to do with the treasure in the Death Lake. He keeps looking at her with a smile on his face. Feeling embarrassed by Ye Tian's constant staring, Yue Ling calls him out. She grabs his shirt and tells him it is rude to stare at girls for too long. Ye Tian snaps back to reality, apologizes, and says he was just lost in thought with no intention of staring. She lets go of his shirt and says she's too kind to argue with him. Then she suggests they take a walk before night falls. Ye Tian agrees, and they stroll through the market, talking. Yue Ling mentions that Linze was talking about his family training people for Ye Tian, and asks what he thinks about that. Ye Tian says he's not interested. She asks why and then what his plan is, if he plans to keep cultivating on his own. Ye Tian replies that he wants to leave the seaward base soon and head toward Demon Sea Base. Yue Ling looks confused and seems sad to hear that. When Ye Tian asks what's wrong, she just looks down and says nothing. She stands still watching him walk ahead, wondering why he wants to leave. Ye Tian looks back and asks why she is just standing there since she was the one who suggested the walk. Yue Ling huffs and starts walking with him again. Night falls, and Ye Tian finally returns to the Lin family mansion, where his sister greets him with a big hug. However, Ye Tian scolds Yu Ye, telling her to behave more like a lady since she's no longer a child. She feels embarrassed and says she just missed her brother so much. Ye Tian thanks everyone for taking care of his sister while he was away. Linzi tells him it was no big deal and that he is welcome. Yue Ling, standing a little distance away by the door, tells her maid to go fetch Elder Yue because she needs to talk to him about something. She speaks with Elder Yue in a separate room. Elder Yue asks if she has really made up her mind, and she confirms that she has, and that now she will leave everything in his hands. The next morning, Ye Tian is ready to leave with his sister. They stand by a car as Lindsay asks if he is really going to give up the chance to build his own team if he stays here. Ye Tian chuckles and says yes, he is going, and thanks Lindsay for the car. Linzo says young men should always aim high, and that if he were a bit younger, he would definitely tag along with Ye Tian. The captain looks around and asks about Miss Yue since she is a good friend of Ye Tian's, but is nowhere to be found. Ye Tian looks around but doesn't see her anywhere, then says he doesn't have time to wait for her to say goodbye. He prepares to leave and says his goodbyes, while the captain tells Ye Yu to keep cultivating and not to slack off. Just then, Yue Ling arrives and tells them to stop. She and her maid head toward the car. She sits in the front seat and tells Ye Tian to get in already. Ye Tian asks if they are both coming, and Yue Ling replies, "Isn't it obvious? Why else would they be sitting inside the car?" Ye Tian asks Ye Yu to sit in the back seat and then turns to Yue Ling, asking why she suddenly decided to come along. She replies that she just wanted to. Ye Tian smiles and says she can simply admit that she wanted to go out with him to train. There's no need for an excuse. Yue Ling blushes and says she just happens to be going to the same place and only needs a ride, so that's why she's coming with him. Then, they start driving away, bidding farewell to the seaward base. They continue riding in the car while the maid calls the cat naughty for not coming to her. Ye Yu explains that the cat just met her and doesn't know her yet. Yue Ling then tells Ye Tian there will be a test in the secret land of the Demon Sea Base and asks if he is interested. Ye Tian says he doesn't know about the secret land and asks her to explain. The maid chimes in, surprised that he became a martial master without knowing about it. She explains that the secret land is a subspace on Earth that came into existence during the catastrophe 100 years ago. Martial artists often enter the secret land through space cracks to hunt for treasures, and it's considered the most effective way to level up. Ye Tian asks if anyone can enter the secret land, and Yue Ling says it has different levels, allowing only people who meet the required level to enter. For example, one portal opens every 3 months, and only martial masters are allowed in. If someone below or above the required level tries to break in, they will be turned to ashes. Ye Tian says it's the first time he's heard of it as he shifts gears and speeds up the car. Yue Ling tells him that not many people earn the chance to go to the secret land, and if she allows him to go, one of her family members will lose the opportunity to participate. She explains it's a rare chance and asks him again if he's interested. Ye Tian says it sounds troublesome and that he'll pass because he hates causing trouble for others. This makes Yue Ling annoyed but amused as she grabs the steering wheel and yells at him to act like a man and stop hesitating. After a while, they arrive at an abandoned campsite and decide to spend the night there. Ye Tian washes his face, breathing in the cool air, then goes back to check if everyone has dinner ready. But Yue Ling stops him and asks once more if he really isn't going to the secret land. She stresses that it's a very rare opportunity, and he needs to be sure of his decision since no one knows when the secret land will open again. Opportunities like this are crucial for martial artists to grow stronger, so he should think carefully. Ye Tian coughs to cover his words and says he does want to go, but this is the first time he and Ye Yu have left the seaward base, and he can't leave his sister alone for so long. Yue Ling laughs at his reason for turning down the chance and tells him he doesn't really know what her family is up to. She explains that her family has multiple penthouse branches at the Demon Sea base, so he doesn't need to worry about Ye Yu because her family will take care of her. She gives him a confident smile and a cheerful wink. After hearing this, Ye Tian says he is ready to go to the secret land with her. Yue Ling agrees and tells him it's a deal, warning him not to change his mind again as she clenches her fist and looks at him. Ye Tian thinks this is a good way to save a lot of money. The maid asks everyone for their opinion and explains that the Demon Sea base is about 1,860 miles away, so they can either get there as soon as possible or take a slower route and enjoy the scenery. Yue Ling and Ye Tian answer at the same time that both options are fine. The maid is amazed and asks how they managed to say the same thing at once, which makes both of them blush as they look away in opposite directions. Ye Yu says she prefers the slower option because she wants to see more of the outside world. They all agree to her request and head to sleep. The next morning they continue their journey and encounter giant monsters along the way, like a giant and a giant octopus. After 3 months of travel, they finally arrive at the Demon Sea base. The captain of the ship announces that they have finally arrived at the Demon Sea base and asks the passengers to disembark in an orderly manner. The group gets off the ship and heads into the bustling market. Ye Tian remarks that this base is several times larger than the seaward base. Yue Ling agrees, saying it is indeed much bigger and even divided into different areas because of its size. Suddenly, a car screeches to a halt right in front of Ye Tian and Yue Ling. The driver steps out, opens the back door, introduces himself, and says he is from the penthouse branch at the Demon Sea base, welcoming Miss Yue Ling. Ye Tian looks amazed that this base even has drivers, which tells him they must be filthy rich. Yue Ling asks the maid to take Ye Yu to the penthouse so she can rest, and both of them get into the car. Ye Tian bids his sister goodbye and tells her to take care, promising to meet her at the penthouse. The driver then drives off with the maid and Ye Yu, leaving Ye Tian and Yue Ling behind. Yue Ling ties her hair back and says it's time to carry out their plan. They head toward a place where a huge crowd has gathered, and a chopper flies overhead. They see many common martial artists, most there just for fun since there aren't enough martial masters. Suddenly, an old man notices a space crack appearing in the sky and shouts about it as a small hole opens up overhead. Ye Tian looks at the hole in the sky and says it's too tiny for any human to fit through. Yue Ling tells him to be patient because someone will arrive soon to expand it. After a while, a man floats down from the sky, causing everyone's jaws to drop. It's Emperor Yun Ho, a powerful emperor-level martial artist from the Yun family of the Demon Sea base. Yue Ling explains to Ye Tian that he is an emperor level, which means he has the power to levitate in midair. Ye Tian thinks to himself that an emperor level must be any rank beyond a grandmaster. It surprises him to see an emperor-level martial artist here at the Demon Sea base. Curious, he wonders how Yun Ho will expand the tiny hole in the sky. Yun Ho pulls his hand out of his pocket and smiles menacingly as his finger begins to spark with electricity. Suddenly, a huge flaming finger appears above Yun Ho as he pushes it right into the center of the tiny hole in the sky. Cracks spread across the hole until it shatters into pieces, making the opening large enough for anyone to enter. The crowd cheers, amazed by his incredible power. However, Ye Tian watches closely and uses his ability to check Yun Ho's talents. It turns out Yun Ho has a supreme level of cultivation talent and a primary level of spatial talent. Ye Tian realizes that a talent can be higher than top level, and that level is called supreme. He raises his finger and thinks to himself that if that's the case, it would be best for him to copy those talents. The announcement comes through the speakers, telling everyone that the gate to the secret realm has opened, and they should be ready to enter within 5 minutes. The crowd cheers for Emperor Yun-ho and says their farewells as he walks through them. Ye-tian thinks about the spatial talent Yun-ho has and wonders what secrets it holds. However, since he can't copy another ability yet, his only option is to wait for another chance. Yueling gives Ye-tian a spatial bag and a wristwatch that tracks the user's location. She tells him to keep these items with him because they will be useful in the secret realm. She explains that once inside, it's unpredictable where they will land, so they must regroup quickly if they want to survive. She adds that they have to leave within 1 month or else they'll be stuck there for 10 years. Ye-tian puts on the watch and says he understands. Just then, Yue Chao approaches from behind and mocks Ye-tian, calling him the weakling sister Ling invited to the secret realm. He tells Yue Ling that Ye-tian doesn't seem strong enough to be a martial master and might be tricking her. Yue Ling tells Yue Chao to show some respect since Ye-tian is her friend, but Yue Chao says this nobody from a small place took away his brother's spot, so he can't respect him. Ye Chao taps Ye-tian on the back, calls him a wimp, and walks away after warning him not to cross paths with him in the secret realm. Ye-tian, with a poker face, asks Yue Ling if Yue Chao has always been this bold. The announcer then declares the gate officially open and wishes everyone a fruitful journey. Multiple martial artists leap into the hole, and Yue Ling and Ye-tian get ready and follow. As they travel through the gate, Ye-tian's sister silently prays for his safe return. Once inside the secret realm, only Ye-tian is visible because, as Yue Ling said, they have spawned in different locations. Ye-tian falls to the ground after landing but quickly gets up, taking in the eerie blood moon and strange atmosphere around him. He begins walking toward a castle ahead and steps on a flower. He picks it up and realizes it's a 100-year ginseng. Looking around, he sees many more of them, which shocks him. Ye-tian smiles happily as he declares that he is rich now. He pulls out his spatial bag and begins gathering all the ginseng around him. With one smooth sweep, every ginseng plant on the ground is sucked into his bag. He thinks to himself that if Ye Yu, that money grubber, were here, she would definitely faint seeing how much ginseng he's collected. After finishing, he continues walking toward the castle. Along the way, he finds the corpse of a martial hunter and figures the person was attacked just as they entered the secret realm. He reminds himself to stay cautious here, or he might end up the same way. Suddenly his watch starts beeping and shows Yue Ling's location. She's under attack by a horde of enemies. Understanding she's in danger, Ye-tian rushes toward the spot on the watch as fast as he can. Meanwhile, Yue Ling is on her knees, looking up at the goblin monsters swarming her while thinking about Ye-tian. The big-headed dwarf-like goblins ready their weapons and charge to attack. Ye-tian arrives outside another castle, which looks like the same one Yue Ling is in. She gets to her feet, readies her sword, and breaks the club of one goblin, but it doesn't help much because another goblin attacks her from behind. This makes her drop her sword and shiver in pain as she sinks to her knees, looking up at the goblin who just attacked her. Terror spreads across her face as the goblin raises his club, ready to finish her off. She closes her eyes and calls out to Ye-tian in her mind. Just then, Ye-tian arrives and kicks the goblin square in the face, breaking his teeth and sending him flying. Standing protectively in front of Yue Ling, he tells her to rest easy and leave everything to him. Drawing his weapon, he rushes at the remaining goblins and slashes them apart. One goblin tries to sneak up behind Ye-tian, thinking he is clever, but is met with a powerful punch to the jaw that breaks it and sends him flying as well. Ye-tian continues taking down the goblins while Yue Ling watches, thinking that with Ye-tian here, her father's wish from all those years ago might finally be fulfilled. After finishing off the last of the goblins and securing the area, Ye-tian returns to Yue Ling and asks how, if her power is enough to kill these weak demons, they managed to harm her so badly. She explains that it wasn't the goblins but a powerful enchanted python that caused her trouble. This python was a high-level magic beast gifted with deadly eye techniques. She gets up and explains that she managed to escape the python by using a secret technique, but right after that, she was ambushed by the goblins. She tells Ye-tian that the secret realm is full of precious treasures, but it also comes with great risks. She warns him that this is just the beginning and that even bigger challenges lie ahead. Yue Ling takes out a health potion and drinks it, then sits down to meditate and heal herself. Ye-tian notices how much she knows about the secret realm and asks if she also knows where the most precious treasure is hidden. He inquires about the location of some heaven and earth treasures as well. While continuing to meditate, Yue Ling tells Ye-tian that the most valuable treasure in the secret realm is the primordial chi stone vein, but that treasure has already been targeted by the Yun family. Ye-tian asks if that is the same Yun family Yun-ho belongs to, and if she is after the same treasure as them. She denies it, saying she is after the treasure her father left behind, which surprises Ye-tian and makes him ask about that treasure. She explains that 20 years ago, her father entered a secret realm and discovered an incredibly rare heaven and earth treasure, but it was guarded by a beast with teleportation abilities, so he couldn't obtain it. She goes on to say that according to her father, the beast has middle-level spatial magic and is a very dangerous magic beast. Ye thinks it over because even Yun Ho only has a primary level of spatial talent, but this monster possesses middle-level talent, which is a must-have for Ye Tian. He bites his lower lip and shivers with excitement while Yue Ling finishes healing herself. She stretches to loosen up and prepare for what's coming next. Once she's ready, she tells Ye Tian she's good to go. Ye Tian asks about the treasure those women have been so obsessed with, and since he's now her partner, Yue Ling decides to share the secret with him. She explains that the treasure is called the Heavenly Soul Flower, a heaven and earth treasure that can elevate a person's cultivation talent to the very top level. Simply put, it's a flower that can create a genius. One Heavenly Soul Flower is enough to make someone a top grandmaster, powerful enough to dominate places like Linhai Base. She adds that this flower isn't just something she needs. Ye Tian and Ye Yu need it too. Since Ye Tian has already surpassed the top level of cultivation, he doesn't need it, but Ye Yu definitely does. Ye Tian asks how many of those flowers there are. Yiling replies that 20 years ago, there were 10 of them, but since it's been that long, some might have been lost, or maybe even grown. She tells Ye Tian that one of the biggest taboos in treasure hunting partnerships is unevenly dividing the rewards, so she's willing to split everything evenly with him. In return, she expects Ye Tian to give his all when it comes to killing that beast. Ye Tian agrees, and they seal the deal with a high five. After a while, they start heading toward the treasure with Yue Ling leading the way. Ye Tian asks if she really knows where it is, and she tells him not to worry and just follow her. Ye Tian thinks to himself that even though heaven and earth treasures are valuable, his priority is the spatial magic. He asks Yue Ling if his father has been hunting that monster for 20 years, then maybe he must have had a plan. Yue Ling agrees and hands him a device called a formation plate, forged by a formation maker her father hired for a large sum. The pattern on it is called the air band formation, which significantly reduces the effects of teleportation. Ye Tian remarks that it seems even teleportation can be countered, and Yue Ling confirms that it definitely can. She goes on to explain that every force in this world has a counterforce. Nothing is truly invincible, it's just that some haven't found their natural enemy yet. Ye Tian wonders if that's true, then who could be the natural enemy of his talent? Yiling warns him not to assume the formation plate is perfect since it only works within 800 meters and lasts just 3 seconds. She explains that her original plan was to use the formation plate, launch her secret technique, and coordinate an attack with Ye Tian. But since she already used her secret technique to escape the python, she can't use it again for a while. Still, they can't delay the treasure hunt any longer, so they'll have to adapt and come up with a new plan to take down the beast. Ye Tian reassures Yue Ling that there's no need to say more, he'll give his all to eliminate the beast. Yue Ling smiles at this. After a while, she suddenly stops by a giant crater on the ground. Ye Tian asks why she stopped, and she replies that they have arrived at the location as they both stand at the edge of a hill. Yue Ling looks down at a cave and asks Ye Tian if he can see it too. She tells him that the heavenly soul flowers are inside, along with the spatial talent beast. Ye Tian asks if he should make the first move and attack the beast, but Yue Ling tells him to wait because setting up the formation takes time. Once the formation is ready, they can lure the beast out. The beast sleeps inside the cave but is instantly awakened by their presence and teleports behind Ye Tian, catching him off guard. Floating above both Ye Tian and Yue Ling, the beast looks down on them. They both turn around and realize the beast has discovered their position. Ye Tian orders Wei Ling to get the formation ready while he keeps the beast occupied. She agrees and leaves to prepare her formation magic. The beast immediately appears before Ye Tian and slashes his chest and shoulder. Ye Tian looks at the wounds and thinks spatial magic is no joke. Its teleportation talent sets it apart from regular speed. The beast smashes Ye Tian into the ground before flying back up. Ye Tian finally shakes off his daze and prepares to fight. He gets up, uses his healing talent to mend his wounds, and draws his dagger. Meanwhile, Yue Ling sits a safe distance away from all the chaos, focusing on preparing her formation and thinking to herself that it's almost ready, just needing a little more time. The beast floats in the sky as Ye Tian gets up and watches it rush toward him. Just as it's about to reach him, it vanishes and reappears behind him. Ye Tian quickly shows his agility by jumping away and dodging the attack. The beast growls and charges again, aiming directly for Ye Tian's face, but he blocks it with his dagger. They trade blow after blow, neither able to land a perfect hit. Amid the fight, Ye Tian checks in with Yue Ling about the formation. She tells him she needs only 3 more seconds to finish. As those seconds pass, the beast senses something is wrong with Yue Ling, disappears from Ye Tian's side, and moves to attack her. But Ye Tian has other plans. He kicks the beast hard in the jaw just as it's about to strike Yue Ling and disrupt her formation. The formation is finally ready as Yue Ling activates the airspace seal formation. This technique creates circles above the monster that press down on its body, pinning it to the ground in one spot. Yue Ling breathes a sigh of relief and says the formation magic has finally been completed. The beast uses its gigantification talent, bulking up its body and trying to break free from the formation. The formation plate starts to crack as its time runs out. Ye Ling tells Ye Tian to take his chance now before the plate breaks and the beast escapes. Without wasting a second, Ye Tian draws his shadow sword and slices the monster's face clean in half with a single strike, ending its rampage instantly. Yueling is surprised by Ye Tian's power. The formation plate finally shatters, and Ye Tian picks up the broken pieces, remarking how it's a shame such a good treasure can only be used once. Yueling runs up to him, shouting for him to speak up, and asks if he was hiding his true strength because he took down the escape bat so easily. Ye Tian nervously explains that the bat was fast, but once it grew bigger, it became an easy target, and the formation was what really helped him take it down. He tries to change the subject by pointing out the flowers, saying it's best to check on them first since they're the real priority. Yueling looks at him with an annoyed expression and says she'll interrogate him later. She runs toward the cave, hoping there are still some flowers left. Otherwise, she won't be able to explain anything to Ye Tian. Meanwhile, Ye Tian uses his spatial bag to absorb the escaped bat. Yueling finally finds the flowers, and to her relief, all of them are still there. She counts them and sees there are 8 in total, which means she can split them evenly with Ye Tian. She sits down and starts plucking the flowers, feeling lucky. Ye Tian stands behind her, waiting patiently as she gathers them, and notices a familiar scent in the air. Yueling hands him his share, and he stores the flowers in his spatial bag. Ye Tian's nose twitches as he realizes this scent is the same one Xiaojin followed when leading him to the spiritual fruit. He tells Yueling there must be another treasure nearby and begins searching. Yueling reminds him that they already have the heavenly soul flowers, and it's time to leave. But Ye Tian is determined to find the other treasure and tells her to go ahead if she's in a hurry. He will catch up soon. Yueling warns him to be content with what they have, as greed is a dangerous taboo when it comes to treasure hunting. Ye Tian says nothing and keeps looking. He eventually notices a small patch on the wall, strikes it with his fist, and reveals a hidden chamber inside the cave. Yueling is surprised there was a secret chamber, but even more stunned when she sees the treasure hidden inside, the Earth Surge Gold Lotus. Ye Tian grins and says this is the treasure he had been searching for all along. Ye Tian asks Yueling if she knows anything about the plant. She says she does and identifies it as the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, which is even rarer than the Heavenly Soul Flowers. However, despite being incredibly valuable, it's considered unmarketable. Ye Tian looks confused and asks what she means by something being invaluable yet unmarketable. She explains that while the lotus can influence a person's innate talent, it doesn't upgrade it like a heavenly flower does. Instead, it allows the talent to develop new tricks, but whether those tricks are useful depends entirely on the talent itself. The effects are usually minor, and only in rare cases, maybe 1 in 1,000, it can make a skill more efficient. That's why only the wealthy are willing to buy it to test their luck, making it precious but not easy to sell. Ye Tian thinks about his copy talent and gets curious about what new tricks it might learn. He tells Yueling it's time to talk business, then asks her to wait as he jumps down to retrieve the lotus. When he comes back, Yueling demands to know how he could just grab the flower without asking, and insists she deserves a share. Ye Tian assures her that of course she'll get her share, but since the lotus is of no use to her and they both own half of it, he proposes a trade, 3 heavenly soul flowers in exchange for the lotus. Yueling thinks to herself that 3 flowers are way too much for that lotus and considers Ye Tian completely brain dead. She chuckles quietly and decides that, as a shrewd businesswoman, she'll teach him a lesson. Playing it cool, she tells Ye Tian that since he worked hard, she'll consider accepting the deal. In her mind, she's thrilled, thinking she just got 3 heavenly soul flowers for free, and now has a total of 7 flowers from this trip. She also starts thinking about a man she has a deal with and figures that the number of flowers she has now should be enough to hold up her end of the bargain. Meanwhile, Ye Tian sits down and begins to meditate, focusing on using the lotus. As the lotus activates, waves of yellow energy ripple through the air, and suddenly, Ye Tian's status window appears. It reveals that he has successfully unlocked the second copy function. Ye Tian realizes this means he can now copy a second time without delay, which is a major boost to his ability. Considering he used to wait an entire month before copying another ability, this new upgrade feels like a game changer. He checks the range from which he can now copy abilities, and is amazed to see it has increased drastically, up to 500 meters. He thinks to himself that the double copy function and the extended range are such valuable improvements that even 10 heavenly soul flowers would have been worth it, so giving up 3 was nothing. Then he takes out the escape bat's corpse from his spatial bag, and his system window pops up, confirming that the middle-level spatial talent has been successfully copied. He integrates the ability into himself and smiles, letting out a satisfied huff. Ye Tian huffs in exhaustion as he finally completes his cultivation, saying that the teleportation magic is the strongest ability he's ever encountered. It includes teleportation, spatial perception, spatial mark, and a pocket inventory. He opens the pocket inventory, moves his spatial bag into it, and feels ready to begin a new round of treasure hunting. As he steps out of the cave, he finds Yueling sleeping outside. He looks at her and thinks how much she resembles Ye Yu, wondering how his sister must be doing. Yiling wakes up, dusts herself off, and asks if he's done cultivating as she reattaches her weapon. Ye Tian thanks her for keeping watch while he was busy. Yiling says she's obtained the item she came for and plans to leave the secret realm soon. Ye Tian tells her that he wants to stay a little longer to search for more treasures, curious about what else might be hidden in the secret realm. Yiling scolds him, warning that he's unfamiliar with the area and it's far too dangerous to survive alone. But Ye Tian assures her that he's strong enough to take care of himself and will be just fine. He adds that he'll escort her to the teleportation waypoint, and if they leave now, they should reach it before daybreak. Yiling sighs and thinks to herself that she needs to find a way to convince Ye Tian to leave the secret realm with her. The two of them start running toward the waypoint when suddenly they hear a massive explosion. It turns out there are people fighting in the distance. Yiling says they're probably fighting over some treasure, though it's a shame they can't see clearly who they are since they're too far away. Ye Tian, on the other hand, sees it as the perfect chance to test his newly acquired talent and activates his spatial perception. Using his skill, he sees that two humans are locked in combat, even though the monster in the area has already been killed. The real fight is over a hidden treasure nearby. Yiling and Ye Tian move in closer, and Ye Tian tells her that the fighters are Li Kang and Zhang Kai. Yiling is surprised and asks why they would fight, considering the Li and Zhang families have always been on good terms. Ye Tian figures they must have discovered a treasure and started fighting over it, so he uses his spatial perception again to try and locate the hidden item. At first he doesn't see anything unusual, but then he notices something inside the mouth of the fallen calamity beast. A flower burning with a bright red glow, clearly a rare treasure. Both fighters, Zhang Kai and Li Kang, land fatal blows on each other at the same time, resulting in their simultaneous deaths. Yiling points out that it looks like both of them died together and rushes down toward the scene. Ye Tian asks where she's going, reminding her she was supposed to head to the gate. Yiling replies that there's free loot lying around, and only a fool would miss a chance like this. Ye Tian follows her down, telling her that whatever they find this time will belong to the one who picks it up, no sharing. Yiling agrees and warns him not to regret it later. Ye Tian accepts the terms and thinks to himself that he'll admit defeat if she manages to find the stalk of the spirit grass. Yiling speeds up and tells Ye Tian not to blame her for getting a head start. Both of them rush toward the corpses, and Yiling immediately grabs the spatial bags from both fighters, thinking she just hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, Ye Tian heads straight for the calamity beast's corpse and sits on it. He asks Yiling if she wants it, but she replies that the calamity beast isn't worth much on the market, and it's too big for her to carry, so he can have it if he wants. Ye Tian asks if she's really sure about that. Slightly annoyed, Yiling tells him again that she already said she doesn't want it, and he can do whatever he wants with it. Ye Tian smiles and tells her that the corpse belongs to him now, asking her not to regret it later. She tells him to stop being so naggy as she picks up a sword from the corpses, and repeats that she has no interest in the monster's corpse. Meanwhile, Ye Tian opens the calamity beast's mouth wide and finds a glowing flower hidden inside. Yiling drops the sword in shock as she sees the flower and rushes over to Ye Tian. He grins and says he's incredibly lucky to have found a rare spiritual grass stalk hidden in the beast's mouth. Yiling hurries to his side and asks to take a closer look at it. He refuses at first, saying it belongs to him, so why should he let her see it? But she doesn't listen and grabs his hand to get a better look. She immediately identifies it as the flame talent spirit grass. Ye Tian asks her if it's valuable, and she tells him to be very careful with it. Then with a smile, she asks if he'd be interested in trading the item. Ye Tian tells her to explain first what spirit grass actually is, and why the Li and Zhang families were willing to kill each other over it. Yiling explains that the grass has a single, powerful ability. It allows the person who consumes it to gain flame talent. It doesn't seem all that interesting to Ye Tian, since he can already copy any talent he wants. But Yiling explains that the idea of adding an entirely new skill is incredibly valuable. Even some monarch-level experts are just cultivators with high potential, not necessarily people with unique talents like this. For powerful families, a high-level attack-type talent such as Flame is a rare treasure, which makes it extremely sought after. Ye Tian still feels that, for him personally, the flower is basically useless since he can copy any talent without relying on it. Yiling then mentions that even the monarch rank ancestor in the Yue family is desperate for a unique talent like this. He needs something powerful to drastically boost his battle strength, and this flame talent could increase it tenfold. Ye Tian offers her the grass and tells her she can have it since she wants it so badly. Yiling is surprised and asks if he's really giving it to her. Yeda nods and says yes, of course, he can't use it, and neither can Ye Yu, so it makes sense to give it to someone who actually needs it. He starts walking away, saying he's going to look around for something that might be useful to him. Yiling smiles to herself, thinking this is the difference between Ye Tian and others. Some people would see that grass as a treasure worth dying for, while others like him remain completely unaffected by it. She says to herself that Ye Tian is truly someone destined for greatness, and even wonders if he might be some kind of angel. But Ye Tian has his own reasons for giving her the grass. In his mind, the grass is useless to him, and by giving it to Yiling, he earns her favor. If he tried to sell it in the market or to a martial artist, it would come with complications or a heavy price, so he chose profit over hassle. That's why he handed it over without hesitation. They continue their journey and eventually arrive at the massive spiraling gate that leads out of the secret realm, standing together before it. Yahello asks Ye Tian one last time if he wants to leave the secret realm with her, but he shakes his head and says he's staying behind. She sighs and hands him another flower along with the spatial bags, saying that since he's choosing to stay and gather more rewards, she can't accept something from him without giving something in return. She reminds him that there's a limit to how long he can remain in the secret realm, only 1 month. After that, the teleportation gates will be heavily guarded by stronger monsters, making it far more dangerous to leave. Just as she gets ready to step into the gate, she remembers something and turns to warn Ye Tian about the Yun family. She tells him that if he ever comes across them, he should run as fast as he can, because their family has a monarch rank expert. She says goodbye and tells him she'll be waiting for him on the outside. Ye Tian smiles and waves at her as she jumps into the gate and begins traveling through it. Along the way, she glances back at Ye Tian and thinks to herself that it won't be long before he surpasses her. That's why she can't afford to slack off. She has to grow stronger too, or she'll be left admiring him from a distance. Ye Tian watches as Yahello finally disappears into the gate, then smirks and says, the dead weight is finally gone. Now he can farm treasures to his full potential without holding back. He gets ready to leap off and start exploring again. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the gate begins to ripple as someone starts to emerge. The crowd nearby assumes it's a weak martial artist returning after only 2 days, unable to handle the secret realm. Suddenly, something crashes violently to the ground. 2 thugs glance over and spot the figure, thinking there might be valuable treasures to steal from whoever just returned. As they move closer, they realize it's Yahello, now badly injured and barely conscious, her body lying almost lifeless on the ground. Just as the thieves get ready to rob her, Uncle Ben pushes through the crowd and rushes to her side. Recognizing her immediately, he kneels beside her and urgently asks what happened inside the gate and how she ended up in such a critical state. With a weak and fading voice, Yahello whispers that he should take her to the clan first. Meanwhile, Yunho stands on a nearby rooftop, watching the scene below with a wicked grin as he waits impatiently for his so-called cash cow to appear. Back on the ground, Uncle Ben looks at Yahello in shock and asks about her injuries. She calmly explains that the wounds are superficial and she isn't seriously hurt. She faked the condition because many experts lurk around the gates, waiting to ambush raiders coming out of the secret realm to rob them of their gains. Her act was meant to make her look weak and empty-handed so she could slip away unnoticed. She then drinks a health potion and begins healing her minor wounds. Curious, Uncle Ben asks if she found anything valuable inside. Yahello nods and reveals the flame talent spirit grass. The sight of it sends a chill down Uncle Ben's spine as he stares at the rare treasure capable of granting a talent to its user. Yahello tells Uncle Ben that she needs a favor regarding the flame talent spirit grass. Uncle Ben, clearly impressed, says she's made an incredible contribution to the Yue family by obtaining such a rare treasure and asks what she needs. She tells him that she wants to meet the family's ancestor in person. She admits that she understands the gap in their status means she normally wouldn't be allowed such an audience, but insists it's very important and hopes Uncle Ben can help her. She adds firmly that if she's not allowed to see the ancestor herself, she will never hand over the flame talent to the family, even if it means destroying it. Uncle Ben tries to reason with her and asks if there's any other way she'd be willing to part with the grass, but Yahello refuses. She says her only condition is meeting the ancestor, no matter what. After a moment of silence, Uncle Ben agrees and says he'll make the necessary arrangements. Later, at the Yue family penthouse, Yahello steps out of the bath with a towel wrapped around her body and another in hand to dry her hair. As she stands by the door, she stretches slightly and thinks to herself that it's been a long time since she enjoyed a proper bath. Her mind then drifts to Ye Tian, and she wonders what he might be up to right now. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Ye Tian sits atop a pile of monster corpses with a knife in his hand, looking completely unbothered. He mutters that things are getting boring since there's no one left who can put up a real fight against him. Back at the Yue family mansion, a maid enters Yahello's room and informs her that Elder Ben has summoned her to the meeting hall. She gets dressed and makes her way there. Inside the hall, the ancestor Yueji is seated calmly, sipping tea. He looks at her with a composed expression and says she has done well in obtaining the spirit grass, then asks what kind of reward she would like in return. Yahello stands silently for a few moments, then raises her eyes to meet his and says she wants permission to meditate and attempt to comprehend the Enlightenment stele. Uncle Ben is stunned by Yahello's bold request and asks if she truly intends to comprehend the Enlightenment stele. He warns her that the stele is the very foundation of the Yue family, and that even he doesn't have the authority to approach it, much less comprehend it. He tells her plainly that her request is far beyond acceptable limits. But Yahello looks directly at Yueji and reveals that she obtained 6 stalks of the divine soul flower from the secret realm. She offers to hand them over to the family's disciples, on the condition that Yueji grants her access to the stele. She tries to strike a deal, determined to negotiate. Weiji's expression darkens as he tells her to make another request, calling her demand absurd. But Yueling refuses, saying she isn't interested in anything else and won't back down. Yueji's patience snaps, and with a flick of his aura, he sends Yueling flying out of the building. She crashes onto the ground and coughs up blood, her body barely able to move. Yueshi rises to his feet, his voice filled with fury as he shouts how dare she try to bargain with him. He begins walking toward her with heavy steps. Struggling to rise, Yueling breathes heavily and says that no matter how much she cultivates, her level won't surpass Grandmaster. She isn't content with her current potential. She wants to become stronger, to break her limits and rise beyond what fate has allowed. Yechi floats in front of Yueling, towering above her as she looks up with fear in her eyes. He gazes down coldly and releases his monarch-level aura. The pressure slams into Yueling like a mountain, forcing her to the ground. The earth beneath her begins to crack from the sheer force and she struggles to breathe. Her limbs feel like lead, and fear slowly creeps through her body as she realizes just how terrifying a monarch's aura truly is. Uncle Ben rushes in, alarmed, and pleads with Yueji to stop. He falls to his knees and begs, saying that Yueling is still young and has made a mistake, but it isn't worth lowering himself to punish her like this. Yueling, barely able to move, grits her teeth and tells Uncle Ben to stay out of it. With pure willpower, she starts to lift herself, inch by inch, defying the crushing weight of Yueji's aura. Her body trembles, blood still at the corner of her lips, but she pushes through and stands once more. She declares with unwavering resolve that she must comprehend the enlightenment stele, no matter the cost. Yeji watches her in silence, his eyes narrowing as surprise flashes across his face. Despite being under his full aura, she's still standing. With a casual flick of his arm, he sends a wave of wind that dissipates the pressure around her. He descends slowly to the ground. Yueling drops to her knees for a moment, catching her breath, but quickly realizes that the crushing aura is gone. She steadies herself and rises again, her eyes filled with determination. Uncle Ben bows his head and thanks Yueji for showing mercy to Yueling. Yueji looks at Yueling and tells her that just as there are laws in this country, there are rules within their clan that must be respected. He says he cannot and will not break those rules lightly, not even for her. But after a moment of pause, he raises his hand and summons a small glowing plaque. He tells her that this is his personal secret plaque, an item of rare authority, and with it, she will be permitted to comprehend the enlightenment stele. He extends it toward her. Yueling's eyes widen as she reaches out to take it with both hands. Relief washes over her face, and for the first time in a while, a gentle smile appears. She finally holds the ticket to what she's been chasing, a chance to comprehend the stele and break past her limits. After some time, Uncle Ben enters Yueji's chamber carrying the divine soul flowers and the flame talent spirit grass. He tells Yueji that Yueling sent someone to deliver the items personally, fulfilling her promise. Yechi nods and instructs him to place them on the table. As Uncle Ben carefully sets the flowers down, he looks at Yueji and asks why he changed his mind about letting Yueling approach the enlightenment stele when he had been so firmly against it before. Yueji dips a spoon into a wooden bucket of water and casually waters a nearby plant as he replies with a faint smile. He says that he admires her stubbornness. It reminds him of himself in his younger days. Meanwhile, deep in the secret realm, Ye Tian is up on a mountain when he spots another spirit plant. With a grin, he yanks it out along with its roots, but in his excitement forgets where he is and tumbles down the slope, landing in a river with a splash. He pulls himself out, soaked and dripping, and activates his spatial talent. Using his pocket inventory, he pulls out the plants he has collected so far and lays them out. Looking them over, he counts each one and grins, thinking about how lucky he's been to find so many spirit flowers in just a few days. The potential profit from these, plus the bonus from selling calamity monster corpses, makes him feel like he's struck gold. Glancing down, he wrinkles his nose as he realizes he smells awful. Remembering Yeyu's nagging, he pulls out clean clothes from his inventory and changes on the spot. Unbeknownst to him, a monster hidden in the distance watches his every move. Ye Tian finishes changing his clothes and stores all the spirit flowers back into his inventory. His stomach lets out a loud growl, reminding him that he hasn't eaten in a while. He grumbles to himself and decides to hunt something edible before continuing his exploration. Just then, a boar-like monster crashes out from the brush, snorting aggressively. Ye Tian stares at it with wide eyes, momentarily startled, but a few minutes later, that same monster is sizzling over a fire, turned into a mouth-watering barbecue. Ye Tian slices off some meat and starts devouring it eagerly, savoring the flavor. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a rat dashes in at lightning speed, snatches a piece of meat from his hand, and bolts off into the forest. Ye Tian freezes for a moment, then shouts in disbelief and jumps up to chase the rat. After a long winding pursuit through the woods, the rat finally stops and begins munching on the stolen meat. Ye Tian crouches in the bushes nearby, glaring at the thief and preparing to strike back. Just as he's about to leap, his system window suddenly pops up with a message. The rat possesses a high-tier treasure-seeking talent. Ye Tian lunges at the rat, hoping to catch it off guard, but the creature is lightning fast. The moment it senses danger, it darts into the forest. Yetian watches it go and smirks, saying there's no escape now. He activates his spatial teleportation talent and in a blink, appears right in front of the rat, grabbing it before it can run again. To his surprise, the rat suddenly speaks, yelling at him to let go. From the pitch of the voice, Yetian realizes it's a female rat. She squeaks in protest, calling him a pervert for staring at her, and wriggles violently to break free, but it's no use. Yetian calmly pulls out his knife and threatens her, telling her to either become his pet or get turned into grilled meat. The rat panics and begs for her life, agreeing to become his pet. Since Yetian has already used his copy ability twice and can't copy her treasure hunting talent right now, he chooses to form a soul light contract instead. Once the contract is complete, he names her Little Purple after her vibrant fur. He grins to himself, knowing that purple treasure hunting rats possess apex tier talent, and she will be a valuable asset. As he pets his new companion, Yetian recalls what Yue Ling once told him. The most valuable hidden treasure in the entire secret realm is the energy stone mine that the Yun family is after. Yetian thinks to himself that even though the Yun family is powerful and influential, he now has a treasure-hunting mouse, so why not try his luck at finding the mine? He asks Little Purple if she knows where the energy stone mine is. The mouse proudly says that she absolutely does, thanks to her apex tier treasure hunting talent, which allows her to pinpoint the exact location. Yetian is thrilled and tells her to take him there immediately. Little Purple agrees and climbs onto his arm, ready to lead the way. Yetian apologizes in his heart to Yue Ling, remembering how she warned him not to mess with the Yun family, but he knows now that clashing with them is bound to happen. He grins and says he's going to steal everything from right under their noses. With that, he and Little Purple head out, moving swiftly through the forest as she guides him toward the mine. After a while, Little Purple tells Yetian that they are close, but she also smells other humans nearby and warns that it's possible the mine has already been taken over. This puts Yetian on edge. He quickly uses his spatial talent, spatial sensing, to scout ahead. As he scans the area, he spots several human corpses scattered across the ground. Without wasting time, he activates spatial teleportation and instantly appears near the scene, but he quickly ducks behind a rock to observe the battle. The fight is still raging on. Suddenly, Heliambi unleashes his earth elemental forbidden curse, Rockfall, sending a barrage of massive rocks crashing down on the enemies, wiping them out in an instant. Just as the dust settles, one survivor attempts a sneak attack, but Heliambi counters with Earth Spike, impaling the attacker with brutal precision. Watching all this, Yunfeng grins and praises Heliambi for his impressive skills, saying she can't believe he took out so many Yun family members on his own. She then draws her weapon and, with a spark of excitement in her eyes, declares that it's her turn to have some fun with him. Yunfeng dashes toward Heliambi, declaring that the treasure in his possession rightfully belongs to the Yun family. Heliambi braces for the attack, calmly replying that they'll see if she's strong enough to take it back. He slams his hand on the ground and casts his earth element forbidden spell, King Kong Wall, raising a massive barrier between them. But Yunfeng pulls her sword back and unleashes her technique, Wind-Shattering Slice, cutting through the wall like it was made of paper. Heliambi watches in disbelief as his strongest defense crumbles to rubble. His mind races, trying to understand how she infused her weapon with wind talent and sliced through the King Kong Wall so effortlessly. Caught up in his thoughts, he doesn't notice the incoming danger until it's too late. Yunling appears in a blur, her foot smashing into his face with such force that it breaks the sound barrier and launches him backward into a stone wall. Groaning, Heliambi pushes himself up and retaliates with Rockfall, hurling a wave of sharp rock projectiles at Yunfeng. For a moment she's caught off guard, but she regains her footing and shatters the rocks with precise swings of her blade. She smirks and taunts him, asking if that's really all he's got. Heliambi activates his greater earth forbidden spell, Fallen Skies, and a massive boulder begins descending from the sky toward Yunfeng. Her confident expression shifts to shock as she recognizes the danger. In her mind, she quickly identifies it as an apex tier earth element skill. Without wasting a second, she taps into her speed talent and dashes out of harm's way just in time. Heliambi stares in disbelief, questioning how she managed to dodge such a powerful attack. Yunfeng smirks and tells him it's time he experienced her own forbidden spell, Wind Speech, Pale Blade. She inhales deeply, then lets out a piercing screech that unleashes a torrent of wind blades. The barrage slams into Heliambi, driving him to his knees and forcing him to drop his weapon. Yunfeng lands gracefully and asks if the mineral vein is hidden in the cave behind him. Bloodied and struggling, Heliambi grabs his weapon to support himself as he slowly rises. With fierce determination in his eyes, he says that he spent 10 years searching for that mineral vein and he won't let anyone else take it. Yetian watches the fight closely from his hiding spot, his interest piqued by the mention of the mineral vein. He tries using his spatial sensing to locate the mineral vein, but all he detects is a strange forbidden restriction blocking his ability. Back in the battle, Yunfeng laughs after hearing Heliambi claim that he won't let anyone touch the vein. She mocks him, asking if he even has the strength left to defend it. She then pulls out a spiritual energy-enhancing grass and admits that she hadn't planned on using it here. Normally, consuming such a powerful item directly is extremely dangerous and often fatal, but she's so determined to kill him now that she throws caution to the wind. Without hesitation, she bites into the grass and swallows it whole. Yetian watches in shock from afar, thinking that she's gone insane. Consuming that kind of spiritual grass raw could easily make someone explode on the spot. As soon as she eats it, the veins on her neck bulge, her eyes begin to glow a fierce pink, and her blood surges uncontrollably through her body. She collapses to the ground, screaming in agony as a beam of light shoots into the sky from her body. Moments later, she rises again, glowing with a powerful pink aura that leaves energy trails from both her body and her sword. Liambi is gripped with fear as he realizes her cultivation talent has skyrocketed to transcended tier. Yunfeng smirks with new confidence, her expression wild and hungry for battle, as if her fangs are ready to tear through anything in her path. Yetian opens his status window and is stunned to confirm that Yunfeng's cultivation talent has truly jumped to the transcendent tier. Yunfeng looks down at Liambi with a wicked smile and says she might consider leaving his corpse in one piece if he gets on his knees and begs for his life. Liambi's eyes burn with rage as he snaps back, demanding how she dares speak to him that way. He says that even if her talent has improved, it doesn't guarantee victory. He begins forming a powerful spell, but before he can finish, Yunfeng vanishes and reappears beside him in a blink. Her blade flashes multiple times, cutting through him so fast he doesn't even realize he's been struck until blood pours from his mouth and he collapses. Yunfeng coolly stands over him and says her current stats include a high-tier speed talent combined with an apex-tier wind talent, and that he completely underestimated the power boost she just received. She mocks him, calling him a washed-up genius whose battle instincts have dulled, nothing more than trash from the once proud Helian family. Struggling to lift his head, Liambi says that all cultivators walk a path filled with rivals, and that even if she defeats him today, one day she'll be nothing more than a stepping stone for someone even stronger. Yunfeng narrows her eyes and tells him to shut up. He lost, and losers have no right to speak such delusional words. She also mentions that the Yun family is the strongest in the entire Demon Sea base, with even a monarch rank expert among them. She says that in the face of absolute strength, there are no real enemies. With that, she heads into the cave to search for the mineral veins. Outside, Liambi lies battered and bleeding, staring up at the sky as he wonders if this is how his journey ends. Just then, Yetian appears and asks if he's okay. Liambi is surprised to see him and asks who he is, but Yetian replies that it doesn't matter and offers him a potion. Liambi says it's useless, as Yunfeng's last attack shattered his internal organs and his time is running out. He then asks Yetian if he's here for the mine as well, and Yetian confirms it. Liambi chuckles and says at least Yetian is honest. When Yetian asks about the mine, Liambi explains that if it were an ordinary ore cave, he would have mined it long ago. He says this cave has an apex-tier calamity beast guarding the vitality stone ore, and that the beast has tunneled the cave full of passages to confuse intruders. Anyone who enters is bound to get lost unless they have a purple treasure hunting rat, which possesses a rare talent for tracking hidden treasures. He says such rats are incredibly rare, and that he searched the secret realm for the past 10 years and still hasn't found one. Yetian shows him Little Purple and asks if this is the kind of rat he was talking about. Liambi's eyes widen in shock as he coughs up blood and stares at the purple rat. He can't believe Yetian not only found one but also managed to tame it and form a soul contract. Little Purple hops onto Liambi's knee and lets out a soft squeak. Liambi looks at the rat with a faint smile and says he never imagined he'd actually see one before his death. He slowly reaches out a trembling hand toward the rat and says it feels foolish now, realizing he spent 10 years in the secret realm chasing a dream that someone else accomplished by chance. Just as his fingers are about to touch the rat, Liambi exhales one final breath. His body goes still and lifeless, and in his last fleeting thought, he reflects bitterly that fate has truly made a fool out of him. Yunfeng walks deeper into the cave, carefully exploring the winding paths. She comes across a wall riddled with holes, each leading to a different tunnel. Surprised by how many there are, she mutters that this place is like a maze, then picks a tunnel at random and heads in. Meanwhile, Yetian quietly buries Liambi beneath the rubble and places his weapon upright in the ground as a makeshift tombstone. Back inside, Yunfeng reaches another tunnel, confused by how the cave seems to twist endlessly. Just then, the ground beneath her feet cracks open, and a massive worm-like monster bursts out, lunging to swallow her whole. She manages to leap out of the way just in time, landing a short distance away and staring in shock at the towering creature. She realizes it's a top-tier predator, something that was never mentioned in any of the intelligence reports. The monster starts to charge a powerful energy beam, and a thunderous sound echoes through the cave. Outside, Yetian hears it and smirks, saying it looks like the fight has already begun. He thanks the Yun family for holding the beast off for him, then turns to Little Purple and says that everything depends on her now. The rat hops off his shoulder and begins sniffing around, darting back and forth as she starts to search for the real entrance hidden somewhere in the maze. Yetian figures the maze of caves must be interfering with Little Purple's senses too. But after a short while, she perks up and tells him she's found the real entrance. She leads him toward a river, and Yetian realizes the network of tunnels was just a clever trick to mislead intruders. The true entrance is hidden in what looks like an ordinary pool of water. He mutters that without the purple treasure-hunting rat, he would have definitely been fooled. Kneeling beside the water, he checks it and tells Little Purple that there's nothing wrong with it. Without wasting time, the two of them dive in and begin exploring the pool. As they swim deeper, Yetian finally spots it. A hidden tunnel carved into the rock at the bottom of the pool, and immediately heads into it. Yun Feng feels completely powerless, standing before the monstrous beast. No matter how fiercely she fights back, her strength simply isn't enough to match its overwhelming power. Realizing she has no other choice, she reaches into her storage ring and pulls out a monarch rank magic tool, her last and only hope. With fierce determination, she launches another attack, aiming to make the beast taste the power of a monarch's weapon. With the every ounce of energy she's got left inside her, she manages to activate the monarch magical tool somehow, piercing that nasty monster with this pillar of condensed energy. Let's switch the perspective to our boy, who senses the collapse of the mine. The wave of energy he just felt is so strong that it couldn't possibly belong to that girl from the Yun family. Nonetheless, he activates his speed talent and flashes out of the place to get his hands on the treasure he's been searching for, before things get even crazier. Meanwhile, that giant monster has been pierced through and through, with no strength left to stay upright. As for the lady, her condition doesn't seem much better than the monster's either. She's barely hanging on, with no idea if she'll even survive to fulfill her purpose. Back underwater, Yetian finally spots something that makes his eyes widen with surprise and excitement. He sees the vitality stones, huge, glowing, and scattered all over the mine. It's an incredible discovery, and he can hardly believe his luck. Without wasting a second, he starts collecting them, knowing how valuable they are to the Yun family. Little Purple, his spirit beast companion, warns him that the vitality stones are extremely hard and will require care while harvesting. Yurten nods, unfazed. Breaking them isn't an issue for him. He activates his strength talent, and his muscles begin to glow with raw power. With focused energy, he starts smashing the stones into smaller, manageable pieces. Time is running short, so he calls out to Little Purple and asks for help, telling him to start collecting everything he's broken so far and store it in his inventory space. Little Purple quickly jumps into action, using his own strength to push the stones one by one into Yetian's spatial inventory. Working together with speed and efficiency, the two of them make quick progress through the mine. While working, Little Purple suddenly stops and starts heading in another direction. Yet notices and frowns. Little Purple looks back and tells him to follow quickly, saying he's found something really important. Without hesitation, Yetian rushes after him, curiosity and a hint of anxiety pushing his pace. As they move deeper into the mine, Little Purple explains that he's picked up the scent of a treasure, something possibly tied to ancient legends. His serious tone grabs Yetian's full attention. They eventually reach a hidden chamber glowing with soft, radiant light. In the center of the cave rests a luminous object pulsing with deep golden energy. Little Purple points to it and says it's the vitality core, the very heart of the entire mine. Every vitality stone was formed from this source. Yetian stares at it, completely stunned. The vitality core shines with a powerful aura unlike anything he's ever encountered. This isn't just a rare find, it's the most valuable treasure in the entire secret realm. Yetian is stunned to learn the vitality core can raise him to monarch level, one of the continent's strongest ranks. Excited, he approaches the glowing, pulsing core, awed by its power. But just as he reaches out, Little Purple blocks him, warning that the core's energy is too intense and could destroy his body. Yetian begins to feel the heat and pressure, his skin tingling and sweat dripping. But he's not afraid. He remembers the powerful talents he copied back at the Demon Sea base, especially the endurance and defense ones. Those abilities help him stay calm and hold his ground even in the face of danger. He activates them instantly, and a glowing shield of energy wraps around his body, easing the heat and pressure. Little Purple is stunned again. He never realized Yetian had copied so many high-tier talents. His respect for Yetian grows even deeper. With steady hands, Yetian reaches out once more and touches the vitality core. The moment his skin connects with it, a surge of energy blasts through his arm like a bolt of lightning. The power is overwhelming, shaking his entire body. Even his strongest defensive talents begin to falter. His skin starts to crack, and a wave of intense pain shoots through him, threatening to knock him out. But Yetian doesn't let go. He knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and no matter how painful it gets, he has to push through. He activates his recovery talent, quickly healing the cracks and burns forming across his body. The power of Vitality Core gets so overwhelming that our boy had no choice but to activate one of his spatial talents, known as Pocket Inventory, to absorb the excess heat before he is burned to crisp. Eventually, the power finally subsides, and he is flung backward, hitting the wall behind him. At last, all that suffering he went through pays off when he finally takes hold of the vitality core. Even that little one is so proud of his master. Suddenly, the place begins to collapse. The core's energy was keeping the structure stable, and now with it removed, the cave starts to collapse. Rocks crash down from above, and deep cracks race across the walls. Without hesitation, Yetian scoops up Little Purple and makes a run for it. Using his spatial teleportation talent, he dodges the falling debris and slips through the crumbling tunnels. After a tense and chaotic dash, they finally make it out into the open, just as the entrance caves in behind them. Far away, Yunfeng feels the ground tremble beneath her feet. She glances around, startled by the sudden shift. The mine is collapsing, and she starts to wonder if someone has taken the vitality core. She didn't realize anyone else had entered the cave, and now her curiosity is burning. She wants to know who it was. Meanwhile, Yetian stands just outside the cave, looking back one last time. He notices a number of smaller vitality stones scattered across the ground. These stones may not be as powerful as the core, but they're still incredibly valuable. Not wanting to waste a single opportunity, he rushes back in despite the danger. Using his talents to move quickly and stay safe, he begins picking up each stone and placing it into his pocket inventory. Yunfeng doesn't want anyone else in the mine but her. The thought that someone might have taken the vitality core makes her tense. She has worked so hard and taken so many risks just for this one opportunity. If someone else got to it first, everything she's done will be for nothing. Her heart races with anxiety as she walks deeper into the mine, her face set with determination. Suddenly, she comes across a large stone wall blocking the path. Wasting no time, she steps forward and unleashes her strength. Her hands glow with energy as she punches the wall over and over, breaking it down piece by piece. Rocks crash to the ground, dust fills the air, but she doesn't stop until there's a hole big enough to pass through. She steps into a new chamber, and immediately notices the air feels colder and more hollow. Her eyes land on a small piece of vitality stone lying on the ground. She picks it up quickly, her thoughts racing. If this fragment is here, then this might be where the rest were stored. But as she scans the room, her heart sinks. The chamber is empty. There are no other stones, nothing left in the walls, just bare rock. She brings the small stone close to her nose and picks up a scent. It smells like a human. That means someone was already here. Someone beat her to it and took all the vitality stones. Every single one. Sweat starts to drip from her forehead. Her hands begin to shake, and a sharp pain stabs through her chest. Her legs give out, and she falls to her knees, completely crushed by the realization that everything is gone. All the stones, even the core she risked her life for during her battle with the monster, have been taken. She knows going back empty-handed means punishment. The head of the Yun family had personally given her this mission, but then her expression shifts. The sorrow on her face hardens into rage. Her eyes narrow, her jaw tightens, and her fists clench with fury. She refuses to accept defeat like this. She swears she will find the person who stole from the Yun family, and when she does, she will show no mercy. That person will pay the price. Meanwhile, far away, Yetian feels a wave of gratitude as he looks at Little Purple. Without him, finding the vitality core and gathering so many stones might not have been possible. He smiles and pats his little companion on the head, saying he's lucky to have him by his side. But Little Purple laughs in his playful way and says it wasn't just him. His master has incredible luck. Even he didn't expect such a massive treasure to be hidden there. The two of them leave the area together, full of excitement for the next part of their journey. Meanwhile, back at the Yue family residence, peace is hard to find. A brown-haired girl walks quietly down the hallway, holding a food tray in her trembling hands. The tray carries a warm meal, but her fingers shake slightly. She is taking the food to the young miss, who has locked herself in her room and hasn't eaten in days. Her heart urges her to help, but her mind echoes Elder Yue Ben's strict command. No one is allowed to disturb the young miss, not even to bring food. The young miss had been gathering some sort of energy for a long time, and now it finally begins to appear. After days of silence and isolation, a strange yet beautiful light starts to shine from her room. A soft glow spreads through the air, and soon, a butterfly made of pure energy gently flies out. It sparkles as it dances through the sky, rising higher and glowing brighter with every second. The energy spreads quickly, lighting up the entire sky and radiating from the Yue family residence. It draws the attention of many powerful individuals in the area. A man standing far away looks up, surprised by the glow. He senses that this kind of power can only belong to a grandmaster, and it seems that someone new has awakened. He thinks to himself that the Yue family is about to produce another famous figure, which amazes him. With such a strong legacy already, this new rise will only add to their fearsome reputation. Not far from there, an old bald man also watches the sky, his eyes narrowing as he studies the energy. He nods slowly, thinking that the young miss truly holds great talent and hidden potential. It may have been buried before, but now it is rising like a powerful wave. He is certain of one thing: she is no ordinary girl. Inside her room, the young miss remains calm as she slowly opens her eyes. She takes a deep breath, fully aware of the feeling of finally reaching the realm of a grandmaster. The power flowing through her is unlike anything she has ever experienced. Her body feels light yet incredibly strong, and her soul feels completely free. A faint smile appears on her face as she realizes there's no longer any need to sit and cultivate. Her body is now in perfect harmony with nature, effortlessly absorbing all the vital energy in the air. Her soul resonates naturally with the world itself, allowing her to sense everything around her with newfound clarity. Her senses have become sharper, more refined than ever before. Along with this, she now possesses all the physical abilities that come with the rank of a grandmaster. Her strength, speed, and awareness have reached an entirely new level. She knows that the next day is the last day before the entrance to the secret realm closes, and there's no time left to waste. She must leave soon. She has to find him before it's too late. At the entrance of the secret realm, people are already gathering again. The energy in the area hums with intensity, as many feel a powerful presence approaching. Everyone senses that someone is about to come out. Two jacked macho brothers finally drop down from the portal with style. The other believes that whoever just returned from the secret realm this time must have found great treasures, because only the strong and lucky ever make it back from a place like that. Among the crowd, the spiky-haired man stands with his brother, both wearing firm expressions. They had come to look around and now want to exchange the treasures they collected for a good price. As they walk toward a busy trading area filled with eager buyers searching for rare items, they spot a wealthy-looking trader who appears to be offering high prices. Thinking this might be their best shot, they approach him. The spiky-haired man pulls out a piece of spirit grass and presents it to the trader, asking for an estimate. The buyer examines it carefully, turning it over in his hands before speaking in a calm tone. He says that because the spirit grass is young and slightly damaged, he can only offer 10,000 gold coins. He clenches his fists and begins to raise his voice at the trader, unable to hold back his frustration. The buyer, however, remains calm and tells him that if he's unhappy with the offer, they can always negotiate. He explains that everything in the market is open for discussion, but the spiky-haired man doesn't want to talk anymore. His brother quickly steps in and stops him from saying anything more, reminding him that this isn't the place to start a fight. With so many powerful people around, causing trouble could bring serious consequences. They both decide it's best to walk away and look for another buyer, since there are still plenty of traders in the area who might offer a better price. At that same moment, Yahello suddenly appears. Using his spatial talent for teleportation, he quietly takes that same buyer away to another location without drawing attention. The buyer is shocked but doesn't resist, sensing that Yahello isn't someone to mess with. Once they're alone, Yahello turns to Little Purple and tells him to hide his presence completely and not to come out under any circumstance. He explains that his spatial talent allows him to sense the gaze of monarch-ranked experts, which means someone powerful could be watching from far away. If they're not careful, they could draw unwanted attention. One of the buyers makes an announcement, calling out in a loud voice for everyone to check out the latest items. He tries to catch people's attention by saying they can get rare items at a fair and great price, instead of overpaying for treasures from the secret realm. Yahello, meanwhile, thinks about watching the entrance of the secret realm to see who is coming out and what treasures they're bringing. But then he considers visiting the Yue family instead. With that thought, he makes up his mind and teleports away without another second of delay. The people around him are left stunned. Just moments ago, a calm and powerful man had been standing there, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. Some bystanders rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unsure if they saw it right. The spiky-haired man is thrilled, confident that he and his brother will get rich from the treasures they took from the secret realm. He's already dreaming of gold and fame, but his brother stays cautious, warning him to keep quiet. Boasting in a place like this could attract dangerous attention. Suddenly, the two macho brothers step onto a transportation circle and arrive in a shady, danger-filled place. The mastermind behind their teleportation is none other than King Yunhei, who brought them here to interrogate them about the treasure they've managed to obtain. They freeze on the spot and exchange a nervous glance, both silently wondering the same thing. Why is a monarch rank expert like King Yunhei interested in them? King Yunhei continues to stare at the two brothers, his sharp gaze filled with suspicion. He's trying to figure out what kind of treasure they could have possibly brought back from the secret realm that would be worth his attention. For a monarch to personally appear like this, something out of the ordinary must be going on. Meanwhile, far from the crowd, Yahello is wandering through the massive Demon Sea base, trying to find the Yue family's location. He quickly realizes how difficult the task is. The base is huge, almost like a city within a city, filled with countless sects, clans, and merchant stalls. He regrets not asking for exact directions beforehand. Then, out of nowhere, something unexpected happens. Someone crashes into him with surprising force, and he stumbles, caught off guard by the sharp hit to his side. He grips his ribs, wincing slightly as he tries to understand what just happened. In his mind, he's confused. He hasn't offended anyone in the Demon Sea base, so why is he being attacked while simply walking? He turns his head quickly, ready to confront whoever hit him, and is stunned when he sees Yue Ling standing there in front of him. Yue Ling notices Ye Tian's surprised expression and feels a flicker of guilt. She quickly steps forward and apologizes, saying she didn't mean to hurt him. She explains that her sudden attack wasn't out of anger but because she needed to test his strength. Ye Tian listens in silence, trying to absorb her words. The shock of hearing that she has advanced to the Grandmaster level hits him hard. That's no small achievement. It marks a massive leap in power and ability. But Yue Ling doesn't act proud or arrogant about it. She simply says she was lucky to reach that stage, as if it were nothing extraordinary. That quiet humility leaves Ye Tian even more surprised. Ye Tian glanced at Yue Ling beside him, the rain now reduced to a light drizzle as the clouds began to clear. He admitted quietly, more to himself than to her, that he hadn't expected her to become a Grandmaster so soon. He was genuinely surprised, not out of envy but out of admiration. She explained that she had only managed to break through after using a considerable number of natural treasures provided by her family. It wasn't as easy as it seemed, she added. She told him not to feel discouraged or think he was falling behind. According to her, his pace was impressive, and he would surely catch up before long. Ye Tian smiled faintly but didn't say much. He quietly reflected on her words, thinking that her family must have incredible resources, but even with that kind of support, it wasn't just about the treasures. What truly mattered was her talent. Without her natural ability, all those resources would have gone to waste. She had both the foundation and the backing, and now she had the cultivation rank to prove it. Just then, a small movement near his chest caught Ye Tian's attention. Purple popped his head out from Ye Tian's robe pocket, blinking a few times before speaking up and saying he was hungry and wanted barbecue meat. Ye Tian's eyes widened slightly as he quickly pushed the little mouse back into his pocket, whispering for him to stay hidden. But it was already too late. Yue Ling had caught a clear glimpse of the creature. Her expression shifted immediately, her eyes narrowing in recognition as she took a step forward. Ye Tian hesitated and asked how she recognized it. He wondered aloud if Purple was some kind of famous spirit beast. Treasure-hunting mice were known across the continent for their unmatched ability to locate precious items, and their value in secret realms was immeasurable. She said she would be willing to buy it at any price, even suggesting he skip going to the Martial Pavilion to sell it, promising to handle the entire transaction herself. Purple immediately let out a tiny whimper, his ears drooping as he clung to Ye Tian's sleeve, silently begging not to be sold. His little eyes shimmered with tears, and he trembled in fear, expecting to be exchanged for gold or pills like a common object. Ye Tian looked at the mouse in his hand, then back at Yue Ling. He apologized and told her gently that Purple wasn't for sale. He was his spiritual pet. Yue Ling smiled softly and said she understood. No one in their right mind would sell something so valuable, and clearly, Ye Tian wasn't a fool. After a while, they arrived at the apartments where Ye Yu was staying. The building looked quiet, tucked away in a peaceful corner of the city. Ye Tian stopped at the foot of the stairs and turned to Yue Ling, asking if she wasn't going to come up. She shook her head and told him that it had been a long time since the siblings had time alone together, so it would be better for her to stay back and not intrude on their reunion. Before leaving, she promised to send someone from the Martial Pavilion the next day to collect the items he had obtained from the secret realm. He stepped forward and knocked on the apartment door, calling out to Ye Yu and asking her to open it for her brother. A few moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Ye Yu's annoyed face. She gave him a cold stare before slamming the door shut again, completely shocking Ye Tian. He blinked, then knocked again, reminding her that he was her older brother and asking what she was doing. From behind the door, Ye Yu's voice rose in frustration as she yelled that he had no right to act like a brother now. Since they had arrived in the city, he had disappeared to the secret realm without a word, leaving her alone to fend for herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Ye Tian sighed and apologized through the door, admitting that he realized it was his fault. But Ye Yu didn't respond positively. She told him to stay outside and never come back. Her voice trembled not from anger but from hurt. Ye Tian paused for a moment, considering her words, then thought of something. Without saying anything more, he activated his spatial teleportation ability and disappeared in a flicker of light, only to reappear inside the apartment a moment later. Ye Yu let out a loud shriek at the sudden intrusion. He calmly explained the ability to her, trying to ease the tension. Then, with a smile, he pulled Purple from his pocket and handed him to her as a gift. Ye Yu took the mouse, her expression softening as she held it in her palms. She smiled quietly and remarked that it was indeed unique. Ye Tian nodded and said that the mouse was now hers to take care of. Just as things were beginning to calm down, Jin, the spirit cat, emerged from one of the rooms. He looked at Purple with a sulking expression and muttered about Ye Tian getting another pet. His eyes narrowed at the little mouse's round belly, clearly unimpressed. He poked it and commented on how fat it was, questioning how it could ever hope to fight in its current state. Purple shrunk back, clearly intimidated, while Jin puffed up his chest and declared himself the boss from now on. Later that night, Ye Tian stepped into the shower and let the warm water run over his tired body. The events of the past few days spun through his thoughts as he leaned against the tiled wall. He knew that Purple would be happier and safer with Ye Yu. She needed something to keep her company, and Purple's personality was oddly compatible with hers. After drying off, he wrapped a towel around himself and sat on the bed, muttering to himself that he would begin copying Purple's treasure hunting talent now. If he could combine it with the other abilities he had copied so far, he would gain another edge against the danger surrounding him. By the end of the night, Ye Tian had successfully copied the high-tier treasure hunting talent, which now joined the ranks of the other powerful abilities he had obtained. Meanwhile, at the Yun family mansion, tension hung in the air like a thundercloud. The silver-haired girl flinched, trembling where she knelt on the floor. He shouted at her, calling her useless and trash, his voice booming as he demanded to know how such a simple mission could end in failure. Her voice shook as she tried to explain that she had been tricked. She told him someone had taken advantage of her while she was distracted during the battle with the Calamity Beast. In that moment, an unknown individual had managed to steal not just the Vitality Core, but all the surrounding Vitality Stones as well. The ancestor's eyes narrowed as he asked if she had at least seen the person. She lowered her head even more and admitted that the man's speed was unbelievable. She hadn't even been able to confront him directly, and by the time she realized what had happened, he was already gone. Enraged, the ancestor screamed again, accusing her of being blind and incompetent. He roared that she hadn't even been able to confirm the thief's gender. Stepping forward with his face twisted in anger, he grabbed her by the hair and yanked her head up, snarling as he asked how she could still call herself the Demon Sea Base's #1 genius among the younger generation after delivering such disgraceful results. He asked her if she truly believed she still deserved to be alive or remain at his side. The girl gasped, fear flooding her eyes, and immediately begged for another chance. She insisted she would find the Vitality Stones no matter what. After a long moment, he released her and pushed her aside. He muttered that the thief might be someone from a major family, given the boldness it took to steal from the Yun family. He ordered her to start investigating which noble families had sent their disciples into the secret realm, and warned her that if she failed again, the punishment would be far worse. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the hall. The next morning arrived with a calmer breeze. Ye Tian and Yue Ling stood outside the Martial Pavilion headquarters, the enormous building towering above them like a monument of power and authority. Yue Ling warned him in advance not to be too surprised at the scale of it all. Ye Tian nodded silently, though his thoughts were elsewhere. Now that he had copied Purple's talent, this was the perfect place to put it to use. Inside a structure filled with rare and ancient items, the treasure hunting ability would serve as a sixth sense to guide him toward the most valuable finds. The hall inside was spacious and filled with display cases, each glowing faintly with spiritual energy. Rows of weapons, pills, books, and artifacts lined the area, neatly organized in tiers and sections. Ye Ling mentioned casually that he could even try out the items if he wished. Ye Tian browsed through them quietly, scanning each one while letting his newly gained treasure hunting sense awaken. He took note of the colors, their glow, and the quality. Blue glows indicated mid-tier treasures, and there were many of those. He picked up one of the blue-colored swords and weighed it in his hand. At first glance, it looked fine, but the moment he pressed its edge against a training dummy, it chipped slightly. Alarmed, he quickly placed it back on the rack before anyone could notice the flaw. Just then, an older man stepped out from the side corridor. Yue Ling greeted him right away and introduced him as her uncle, the man in charge of the Martial Pavilion's marketplace. He nodded at her with a warm smile and then turned to Ye Tian, introducing himself with polite formality. Welcoming Ye Tian with surprising warmth, he told him to take his time looking around and even offered a discount if anything caught his eye. Ye Tian gave a respectful nod and continued browsing. Then, out of nowhere, a strange scent struck his senses. It was distinct, golden, powerful, and pure. His treasure hunting talent lit up immediately, like it had been waiting for this exact moment. His eyes snapped toward the source of the signal. In the far corner of the hall, tucked away almost too neatly, sat a small glass case. Most people wouldn't have noticed it, but Ye Tian's instincts zeroed in on it. The name etched beneath it read, Heavenly Warrior, Blood Dragon. Yue Ling smacked Ye Tian on the shoulder, snapping him out of his daze. He blinked, realizing he had zoned out again, and quietly apologized, admitting he'd been lost in thought. She narrowed her eyes, half amused and half concerned, and told him to hurry up with his choices since her uncle was a busy man. Ye Tian gave a small nod and turned to Elder Yue, boldly stating that most of the items on display were low-ranked, and that he was looking for something more valuable, something fitting for someone with his needs. He added that money wouldn't be a problem. Elder Yue let out a hearty laugh at the boy's confidence, clearly entertained. Yue Ling, standing beside them, murmured under her breath, wondering when Ye Tian had learned to bluff so smoothly. Elder Yue reassured him that the Martial Pavilion had everything, natural treasures, cultivation techniques, and even transcendent tier divine weapons, and as long as Ye Tian had the funds, he could get anything he needed. Without hesitation, Ye Tian reached into his storage and pulled out a shimmering vitality stone, holding it up for the elder to see. Elder Yue's eyes widened in surprise and admiration, praising the stone and emphasizing just how rare it truly was. Yueling, just as stunned, immediately asked where Ye Tian had managed to acquire such a treasure. He scratched the back of his neck and answered casually that he'd gotten lucky and found it in the secret realm. Elder Yue, clearly intrigued, asked what he was hoping to exchange for it. Ye Tian explained that he was looking for a high-tier cultivation technique, one that would let him grow all the way to the Grand Master realm, and a weapon similar to a short sword. Elder Yue beamed and nodded enthusiastically, confirming that just one vitality stone was enough to cover those requests. Ye Tian found it a little unbelievable that a single stone held so much value and couldn't help but wonder just how priceless the entire vitality stone core in his storage must be. Before he could fully process it, Yueling suddenly stepped close, cornering him with a sharp look. She demanded to know where he really got the vitality stone from. Her intuition told her he was hiding something, and Ye Tian could only look away. He told her, almost guiltily, that telling her the truth might put her in a dangerous position. That only made her more upset, and she insisted on knowing. Eventually, he confessed. He told her he had stolen the stones from the Yun family. Her mouth dropped open in sheer disbelief. She immediately raised her voice, exclaiming that he must have lost his mind. The Yun family had been guarding that treasure for ages. She suggested returning the stone immediately, maybe even begging the ancestor for mercy. She asked, half panicked, how many stones he had taken. Ye Tian replied in a low voice that he had obtained a mine's worth of vitality stones and stored them in his spatial inventory. Yueling's legs gave out slightly as she slumped onto a nearby bench, holding her head in her hands. She murmured to herself, saying they were doomed for sure. The Yun family was bound to investigate, and once they connected the dots, she feared the consequences for both of them. Ye Tian, trying to be reassuring, told her he'd made sure to cover his tracks completely. He didn't believe there was any way the Yun family would trace the theft back to them. She warned him in a trembling voice that the ancestor of the Yun family was someone no one could afford to offend. He wasn't the type to forget or forgive such humiliation. She added that if anything happened, Ye Tian better not blame her. Despite her sternness, her concern was clear. While they were talking, Ye Tian's eyes wandered across the shop. Something golden glimmered faintly on one of the shelves, and intrigued, he walked over and reached for it. Elder Yue soon returned with the requested items, the purple cloud body refining technique, and a short sword that once belonged to a monarch-level expert. The technique was known for strengthening the practitioner's physique to a formidable level, and the sword was said to have been recovered from the grave of a forgotten monarch, surrounded by treasures. Ye Tian held the sword, examining it with a practiced eye. Activating his copied talent to identify hidden strengths, he confirmed its apex tier classification. The weapon hummed softly in his grip, pulsing with latent energy. It felt right. He nodded and accepted both the sword and the manual, placing them into his spatial storage with satisfaction. Elder Yue, clearly pleased with the transaction, handed him a black and gold VIP card embedded with shimmering runes. He explained that the card would allow Ye Tian free access to all Martial Pavilion branches, and grant him a generous 70% discount on all items. It was a mark of both respect and investment. Ye Tian then asked about the golden item he had seen earlier. Elder Yue followed his gaze with a smile, walked over to the shelf, and picked up the object. It was a red gold egg resting in a protective casing. He told Ye Tian that it was a fossilized dragon egg, once sold to their pavilion by a wandering cultivator. The pavilion had tried countless methods to hatch it, but none had worked, so it had ended up as a decorative piece. Given Ye Tian's contributions today, the elder decided to gift it to him for free. The gesture surprised Ye Tian, and he asked why he was receiving a transcendent tier treasure so easily. Yueling responded before the elder could, explaining that the egg was no longer considered useful. However, she also hinted that the pavilion hoped Ye Tian would keep bringing rare treasures like vitality stones their way. Ye Tian took a closer look at the dragon egg. Despite what the others believed, his treasure hunting talent had identified it as a high-tier item, which meant it still held potential. He could feel something faintly pulsing inside, something ancient and powerful. He realized it wasn't defective. It had simply chosen not to hatch yet. A quiet determination rose within him. Ye Tian, calm as ever, gestures toward the modest path leading up to his home. With the subtlety of someone who rarely asks for company, he offers her a chance to join him for a meal, mentioning that Ye Yu, his sister, is an excellent cook. Yue Chao, standing at the gate like a sentinel of misplaced pride, had intercepted them with venom in his words. He had accused Ye Tian of scavenging and collecting pitiful remnants by slaying weak beasts. His insults were sharp, but his intent was sharper. Without waiting for a response, Yue Chao had launched into an attack. All of his energy had been poured into a single strike, aimed to overpower and humiliate Ye Tian. Yet, what followed was not the display of dominance Yue Chao had expected. Ye Tian, with a calm steadiness that bordered on eerie, raised a single hand, one hand against all of Yue Chao's might. The clash ended before it truly began. Yue Chao's full force, driven by pride and fury, could not push Ye Tian back even a step. It was like trying to move a mountain with a breath of wind. Shock had painted itself across Yue Chao's face, disbelief draining the color from his cheeks. For a moment, he saw not Yetian the disgrace, but something far more formidable, something terrifying. Wei Ling had seen it too. She had stepped forward then, her voice rising to cut through the tension. She had called for restraint, reminded them where they were and what consequences might follow. Her words hung heavily in the air. For a moment, even Yetian's gaze softened, tempered by her plea. In the silence that followed, Yetian had acknowledged her intervention. He had not spoken much, but the appreciation was evident. She had understood then that he was not merely gathering scraps. He was walking a road far different from the one others assumed. Back in the present, Yetian made his way toward his home. Inside, the home was quiet and warm. The scent of home-cooked food lingered in every corner. Yeyu, ever the dutiful sister, stood at the stove, working with practiced hands. Without a word, Yetian slipped into his seat, soaking in the peaceful domesticity. As the meal cooked, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a peculiar object wrapped in cloth. He unwrapped it carefully, revealing the dragon egg. As the dragon egg stirred again in his hands, Yetian's heart skipped a beat. The motion wasn't random this time. It was subtle, rhythmic, like a pulse. He leaned in, holding it closer to his chest. A heartbeat. A faint but unmistakable heartbeat. The realization washed over him like cold water. Suddenly, his small black cat, Little Jin, bolted from the edge of the bed where it had been curled up. Startled, the cat leapt to the floor and began darting wildly around the room, eyes wide and tail fluffed in panic. A soft voice chimed from his side. It was Little Purple, his tiny, ever-curious treasure-hunting mouse. The little beast blinked up at him, clearly unsettled. The question came innocently. Why exactly did Yetian have a dragon egg in his possession? Yetian replied in thought, recalling how he had picked it up from a group of rogue cultivators who were discarding it, claiming it had no value. Little Purple, after studying the egg, commented with an unusual level of seriousness. Dragon eggs, he explained, carry an innate aura of dominance. Even in slumber, they exude pressure, an instinctual warning that triggers fear in lesser creatures. This presence was not ordinary. It was tied to the hierarchy of beasts, and dragons, it seemed, stood far above the monarch-ranked ones. Yetian listened carefully, asking if there truly existed a rank above monarch level. If dragons surpassed that tier, then what lay beyond the known ceiling of cultivation? Little Purple shook his small head, admitting he didn't know what the official rank was called, but he was certain dragons were beings of a higher order, possibly tied to realms few dared to even name. The conversation halted when the egg stopped moving again. The martial pavilion had been firm in their appraisal. The egg was worthless, yet it now pulsed with vitality. What had changed? He decided, for now, to return it to his inventory, unwilling to risk exposing it to further danger. But just as he activated the storage spell, the egg twitched once more, this time even stronger. Before he could react, Little Purple suddenly hopped up, eyes wide with realization. He exclaimed the connection between the egg and the vitality crystal core. That revelation stunned Yetian. He had stored the egg and the crystal in the same pocket space, thinking nothing of it. The contact between the two must have awakened the dormant life within the shell. The vitality crystal core, after all, was an exceptionally rare item, a condensed life force born from eons of natural energy accumulation. Even the smallest trace of it could reinvigorate dying plants, extend life, or apparently stir the heart of a slumbering dragon embryo. Yetian now understood. He hadn't simply awakened the egg by accident. He had jump-started it. The dragon inside was slowly absorbing the essence of the vitality core, feeding, regaining strength. The bond had begun. Turning to Little Purple, Yetian praised his knowledge. When he asked what to do next, Little Purple advised caution. The vitality crystal should continue empowering the egg, and any interference might halt the awakening process. If left undisturbed, and if the dragon truly belonged to a rank above monarch level, Yetian might end up with a beast companion of unimaginable strength. The aroma of food drifted through the house, snapping him back to the present. Yeyu had finished preparing dinner, and as Yetian stepped toward the table, she reminded him to wash his hands first. Later that night, long after the dishes were cleared and the moon hung high above, Yetian sat alone in his room. His thoughts turned to the purple refining technique. It was known to be one of the rarest and most complex techniques in existence. To truly master it, one needed not just a transcendent tier talent, but a second, complementary talent that allowed for perfect body cultivation, a rare combination that few in history had achieved. Yiling came to mind then. She had only possessed a top-tier cultivation talent, far from transcendent, yet through sheer determination, she had reached Grandmaster rank, surpassing expectations and gaining respect even from the powerful Sun family. He reached for the ancient manual again, thinking that perhaps the technique needed to be broken down into smaller, manageable phases. Bone refining first, then body refining, followed by skin tempering, then the essence cleansing, and finally, ki refinement. Divided this way, he could build a more stable path, where each phase could be trained independently, allowing even those without godlike talents to eventually ascend. As he spread the ancient papers across his desk, something caught his eye, a faint shimmer on the corner of one scroll, a spatial mark. He leaned closer. The ink pattern wasn't ordinary. It pulsed faintly with hidden energy, a kind of seal that masked something beyond the physical realm. As the phrase escaped his lips, a sudden explosion of light burst forth. Space bent violently, the room twisted, and in a heartbeat, Ye Tian was gone. The world around him was different. Dim, but not dark. Strange hues of violet and crimson bled through the air, and beneath his feet, the floor felt alive, like a breathing organism crafted from ancient blood steel. He was inside the purple blood refining realm, a secret place sealed away by one of the technique's original creators. Finally, up ahead, he saw movement. As Ye Tian sees that long purple-haired guy, he freezes. Upon the arrival of his successor, Ye Tian, that purple head smirks and introduces himself as the divine immortal of the striking thunder. Meanwhile, a man riding the horse through the dark forest rushes towards a temple where a silver-haired lady is sitting. He informs her that they finally find that person who she asks for. He is someone from the Yue family. They had an outsider enter when the secret realm was opened, and his name is Ye Tian. She asks with concern about who this guy is who manages to get connected with the Yue family. The man explains that he doesn't know about their connection, but Yue Ling brought back this guy from the Yue family from the Linhai Base 15th Academy. He also discovered that Yue Ling achieved the rank of Grandmaster yesterday. She is shocked, and asks if he is sure about that news, to which he confirms it, as everyone in the Demon Sea Base knows about it already, and according to them, she is the current #1 genius in the Demon Sea Base. The lady asks him if he is also happy hearing that news. He hesitates and refuses immediately. She kicks him hard, claiming herself as the #1 genius among the younger generation, and commands him not to further investigate this matter. Helplessly, the man acknowledges it as he is lying down on the ground. She also adds that she will go meet Ye Tian herself, and if he really snatched the Vitality Stone core, then even the Yue family won't be able to protect him. Back there, a purple-haired guy sarcastically praises the capabilities of Ye Tian as he comes here. He mentions that the current he is nothing but a mirage left behind by his engraving talent, even though this whole place was formed by his engraving talent. Ye Tian wonders about him, and if he could be of a monarch rank. Just then, the purple-haired guy says that he will stop nagging it, as it is not funny, and instead suggests eating something. With that, he advances towards Ye Tian and punches him as hard as he can. Ye Tian falls down, and his eyes widen as he realizes that this guy is stronger than that of a monarch-rank King Yunhei. His aura is terrifying. Again, the purple-haired guy mentions that he will check if he is worthy or not to receive his legacy. As he scans Ye Tian, his eyes widen with shock as he senses a lot of talent on one body. Ye Tian smiles and says that he is in disbelief that he has discovered this secret of his. Ye Tian stands up, mocking the divine being, remarking how he never would have imagined that he would be able to detect his secret and see through his talents. The divine being, however, calmly responds, saying there's no need for him to be nervous. It's rare enough to possess multiple talents. It's all about the luck and opportunities that each cultivator receives while walking their own unique path. He also reassures Ye Tian that he has no interest in uncovering his secret. Curious, Ye Tian then inquires why the divine being referred to him as his successor and questions his rank, noting that he doesn't seem to possess the aura of a monarch expert. The divine being responds plainly, reiterating that, as he already mentioned, he has no interest in Ye Tian's secrets, and thus Ye Tian doesn't need to know his either. He then explains that the only prerequisite to discovering the engraving he left within the book was the possession of a rare talent, such as spatial talent. He states that he has only one piece of advice for future generations: to have some level of talent. Ye Tian, having multiple talents, far surpasses this standard, and is therefore qualified to receive guidance toward ascending to the Grand Master level. The divine being proceeds to explain the nature of Ye Tian's talents. Many of them are low to mid-tier. He states that only true experts, forged through life and death battles, are capable of fully harnessing apex-tier talents to push through tougher challenges. Fighting with a low-tier talent, he warns, could prove dangerous. Ye Tian realizes that relying on a low-tier talent in combat could expose critical openings, especially during life-or-death situations. From now on, he knows he must be careful when copying talents. The divine being continues, pointing out that having an abundance of low-tier talents can hinder one's growth. If Ye Tian wishes to advance further, he must take a new route, by leveling up all his talents to the apex tier. When Ye Tian questions whether this is even possible, the divine being affirms it, explaining that with sufficient combat experience, even low-tier talents can evolve to the apex level. Raising his hand, he says he'll help him just this once, and with a snap of his fingers, everything changes. The scenery shifts into the engraved spatial room, a space where the flow of time is reversed. Ye Tian expresses his shock at seeing yet another spatial room. The divine being explains the difference. 1 hour in the outside world equates to an entire month in this room. Ye Tian is stunned by the immense time disparity. He then tells Ye Tian that this room can only be used once. If he chooses to leave, he will never be able to re-enter. Ye Tian contemplates the situation and concludes that the most critical goal right now is to reach the Grand Master level. If the Yun family discovers the Vitality Stone, only by attaining that level can he protect Ye Yu. Resolute, he agrees to remain in the engraving room to train and level up his talents. In his mind, the Divine Being praises Ye Tian's determination. As Ye Tian turns to speak again, the Divine Being vanishes into thin air. His voice echoes in the room, saying that once Ye Tian reaches the monarch rank, he may have the chance to meet his original body. He then informs Ye Tian that he has summoned a worthy opponent for him. Suddenly, with a loud bam, a monster at the Grand Master level appears. As it strikes, Ye Tian narrowly dodges the attack and retaliates, only to find his own attack ineffective. He quickly realizes that the beast is both powerful and incredibly fast. Then, a memory strikes him. When he entered the room, only 6 hours remained before sunrise. He must finish this trial before dawn to avoid making Yu Ye worry. Cracking his knuckles as his power surges within him, Ye Tian steps forward with resolve. Facing the monster head-on, he declares that he must defeat it within half a year. The sun rises as birds begin to chirp, filling the sky with the soft sounds of morning. The bustling market awakens. Vendors set up their stalls, selling everything from medicinal plants to refined pills. Meanwhile, adventurers continue their relentless hunts, still immersed in their killing sprees. Amidst the noise and motion, Yu Ye whimpers softly, calling out for Ye Tian. Elsewhere, Ye Tian remains locked in a fierce battle with the Grand Master-ranked beast. As time dwindles, he charges toward the monster, shouting that he's reached the brink of madness. With a burst of power, he fully activates his apex-tier strength talent, his fist tearing through the monster's defense and sending it hurtling across the room. As he strides forward to deliver the final blow, his long, unkempt hair flows behind him, a silent testament to the months he has endured in the room. The monster, refusing to fall easily, makes a desperate final move and hurls a large rock at him. Without hesitation, Ye Tian activates his sword control ability, slicing the incoming rocks in a single elegant motion. He then raises his hand and strikes with shadow assassination, piercing through the beast's core. As he gazes at the monster's motionless body, a faint smile appears on his lips. He finally won, he whispers in triumph. Outside, the sun now hangs fully in the sky, its radiant glow announcing that morning has truly arrived. Ye Tian jolts awake in his room, momentarily disoriented, thinking he has returned to reality straight from that engraved spatial room. As he tries to gather his thoughts, the door opens and Ye Yu walks in, asking if he's awake because it's time for breakfast. She casually mentions a breakfast shop nearby that serves pretty good food and suggests they go there to eat together. Ye Tian walks over to her and, without saying a word, hugs her tightly. Ye Yu, surprised, asks if he had a bad dream. He shakes his head and replies that it just feels like it's been a long time since he's seen her. Ye Yu blushes slightly and playfully slaps his chest, telling him that even though they are siblings, he can't just say such cheesy things and embarrass her like that. She shoves him away as he quickly apologizes. With a huff, she mutters that she shouldn't have come to wake him up and storms off, reminding him about breakfast. Trying to salvage the moment, Ye Tian calls out after her and suggests that they go shopping today as well, mentioning that he never got the chance back when they were in the Demon Sea base. Hearing the word shopping, Ye Yu's ears perk up. She turns back with a gleam in her eye, asking if he's seriously offering to take her out shopping. Ye Tian smiles and assures her that he will treat her and buy anything she wants, explaining that he managed to save quite a bit of money from fighting in the secret realm. Excited, Ye Yu tells him to wait while she changes her clothes. As Ye Tian waits, he feels energy surging through his body. He reflects on how raising his talent to the apex tier has increased his strength tremendously. Now he only needs a little more progress before reaching the Grand Master level. Later, they roam the bustling marketplace of Demon Sea Base. The streets are alive with people and activity. Ye Yu suggests he call out Yue Ling and Xiao Yu, offering to prepare a feast at their house as a gesture of thanks. Ye Tian agrees, and adds that he wants her to get to know them better, since they'll all be living together in the Demon Sea Base. Meanwhile, Jin and Purple peek out curiously from Ye Yu's bag as the two shop for fruits and clothes. Ye Tian watches from behind as Ye Yu haggles expertly with the vendors, her eyes sparkling with determination. As they continue to explore, Ye Yu notices a fountain and pauses, her eyes filled with childlike wonder. She turns to Ye Tian and tells him this is her first time seeing one in real life. They eventually settle into a cozy inn for breakfast. As they eat, Ye Tian takes a sip of alcohol and remarks that it's been a long time since he's had the chance to drink properly. He advises Ye Yu not to follow his example, reminding her that she's still underage. Ye Yu rolls her eyes and warns him not to get drunk, stating flatly that she has no intention of carrying him home if he does. She then adds with a smile that it really has been a long time since they've had the chance to relax like this. Ye Tian agrees, a warm smile on his face, saying that today feels like a truly blissful and happy day for the siblings. Meanwhile, far from the lively market, a silver-haired woman silently invades Ye Tian's house. She searches the rooms clearly looking for him, but unfortunately for her, Ye Tian isn't home. Ye Yu walks alone on the street, speaking to Jin as she vents her frustration about how Ye Tian doesn't seem to worry about her. She expresses disbelief that he is actually letting her go home by herself. Stroking the animal in her arms, she softly asks if he will be the one protecting her now. In a flashback, Ye Tian had told her to walk home alone since he needed to visit a shop that was far from their house. He assured her that he would be back soon. Now, as she heads toward the alley leading to their home, she silently vows to scold him once he returns. Meanwhile, in a quiet, empty corner, the silver-haired lady and her pawn wait in the shadows. The pawn notices someone approaching and alerts her. Observing Ye Yu, he asks if she is Yue Ling from the Yue family. The lady dismisses the idea, saying she is just an ordinary human, though also a martial warrior, implying that she is not Yue Ling. They silently begin to follow Ye Yu. Ye Yu, unaware, expresses surprise at their resemblance, still unable to believe that such a coincidence could occur. Purple peeks out from Ye Yu's bag, but she quickly shushes the small creature, telling the rat to hide again. Ye Tian had strictly told her not to let anyone see him in public. The rat squeaks, looking past her, and the silver-haired lady catches sight of him. Her eyes widen in recognition. She remembers the rare purple treasure-hunting mouse. Back at the Martial Pavilion headquarters, Ye Tian examines the bone-cleansing pill as the receptionist explains that martial warriors can consume it to enhance their cultivation. She adds that they are willing to give it to him for free, as he is a VIP of the Martial Pavilion. Ye Tian smiles, commenting that the pill could help Xiao Yue raise her cultivation quickly. Hearing this, the receptionist offers to include a martial warrior skill book as well. Ye Tian gratefully thanks her as she instructs a helper to fetch an Apex tier skill book for martial warriors. The helper nods and heads inside to search for the book. Just then, Purple communicates telepathically with Ye Tian, warning him that Ye Yu is in danger. Someone from the Yun family is present, and he must return quickly. Ye Tian immediately drops the pill and informs them that he will retrieve both the pill and the book later, as his sister is in danger. Alarmed, the receptionist asks what's going on, but Ye Tian activates spatial teleportation and vanishes, leaving the girl stunned. Moments later, the helper returns with the book, addressing the receptionist as Sister Xiao Yu. She tells her that she has found the book and then asks where Ye Tian went. Xiao Yu instructs her to inform the clan that Ye Tian's younger sister is in danger and that they should send someone to assist immediately. Ye Tian appears in the alley, his expression fierce as he declares that if anyone from the Yun family dares to harm even a single hair on Ye Yu's head, he will kill them all. Jin transforms into his true form and stands guard over Ye Yu. Ye Yu, confused but determined, asks the silver-haired lady who she is. The lady smiles slightly and suggests she ask her brother instead. He would be better suited to give that answer. Ye Yu then asks if they are looking for Ye Tian, but the lady replies that she is actually after the little mouse, the one that stole something from her. Heavy rain pours down as Ye Tian makes his way toward the signal, rushing through the storm with urgency, determined to reach the location as quickly as possible. He finally arrives at the last place where he detected the soul contract, but to his dismay, Ye Yu is nowhere to be found. Only Jin lies on the ground. Ye Tian picks up the small animal in his hands and asks if he's all right. Jin apologizes to his master, his voice weak and filled with guilt, saying that he failed to protect Ye Yu and is useless in his duties. Just then, Purple emerges from his hiding spot and echoes the same sentiment, apologizing and admitting that he is far too weak to be of any help in a fight, unable to do anything at all. Ye Tian tells them it's not their fault, his tone heavy with remorse. He blames himself instead, saying that he should never have let Ye Yu return alone. He admits that everything that happened is the result of his own mistake. Reaching into his spatial talent pocket inventory, Ye Tian tells Jin and Purple to rest and recover, assuring them that he will take care of things from here. With cold resolve, he declares that he is going to kill the Yun family immediately. A crack of lightning flashes across the sky as Yue Ling suddenly teleports to his location. Startled, Ye Tian calls out her name in surprise. Meanwhile, deep within the Yun family's underground jail, Ye Yu kneels on the cold floor, trembling, yet summoning the strength to rise. With fierce defiance, she demands to be released, shouting at her captors to open the door. She threatens them, vowing that her brother will never let them live after what they've done to her. A servant of the silver-haired girl smirks at Ye Yu's outburst, mocking her for not understanding the gravity of her situation. He coldly reveals that the silver-haired girl had deliberately spared the soul-bound animals, allowing them to live so they could alert Ye Tian through their soul contracts. Ye Yu, confused and enraged, demands to know what he means. The servant explains clearly and without remorse that everything was orchestrated, that this entire situation is nothing but a trap. He adds grimly that if her brother dares to come here, he will only be walking into his own death. Back outside, Ye Tian lies unconscious on the ground as Yue Ling stands above him, looking down in silence. Ye Tian dreams about his younger sister Ye Yu, crying out for him, covered in wounds. He hesitantly wakes up sweating. He is in a room he doesn't recognize. While trying to understand where he is, he remembers Yue Ling. A memory flashes through him where he meets Yu Ling in front of the Yun mansion, and she informs him about everything. which makes him understand that the Yun family abducted Ye Yu because they found out that he was the one who took away their Vitality Stone mine. He blames himself. Yueling tries to calm him down by mentioning that since the Yun family goal is to take back that stone mine from him, it makes sure that Ye Yu is safe for now. But Ye Tian steps forward with rage and anger burning inside him. Yueling tries to stop him, making him understand that it is all a trap and they are waiting for him. He will end up dead if he rushes towards the Yun family. But he refuses to stay behind, shouting that Ye Yu is his only family and that he must save her. He also adds that if she really wanted to help, then she shouldn't be stopping him. It makes Yueling a bit hurt, but due to her concern, she pulls out a poison needle and strikes him. His body is instantly paralyzed by the poison, and he falls to the ground. As the flashback ends, Yueling is standing by the door. As Ye Tian wakes up, he asks her about what she did to him, to which she says that she paralyzed him with a poisoned needle and it doesn't have any side effects. He further asks him about the place where he is at. She informs him that he is in one of the external private mansions of the Yue family, and he is safe here. Still full of guilt and worry, Ye Tian says he needs to rescue Ye Yu. He tries to stand up but instantly falls. Yueling tells him that the poison is still there in his body. He is too weak to fight them and to save his sister. She continues that a fight against someone like Yun He, who is a monarch, would be way too difficult for him. He says if it is the Vitality Stone mine they are after, he is willing to give it back as long as they don't harm his sister. She sits calmly and explains to him that through her spies, it is heard that everything in the Yun family is normal and they are waiting for him to come. If he doesn't go, then Ye Yu will be safe, or else both of them will die in Yun's mansion. She continues that the Demon Sea Base's Yun and Yue families have been against each other for years. The Yun family wished to destroy the Yue family, but they had no reason to do so. Now the Yun family gathered strong people to take the Vitality Stone mine so they could rule the Martial Pavilion and defeat the Yue family, but no one thought Ye Tian would get it instead. They must have investigated and found out that Ye Tian managed to enter the secret realm through the Yue family's connections, so they ended up believing that he is a part of the Yue family. She adds that kidnapping Ye Yu isn't just to harm Ye Tian. Their true goal is to force a war with the Yue family, a monarch's war. Feeling powerless, Ye Tian grieves that Ye Yu was nothing against them, but needlessly gets involved in this. Yueling says as she opens the window that there are things that they don't want to do, as they are born in a world where the strong rule and the weak suffer, but life continues to force them in order to keep going. As the rain falls outside, a father is carrying his daughter. The girl says she's hungry, and the father tells her they are almost home. Back in the room, Ye Tian says he is ready to follow her lead and asks her what he should do next. Yueling turns around and tells him he should have done this from the beginning. She explains what he needs to do and suggests not being rash. Ye Tian acknowledges all the instructions. At that moment, a servant comes in and says someone has come to visit Yueling. As she takes her leave, she tells Ye Tian that tomorrow they need to go somewhere together. He asks where, but she doesn't tell him. She just says that there he will be able to advance to the Grandmaster. The next day, Yueling takes Ye Tian to the Yue family's mansion. Someone notices them and comments that they weren't supposed to arrive until the afternoon. Meanwhile, Yueling leads Ye Tian through the large courtyard and into an underground passage. Ye Tian grows suspicious and asks her where she is taking him. She simply tells him to stay quiet and follow her. As they walk through a dark underground corridor, Yueling silently thinks to herself that someone has arrived at the wrong time, and that before dealing with them, she must first make arrangements for Ye Tian. Eventually, they reach a large hidden room. Yueling stops and tells Ye Tian that they have arrived and asks him to come inside. As soon as he walks in, a bad and strong smell hits him. Thick green smoke is coming from a bubbling pot in the middle of the room. Covering his nose, Ye Tian makes a disgusted face, wondering what the awful smell is, and thinks sarcastically that it surely isn't the Yue family's pond of waste. But it's not a waste. The pot is filled with a body-tempering potion, a rare and strong mixture that makes the body stronger. Yueling walks in, where an elderly man in white clothes, likely an alchemist, is stirring the mixture. She asks if everything is ready. The man replies it's almost done. Just one last jar needs to be filled and adds that the potion turned out very well this time. Ye Tian follows behind her. Yueling agrees, saying that it looks like everything is going smoothly. The man laughs proudly and tells her that she can trust his skills. As the process is almost finished, Yueling suddenly tells Ye Tian to take his clothes off. Ye Tian hesitates and looks at her, asking if she is serious. She says it again, telling him to hurry up. When he doesn't move, she tries to force him. Feeling embarrassed, Ye Tian quickly says she doesn't need to do it and that he can undress himself. After undressing, Ye Tian asks what he should do next. Yueling points to the bubbling pot and tells him to sit inside it. Ye Tian is surprised and asks if he can really become a Grandmaster just by sitting in that thing. Yueling explains that the potion is extremely valuable and shouldn't be underestimated. It's made from lots of mystical elixir, all mixed using the Yue family's secret recipe. She tells him that if he can absorb all the medicine from the 4 jars within the next 2 days, he will definitely reach the level of a Grandmaster. Ye Tian steps into the hot green liquid. As soon as he sits down, he feels a sharp pain all over his body. Yueling asks him how he feels, to which he replies that it hurts a lot and it feels like 1,000 needles are stabbing his blood vessels. Yueling explains that the potion is opening his meridians, the energy paths in his body, and that he must go through the pain. She warns him that if he gets out now, all the medicine will be wasted. Ye-Tian reassures her, saying he can take the pain and it's not a big deal to him. Yueling then tells the man that she has other things to do and is leaving for now. She asks him to call her right away if anything goes wrong. As she walks away, she looks back at Ye-Tian and silently tells herself that he must become a grandmaster. Outside, in the upper area of the Yue family's mansion, a huge ship appears in the sky. It lands with a loud crash, shaking the ground. The leader of the Yue clan, waiting to receive them, says to himself that they've finally arrived after taking so long. A tall man in a long purple coat stands at the edge of the ship. He is known as the Formation Array Master Nie Chi, a Grandmaster level expert. As he lands, a man bows deeply to show respect. Beside him, Elder Yue greets him respectfully. Speaking as the Yue family's representative, he welcomes Grandmaster Nie on their behalf. Nie Chi asks if they can talk about business. As they walk together, people nearby are surprised. They notice how respectfully the clan leader treats the man. One of them says he's heard the man is a Formation Array Master. Another is shocked, saying Formation Array Masters are extremely rare and legendary. Meanwhile, in the Yun family's underground jail, Ye Yu is sitting alone on the floor, looking sad. She softly calls out for her brother, her voice is low. Back in the Yue family's underground, Ye Tian sits with closed eyes in the boiling liquid, enduring the sharp pain while the man who sits nearby falls asleep. Suddenly, Ye Tian sees something unexpected in his mind. A red egg appears in his vision. He realizes it's the dragon egg. At that moment, a crack appears on the egg's surface, and the shell begins to split. Back at the Yue family meeting hall, Elder Yue shows his gratitude towards Grandmaster Ne for visiting their humble mansion. He also says that it's a great help for the Yue family in their time of need, so he asks Grandmaster Ne for help. Ne Chi bluntly tells him how he is usually very busy and has no interest in solving family conflicts. A man standing beside him realizes how arrogant he is. Just then, Elder Yue claps and asks his servant to bring something inside. As the girl servant walks inside with that thing, Yueling stops her and takes it, saying she will be taking it inside. It's a small wooden box with something valuable inside. Yueling walks inside, and as she opens the box in front of Grandmaster Ne, his eyes widen with shock, realizing that it's the Vitality Gathering pill. He finds Yue's family resources truly ample, as they take out a medicine that can help someone achieve the monarch rank easily like this. Yueling is sure that even an array master like him won't be able to reject a gift like this. Elder Yue asks him if he is satisfied with their gift, to which Grandmaster Ne laughs and says that how can he reject their generosity, and asks about what he can do in favor of this gift. Elder Yue stands up and explains that since going against the Yue family many times, Yun's family, he and their people are arrogant and reckless. They snatched the business of the Yue family, and even harmed their disciples. This can no longer be tolerated. He asks Grandmaster Ne to join forces with them and destroy the Yun family. Meanwhile, in Yun's family's underground room, Yu Tian suddenly starts struggling as he realizes that the dragon egg is about to hatch. It's consuming all the herbal brew and the medicines at an incredible speed. If that's the case, Yu Tian decides to gather the entirety of the body's tempting potion and let it consume all of it. The pot with the thick boiling potion explodes with extreme energy. The man starts feeling an earthquake as the ground starts to shake aggressively. He looks at Ye Tian and wonders why all 4 cauldrons of the medicine are gathered together in one spot. It makes him realize that Ye Tian is going to explode from absorbing all of it. He rushes to inform Yueling about it. Back there, Ye Tian is amazed by the secret recipe of the Yue family, as the medicinal properties are strong. Suddenly, the dragon egg starts consuming the energy inside the Vitality Core Stone. As soon as Ye Tian realizes that he is about to break through to the next level, a huge, loud explosion echoes through the whole Yue mansion. Everyone in the mansion starts feeling an earthquake. Soon enough, the man reaches Yueling and informs her that something is wrong with that kid. However, Ye Tian finally manages to enter the realm of Grandmaster, but he never thought that he would end up getting the benefit of something else on top of it. His status window shows that his blood contract has been successfully completed, and his level is increased. Ye Tian looks at the newly hatched baby dragon, and while rubbing its nose with his knuckle, he expresses his surprise over being able to hatch the dragon egg. The red baby dragon flies in the air in front of him, growling as if asking for food. Seeing the baby dragon open its mouth wide, Ye Tian wonders what to feed it, and considers the options of elixirs and monster flesh. Analyzing the hatching process of the baby dragon, he remembers that it hatched after consuming the Vitality Core Stone's energy. Thus, he feeds it a Vitality Stone and gets impressed by the baby dragon's toughness for easily biting down something as strong as a Vitality Stone. After Ye Tian's done feeding it several Vitality Stones, he holds the dragon in his hand while trying to figure out its level based on human power levels and terms. All of a sudden, Ye Tian hears Yueling calling him out in panic. Before she arrives there, Ye Tian quickly hides the baby dragon in his inventory to protect it. As soon as he does that, Yue Ling enters the hall, yelling out to Ye Tian that it's harmful for him to absorb too much elixir in one go. However, once she looks at him in one piece, her eyes widen in surprise. Yahello has a hard time believing that Ye Tian has become a grandmaster already since the 4 jars of medicine were worth 2 days. She explains to him how any great martial warrior would end up exploding to death, yet here he is advanced to the next level. Thus, she asks him about his method, but he slyly avoids speaking the truth by claiming to be talented. She insists on telling him the truth, but he continues stalling, thinking about how he can't reveal the little dragon to her yet. In a panicked voice, the family chemist asks Yue Ling about the situation, so she informs him about it. When the man enters the hall in shock, Ye Tian thanks him for the elixir. On the other hand, Yue Ling accepts that he's hiding the truth, so she decides to return in order to facilitate the meeting to take down the Yun family. Yue Ling announces her departure and advises Ye Tian to rest, but he stops her and asks about when they'll be going to save Ye Yu. Seeing his growing impatience, she assures him that they'll go soon. After the family chemist has escorted Ye Tian out, Yue Ling analyzes the empty cauldrons and wonders what method he used. At the Yue family's dining hall, Ye Tian eats to his fullest until a wooden box floats in the air towards him. Yue Ling remarks on how he's already familiarized himself with the psychic energy of the Grandmaster level and elucidates that the thing inside the wooden box is a teleportation talisman. After getting to know about the talisman, he inquires where it'd take them. However, Yue Ling informs him about having a great plan, just like how they made an easy trap for Ye Tian. In the compound of the Yun family, a guard comes to another for the shift change. Upon meeting each other, the second one tells the first one about the rumors of the Yun family being under the danger of an attack. The sudden crackle of purple lightning goes unnoticed by the guards when the first one expresses his disbelief over the rumor. He calls it impossible since King Yun he's a monarch, which means anyone who dares to stir up trouble would end up dead. The second person laughs and agrees before saying that the opponent too needs to be a monarch ranked to be that courageous. Oblivious of Ye Tian's arrival, the guards peacefully plan for an outing for the next day. Ye Tian jumps up to the main building of the Yun family and uses Spatial Talent's spatial sensing technique to analyze the area. He finally spots the building where they've kept Ye Yu, so he bolts towards there. On his way, Ye Tian acknowledges the power of the Grandmaster realm for enabling him to sense more than 10 times what he could previously do. Hearing the loud thuds of Ye Tian's feet over the roof of his room, the King Yun he remarks to himself about the mouse walking into the trap. Ye Tian continues his run towards Ye Yu and enters the building's basement using his teleportation skills. However, as soon as he steps into the basement, his face narrowly dodges a strong punch from the silver-haired woman's pawn. He notices how he couldn't sense this man with his spatial sensing and wonders if he used some mystic technique to hide his presence. Nevertheless, without wasting a second, Ye Tian swings his arm and punches the man right through his face before casting the bind spell. This psychic energy results in breaking the mask of the man, since it's at the level of a grandmaster, and the man isn't even an advanced martial warrior. When the man thuds down into the ground, Ye Tian wonders why the Yun family only had an advanced martial warrior looking over Ye Yu. Nonetheless, Ye Yu spots her brother from behind the cage and calls out to him. Thus, he strides towards her and opens the cage to enter inside. She immediately hugs him and starts crying, but he tries his best to comfort her and takes all the blame on himself for not taking care of her. He then immediately grabs her hand and puts her on his back before running away. While Ye Yu notices Ye Tian's immensely increased strength and thinks about how much he would have suffered to achieve this rank, a blade flies towards them and lands right in front of them. Ye Tian jolts back in surprise and looks up towards the direction it came from. The silver-haired woman calls back her weapon with a signal of her finger. Once she has made sure that she's gotten Ye Tian's attention, she remarks how it's their first meeting and demands that he hand over the Vitality Stone core. Ye Yu looks up at the silver-haired woman, Yun Feng, and informs Ye Tian that she's the same woman who kidnapped her and hurt Xiao Jin. Claiming to be aware of that, Ye Tian commands Ye Yu to go hide somewhere since Yun Feng is more troublesome than he thought. Once Ye Yu has rushed away, Yun Feng gets down towards Ye Tian while pointing her weapon at Ye Tian, which he narrowly blocks. While he acknowledges her fast speed, she remarks at how he's risen to the Grand Master realm and mocks him by asking if he's gotten a lot of benefits from the Yui family. However, he pushes her away and makes her weapon get out of her grip as he calls her out for talking too much. Soon after regaining her balance, Yun Feng swings her weapon towards Ye Tian, and their fight starts in the air, while Ye Yu cheers for her brother from the ground. Suddenly, she feels an uncanny appearance towering over her from behind, and her eyeballs dilate out of fear. With a swift strike, King Yun he brings her onto her knees. Ye Tian notices what is happening on the ground, and he cannot help but get distracted out of concern for his sister. This distraction results in him getting scratched by Yun Feng's weapon, and he tells him to stay focused. Out of anger, Ye Tian uses strength talent, and his muscles start to swell bigger. Thus, when Yunfeng gets near him, he quickly defends himself with his dagger and cuts off the blade's ends from its rod. Leaving Yunfeng wondering about what just happened and how Ye Tian's strength suddenly increased so much, Ye Tian immediately turns towards the ground to protect his sister, Ye Yu. On the other hand, Ye Yu falls onto the ground and balances herself on all fours. Out of pain, when she calls out for Ye Tian, he angrily yells at King Yun He to immediately stop torturing Ye Yu. With the use of spatial talent teleportation, he quickly gets to Ye Yu and picks her up in his arms. King Yun He seethes in anger when Ye Tian takes Ye Yu away. Ye Tian tells her to hold up and opens up the bottle of blood of the calamity beasts. However, she starts coughing up toxins, which makes Ye Tian realize that her internal organs are crushed. Moreover, he did not even bring along any healing item, nor can he give her his regeneration talent. Seeing this painful condition of his sister, Ye Tian curses at King Yun He for using his psychic energy on a regular human while being a monarch rank himself. Even so, instead of replying to him, he questions Ye Tian about how he managed to obtain so many talents within his body, like strength, speed, and also spatial talent. King Yun He's arrogance makes Ye Tian even angrier, and the two of them glare at each other. Taking out the teleportation talisman, Ye Tian looks into King Yun He's eyes and claims that he's not going to forget what he did to Ye Yu. Once the teleportation talisman starts working, he picks up Ye Yu and calls out to escape. Seeing them planning to teleport, King Yun He fumes with anger and lunges towards them. He tries to stop them and yells at Ye Tian to stop right away. However, it's too late by now, and they get teleported away after Ye Tian seethes at him, claiming that King Yun He would eventually die by his hand. Yunfeng can hardly believe how Ye Tian managed to escape with the help of the unparalleled speed of the talisman. She gets down on the ground and advises King Yun He to not let Ye Tian go away, because with the help of the Vitality Core Stone, his growth will only spell disaster for the Yun family. Out of anger, King Yun He doesn't say a word and just presses his finger against the void. When the void starts to crack, Yunfeng realizes the extent of his anger, and the two of them enter inside the opening after the void breaks down. After escaping from Yun territory, Ye Tian and Ye Yu teleport to an abandoned train station at a distance of 300 kilometers. He picks her up and starts walking when Xiao Yu gets there. Looking at the condition of Ye Yu, Xiao Yu gets worried about her injuries. Ye Tian requests her to take Ye Yu to the Yue family so she can be healed. Thus she agrees and holds Ye Yu. He suddenly gets reminded about Xiao Yu's slow speed. Thus he takes out Xiao Jin and entrusts the two of them to Xiao Jin. Once the three of them leave, Ye Tian goes to a location where he again meets with King Yun He and Yunfeng. Right after stepping out of the void, King Yun He expresses his surprise over Ye Tian's possession of the teleportation talisman and mocks him for choosing that place to be buried. When Ye Tian counters him with the same dialogue, he challenges Ye Tian to see how many tricks Ye Tian has rolled up in his sleeves. The King Killer formation array is initiated, and King Yun He and Yunfeng get surrounded by the endless, extremely ice prison. He quickly understands that this is a formation array placed beforehand by Ye Tian. As soon as he grabs Yunfeng's arm, they both get struck by ice and get frozen within. Ye Tian is busy acknowledging the awesomeness of the formation array, in front of which even a monarch didn't stand a chance, when he hears a voice. Ni Qi Yueling and Elder Yu arrive there, and Elder Yu praises Ye Tian for being able to make their plan go smoothly. He thanks Ye Tian for bringing Yun He over and remarks that even if his strike was unable to kill Yun He, it deprived Yun He of his fighting skills.